Dedication. His series of books is dedicated in deepest eternal love and gratitude to our beloved Ascended Masters Saint Germain, Jesus, Nada, the Great Divine Director, the Great White Brotherhood, the Brotherhood of the Royal Teton, the Brotherhood of Mount Shasta, the Great Ascended Masters from Venus, the Great Cosmic Beings, the Great Cosmic Light, and those other Ascended Masters whose loving help has been direct and without limit. To the beloved Master Jesus, with all the gratitude we know how to express, do we offer this volume of his Discourses from 1949 through 1968, in print for the first time. These dictations were given before hundreds of I.M. students through the beloved messenger Mrs. G. W. Ballard, beloved Lotus. As she thanked him for his words on May 4, 1967, she said, "Beloved Jesus, thank you for everything you have done for this world and for every life stream that has passed this way. May we stand by your side, abide within your own heart's flame, and pour forth to this world whatever compels the ascension for all, and as soon as possible." Record CD 1324. Tribute. Year 2000 marks the threshold of the third millennium, and the close of 2000 years since the advent of Jesus the Christ. The beloved Ascended Master Saint Germain recognized that world event. Down through the ages one great life stream after another has come into embodiment in this world, and poured the light and the love that has lasted over a period of perhaps 2000 years, poured it to humanity. Poured the miracles, poured the healing, poured the assistance, poured the illumination, and then, withdrawn and taken the ascension. 1380, Cassette 60446. Beloved Jesus said December 5, 1932, "My choice of experience 2000 years ago, was to set the example which every individualization of God would and must sooner or later follow. At the time and after my ascension, I saw the immensity of the radiation I would be able to pour forth to my beloved brothers and sisters upon the earth, from the sphere in which I had become fitted to dwell. I wish to say to you in all truth, every individual who will send his conscious thought to me with the desire to be raised above the limitations of earth or of his own creation, and will live accordingly, will receive every assistance from me that is possible to be given, according to the steps of growth in consciousness which he attains from time to time." The I Am, Discourses, Volume 3:222. On August 22, 1937 he said, "Remember. And I say this to the whole world, all of you who have loved me, remember, Saint Germain has brought forth the continuation of that which I started 2000 years ago." The voice of the I Am, 41.12:8. And on September 3, 1952. As my work through the centuries, and especially through the last 2000 years, has gone on in its ever-expanding cosmic action, I wish you to know and understand tonight that I am still guarding my work of long ago. Therefore, I am the guarding presence of all who have sought me and have sought the light through me. I am the guardian also of the beloved Saint Germain's work to set mankind free. I am not going to see my work fall into ruins, and his work is not going to fall into ruins. When I said, "I am the open door that no man can shut," I meant that for eternity would my life's flame stand as an opening and as a magnet to draw mankind into the octave of the ascended host. When I said, "I am with you always," it was because I knew that I would stand and hold this door open because no man can shut it. Record SG 968, Cassette 60330. Beloved Sanat Kumara reminded us of beloved Jesus' great attainments since his ascension. As you remember the words of the Master Jesus and you use them with a sincere call to him, so shall you learn much, and become aware of the mighty gifts he can still bestow, and the greater height of power to which he has attained since the morning of his resurrection and the moment of his ascension. For 2000 years he has gone on in the ever-expanding glory of his cosmic service to life, ever increasing the power of his activities of the sacred fire and his love to the earth. The voice of the I Am, 76.4:16-17. JULY 10, 1950 Chicago, Illinois Cassette 65091. Beloved of the light, let us enter in tonight, deeper and deeper, into the true understanding in the feeling world of all that the cosmic Christ means to you. When I say the cosmic Christ, I mean that mighty presence of the I Am, in the physical sun and the great central sun and in those great beings who minister to this whole system of worlds. I want you to feel, when you call forth the immortal mastery of the cosmic Christ into your outer activities by the command of that mighty I Am presence in the great central sun, you have taken a step that is of cosmic importance to the planet. I want you to feel tonight and know the cosmic power that stands ready to move into outer action, that which must come in order to cleanse the earth and set mankind free. Heretofore, when you have called the Christ power into your outer action, that has been largely the release from your own higher mental bodies and those of the rest of mankind or of the assisting master. But when you demand the immortal mastery of the cosmic Christ into outer action in the affairs of men, there will come the answer to your calls. There is never a sincere, constructive call that has ever come to the octaves of light that has not had immediately the response to that call. Not one has ever arisen to our octave that hasn't had immediately the response sent forth, and if mankind did not receive it, it was because of discord in their own world when they would not let it in. But the reply, the response from our octave, has never failed to come, never. And never will. The great presence of life, through many ages, has constantly reminded the outer self, call unto me and I will answer thee, and every honest, sincere, constructive call that has ever come from individuals in this world to our octave has had the answer returned on the instant. But because the chaos has been so great sometimes, or the defiance, or the rebellion, or depression has been so intense in the individual's feeling, the answer has had to stand aside and wait until the outer self was quiet and harmonious long enough to let in the blessing and the reply to the call. So, beloved ones, when there seems obstruction in your outer world and affairs, command the outer self to be quiet, to be still, and then demand it purified. And then ask, after you have used the violet consuming flame, ask then for the God illumination and the God solution of that which seems to be the problem of the moment, or ask for the divine plan's manifestation in the fulfillment of what is required. We have not forgotten mankind, and just because the chaotic selfishness of the outer feeling world of mankind has created problems, which it has fastened to the individual in unguarded moments, does not mean that we have lost any of our power. Nor that we are not connected through into the physical octave, when the outer self will be still enough to let us give the gift that is the response to the call. Through century upon century has the great presence of life constantly reminded mankind in the outer self that the cosmic law of perfection and authority is the law of love. And it will never be anything else. You may try to push it aside, you may rebel and refuse, you may resent and weep all you please, but the law ever abides in its eternal command that love is the giver and the gift and the ruler of all. That great presence of the mighty I Am in the great central sun has given its life into all outer manifestation which you call the universe. It continually gives you its love with every heartbeat, for your life is the extension of its flame of love. And your life is the only way and means by which you can do anything in the physical octave. And if you choose to fulfill the great divine plan of the immortal love of cosmic Christ power and action, then it shall be so in outer, physical manifestation. But if you decide to do just your own will, and that is not always the fulfillment of the divine plan, well, how could love produce perfection for you? Command the outer self to be contented to fulfill the great divine plan of cosmic Christ love and see for itself whether happiness abides therein. Love alone, as the great authority of the whole universe, does not change its law for the individual who refuses to let it through, and that great love that creates whole systems of worlds is certainly powerful enough to change a few problems or conditions in some of mankind. It could change the problems and conditions of the whole world if mankind really wanted it. But mankind don't want the law of love to change conditions. Mankind are so determined to have their own way by force that they have denied the authority of love. And that is very unwise. Tonight I bring you its peace, and I say to you, I bring you its power. When you begin to demand your immortal mastery of that great cosmic Christ love of all creation to rule your world, and to rule the feelings inside of you, and you stand steady until you feel its authority and power, then will you understand what I mean tonight. Consciously and at will must this power be called into outer action, and the outer self must consciously and of its own free will stand aside and let love from our octave be the authority in the affairs of men. Until the outer self, of its own free will, loves to give everything to that presence, and loves to step aside and let that cosmic Christ love command situations that mankind cannot handle, until mankind loves to do that. They will still remain in their chains and their problems and their limitations. It is not necessary, but our love, through long centuries, has had to stand and wait when we could have in one wave of our hands and a flash of love from our hearts could have filled the beings and the worlds of many people with that which is eternal happiness and mastery. It doesn't take but a moment, precious ones, for love to come into your feelings from our octave if you let us in. But you must let us in. We do not intrude our love. That would not be wisdom, or it would have been done long ago. If the cosmic law were such that we could have, by force, stood mankind's hatred aside and made them the victory of our love, dear hearts, long centuries ago would the great cosmic beings have done that to prevent suffering and limitation to God's great flame of life. But now that you are entering through the door of this great love of which I speak tonight, I come in the peace of its heart to bring you the release in your outer affairs of the power of cosmic Christ love. Charge yourselves with its power. You cannot possibly do any damage. How could the cosmic Christ love that contains within it the wisdom of the central sun and that sustains the whole world, how could its power produce anything in your being and world but perfection? And were you to charge yourselves with the immortal power of cosmic Christ love, you could never again make a mistake, precious ones. You couldn't make a mistake. If the power of that love which holds balance and purity, and perfection everywhere in this whole system of worlds, why wouldn't it hold the same perfection in you and your world? From tonight, will you make your world the immortal power of cosmic Christ love, and see for yourselves the happiness and the truth in the words I speak? Demand that your world from tonight be only the power of cosmic Christ love, and let us see what happens to your problems. Let us see what happens to the health of the body. Let us see what happens to your business affairs, and to your associations with your fellow man when you begin to feel the great immortal power of cosmic Christ love. Then will the light burst within you, then will you know what the power of mastery means to life and to those in the physical octave who are around you. You may become the son of your world when you choose to call this power into outer action in its cosmic Christ victorious authority in this world. This power must come into the physical octave if mankind are going to cease their encroaching discord. That which has sought to make mankind believe that it was the all-power through war is but viciousness that has opposed the perfection of life. But tonight, you, my loved ones who belong to the mighty Saint Germain, you can be clothed in mighty power of cosmic Christ love. And then if you choose to fulfill that great divine plan in outer physical action, you won't have problems. Your problems are only little places where this love has not yet grown as a permanent plant in your world, a permanent blessing, and a reservoir of power that is always ready to serve you, that always produces perfection, that always dissolves every problem, and always leaves you at peace in the happiness of its eternal perfection. That love, on an instant, my dear ones, can still pain. That love can instantly purify the flesh structure. It can instantly purify the atmosphere in which you move. It is the sustaining power of systems of worlds. Why would it not sustain you? You have never quite charged yourselves, my loved ones, with this great, masterful power of cosmic Christ love. You have called love into outer action, and thank God you have. But I say to you tonight, call the immortal power of mastery of cosmic Christ love into yourselves and into your affairs, and compel freedom to manifest and be yours wherever you choose to go. The cosmic Christ love contains more energy than all mankind and all on earth put together. Therefore, when you call the immortal power of its great mastery in and around yourselves, and you demand your world be the victorious presence of cosmic Christ love in its immortal freedom to life, then so shall it be established unto you. Thank you, precious ones. Please be seated. Mastery, my dear ones, is the eternally perfect use of power and wisdom and love, and the great cosmic Christ love of which I speak is the eternal balance of those three activities. So when you call forth the great, immortal mastery of all in this world by that immortal power of cosmic Christ love, then your struggle is over. You do not go on then from day to day in increasing discord. When the power surges at your call, the love goes into action. Cosmic Christ love of such intensity as to give life to whole systems of worlds comes to your assistance then, and goes into outer action, producing perfection for you. And that is what I am offering you tonight as I turn your attention to it and ask you to remember to use its power. Now you were told by the beloved Saint Germain that energy becomes power through use, and in your daily activities, you have been using the energy of your presence, your own life, and you have been using the so-called mechanic energy of the world around you to do the things you desire to do. But when you call forth the immortal power of cosmic Christ love, that means that you use the energy of love that has created and manifested this system of worlds. And that is vastly greater energy and vastly greater power of love than anything you have ever known up to this moment. I say you have but to call it into outer action, and its manifesting presence will be there at your call. And in healing or controlling certain conditions in the physical world, were you to call forth immortal master purity of cosmic Christ love and power, and demand that power surge there, the eternal purity of that love of the cosmic Christ, then the healing flame takes command and possesses all within itself. You have been using so-called outer world power, and the outer world has used it, and yet all the energy put together of the outer world is naught compared to cosmic Christ love. So when you call the power of cosmic Christ love, the immortal power and immortal purity of cosmic Christ love into everything you do, into all your problems, to dissolve them into love, you will find love is your endless, ever-expanding supply of everything, including your money, if that is what is required. This love of the cosmic Christ contains all you will ever require in all eternity. And what is that love of the cosmic Christ? It is your own, beloved I am presence, that I am presence of our physical sun and the great central sun, and the higher mental bodies of all mankind. And do you think down here there is as much energy in the physical octave as there is in all the beings that govern the system? I want you to understand tonight something of what the cosmic Christ love means to the earth, and I want you to try to use its immortal power. And what could possibly produce but perfection from the eternal God power of immortal love? Do you not see, that is what is required in the physical octave to offset the energy that is discordantly qualified? When you acknowledge your oneness with your presence and this immortal power of cosmic Christ love, then will you see in outer manifestation the fulfillment of those words, one with God is a majority. So I leave you to try this out, and of your own free will, begin to charge it into your world and to demand that your world now ascends, arises, and enters into the world of cosmic Christ love, and its immortal power clothes you with the victory and the mastery that you desire over all in this world. There is only one thing that could ever bring that mastery or that victory, and it is the cosmic Christ love of which I speak, which is the actual life of the higher mental bodies of mankind and of the physical sun, and the great central sun. The immortal power of cosmic Christ love is the actual life flame from the life streams of all mankind and the physical sun, and the great central sun which sustain life in this system of worlds. So you're actually calling life the eternal perfection of life and its immortal power of that perfection into your problems, into yourselves, into the conditions of the physical octave that seem distressing. When this power surges, perfection comes in to take possession and handle that which unascended beings cannot handle. So as you charge your beings and worlds and those of your loved ones with the immortal power of the cosmic Christ, I, as the director of that power of the cosmic Christ, will see to it the power flows at your direction, and answers your call to correct conditions wherever you desire it brought forth in the physical world. In the capacity which I serve life from my great temple of the cosmic Christ, it is my joy, and my service to life to draw this power without reservation and direct it in and around you if you desire it, and to send it forth, wherever you call it into action. And their correct conditions harmoniously and permanently, that perfection may take its dominion at your command, and your limitations be now dissolved forever. In the power of that cosmic Christ love of which the flame of life in my heart is a part and is the director, I clothe you tonight in the mantle of its blazing presence, and I am determined that you shall feel the charge of power and know within yourselves what cosmic Christ love means to life. Therefore may you go forward clothed with its victorious presence, and feeling its master control over the things of the physical world that have sought to limit you but now shall snap their bonds. And you shall go forward and feel and know and see and be the victorious presence and power of cosmic Christ love from tonight, beloved ones. While you're standing, let me say one more thing: great are the powers and gifts of life. Great is the forgiveness and mercy and divine compassion of life, but love, that cosmic Christ love, is the greatest of all. And its immortal power of eternal mastery I call to clothe you and lift you above every struggle in the outer world, as you remember this tonight. Then as we go forward in the production of the picture, will you, as the vanguard of that power to the rest of mankind, blaze the light that leads the way, and you become the hope of the world to those who are seeking a way out of the darkness and have not yet found it. May the fullness of all my heart wants to do for all of you be brought now into outer fulfillment in you and through you as I give you this love tonight, and make you feel the immortal power of its mastery, until its victory blazes its sun presence around you wherever you go. And you go forward the joy of eternal perfection. The immortal power of the cosmic Christ love to this system of worlds stands now about you to take you forward to victory, to hold you insulated in its harmony, and to open the floodgates of its bounty into your use and direction in the fulfillment and manifestation in the outer of the great, divine plan of perfection. May you enjoy it with such intensity you can never forget it again in all eternity. I bid adieu in the glory of its presence and its love forever. I bid you adieu but not goodbye. Again we shall meet, and each time the power shall surge, and you become its victorious, masterful presence in the physical world to render that service which fulfills the great divine plan, until you come to us in our octave of eternal service to life. Thank you so much. Won't you be seated? December 17, 1951, Chicago, Illinois. Record CD 1280, Cassette 60143. Beloved ones of my heart, I will not hold you long tonight, but I want to show you that the world is a mirror, and into it, as you look upon its great creative activities, you may place there whatever you want to come back to you. You are the creator individualized. Your responsibility is to help govern the universe by the flame of perfection of your own life in your own heart. And the world, since its electronic substance is so very sensitive in the atmosphere about you, the world is yours to mold according to your desire. Whatever you mold into the world without will condense and become your individual world of manifestation. So if you want your world free from limitations, you must place freedom into the atmosphere about you by conscious command and the use of the great sacred fire of creation, and as you charge that. 16. Forth to life everywhere, life will give it back to you. There is no escape from your own creative activities. With every thought, feeling, and spoken word you are creating something every moment. Waking and sleeping, the waves of certain vibratory action are constantly passing off from the life in you. Therefore, unless you take the master hand, and definitely determine that the life in you shall only send forth certain rates of vibration that produce perfection into this great, universal light substance, unless you definitely determine that, whatever happens to be around you will rush into you. The world is a mirror, and therefore, as you look into it, you may command their God's perfection. And if you give the recognition of God to the outer world will recognize the God in you, your beloved I Am presence. So each one is individually responsible for anything and everything that goes forth through the energy of the outer self each day through thought, feeling, and spoken word. The vibratory action of your life's energy constantly is throwing off into the very air you breathe the qualities that are within you at the time, and as we have said before, so often that which goes forth from the mental and feeling world of an individual never gets beyond a radius of 3 feet until it comes right back into the individual, because as you send forth through your thought and feeling and your spoken word certain rates of vibration, you are breathing them back into yourself right the next instant before they can get very far away from you. So do you not see that unless the attention of the mental and feeling world is held upon the presence and comes into our octave, to there see and feel and understand the manifestations of perfection, unless you reach to our octave or to your presence, and draw that perfection into your world, how is your world going to give perfection back to you? You have, all through the centuries, my loved ones, time without number, time and again, you have reached into the outer world and drawn to yourselves what you thought was going to produce harmony or perfection or happiness for you. And every time you have done that you have been disillusioned, for whatever temporarily seems to hold that to you, unless it comes from your presence or from our octave, it has beginning and end in this world. So if it makes you happy to receive it, it makes you unhappy when you lose it. Unless you come to the eternal association with your beloved I Am presence, and with us, you do not have eternal happiness. You do not have a way and means of producing the things that you want, and then maintaining them to bring you eternal happiness. So in letting go of many of the things in the physical world that you have experimented with in the past, you are but freeing yourself, that you may reach into the unlimited and draw to yourselves that which you have not yet experienced, but that which will forever bring with it the happiness of our octave, and that you cannot lose. So it pays, my dear ones, pays very, very great dividends, to let your world be the world of your presence, and the world of our octave. Then when you command, I demand the will of God done physically here as it is in the Ascended Master's octave, then when your demand goes forth, your higher mental body is free to produce for you down here what you have never yet seen, and what may not even yet exist in the physical octave. Your higher mental body could draw from the central sun that which has never yet come into manifestation anywhere, and it would bring to you only eternal happiness and boundless illumination. Or your presence could reach into our octave and draw forth ways and means of bringing you supply, some of it from this world, some of it from our supply that you never dreamed existed, many things that would make you wonderfully happy, but which you have never yet used in this world, but which are to be used in the incoming golden age. Unless you keep the door open by your attention and your call to your blessed I am presence, and to us. You don't let us give you the new things that belong to the new age that are to be a permanent part of this world, which we want to give you because you are the channels by which it is to come into physical manifestation. We are trying to open the door for you all for the limitless supply to come to you and make your way easier and give you the way and means by which you not only master conditions in this octave, but as you draw this power into outer use in more concentrated action. It makes you able to correct conditions that are wrong, to consume mistakes, and to lock the door forever against any more in the future. It is to help you clear your world of these things that should not be that we are constantly turning your attention back to your beloved I am presence, and to us, to show you what we have. But if the outer world demands everything from you all the time, and it will not let you be still long enough to let your presence or us show you the things that are new and the things that bring eternal happiness, if it won't let you alone, then you must take a very firm stand and forbid it to have your time or attention until you listen to your beloved presence first, and to us. And after you have received in the stillness that which is right for you to do, then when you turn your attention to the outer you will know how to handle it. And it will only then produce in your world that which brings harmony and happiness to you. The incessant demand of the outer world upon your time and your attention and your energy and your things is an eternal suction, so to speak, taking away from you that which God has given. It takes your energy, your time, your attention, in order to sustain itself. It steals your life, and unless you take your stand that your life belongs to your blessed I am presence, and to us to produce eternal happiness for you, if you don't do that, the outer world will steal your life to sustain its wrong and then impose its limitations upon you. I thank you with all my heart for the decrees you have sent forth last night and tonight. We shall make the most of every opportunity to draw this cosmic fire into the physical octave, in and around you, and into conditions wherever you call it forth. We trust, with your assistance, to have very satisfactory results. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? You have no idea how much we want you free. Beloved ones, try with all your beings to demand my fire power of the freedom which we want you to have into your physical activities everywhere. 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 And charge it into the atmosphere around you. It not only will bless you and bring freedom to you, but it goes on. Just as if you threw a stone in a pool of water, the vibration travels clear to the edge of the pool. Therefore, when you call forth my fire power of all Christ freedom, it travels out everywhere into your land. It travels to touch life everywhere, and life will awaken and send it back to you. So when I said last night, it is not too much to ask that you love your neighbor as yourself, that you love each other as you have loved yourselves, that you love each other as I have loved you. We are all one life, and if you do not pour out that which blesses life, then you keep the door closed to that blessing which we can give. And because of what is needed in the nation tonight, beloved ones, it is very necessary that we give from our octave to you these various activities of the cosmic fire of creation. It is necessary that you have this sacred fire anchored around you in order for you to guard the blessings of God within your land, and hold protection for yourselves. It is necessary that the sacred fire of all creation enfold you in its blazing heart and guard you, because you are our guardians of God's blessings in this world. So go forward with a happy heart, each one of you. Keep drawing these activities of the sacred fire into your outer use, and you will find, as the fire of creation is called into the physical octave to do these things that consume the destructive forces, and release the greater blessings of God, will your worlds automatically be filled with every good thing. You cannot lack, for life will not let you lack if you do this which we have asked in order to let the sacred fire find its way everywhere in the physical world, and burn out that which has interfered with the great divine plan in its boundless blessings to mankind of earth. So, beloved ones, with all your might, pour forth this fire power of the various qualities and activities of all Christ victory. Just surge it forth. Be unconcerned about who or when or where it goes, except to charge it out everywhere around you and let us govern its special activity. As you pour it forth, 60% of its blessings remain in you and your world to perfect you more quickly and keep you in closer association with us. If, in your calls, you demand our fiery presence, visible and tangible to all, it will make it easier for us to come, and we will be able to come sooner into the outer to render that service which we give through the visible, tangible body. If you want our presence with you, then demand our fiery presence for all mankind to see, and that demand would automatically compel our presence with you in visible, tangible association. I think I've given you tonight enough of a direction to draw forth from within you the desire to do this which the cosmic law demands. As the beloved Chara once said, there is something in that call which you require, and we are waiting to come and want to come far more than you want us. You don't quite think so, but it's true, for we can love more than you. So if you will accept my tip tonight, so to speak, it will come about much sooner. The world must have us in the visible, tangible body. And when we come in that body, it is a fire body, so when you demand the cosmic fire in the physical octave and we come in that fire body, it is to do that which only the cosmic fire can do. I commend you to the enjoyment and anticipation of our closer association with you as soon as possible, here, in the physical world, that we may do that which awakens all mankind to our presence and make them know not only our reality, but our authority to correct conditions here. And none can oppose our authority. Once we appear in the visible, tangible body, human authority in this world is finished. Thank you, precious ones, with all my heart, and if you will just remain standing until I am through, it will be just a moment. Will you call the fire authority of our visible, tangible presence into the physical octave to remove human authority forever? You ask for our fire authority in the physical world to remove all human authority, and it will be greatly appreciated by us all. Thank you for your calls thus far. Thank you for your love and your loyalty and your service. To the light. Now may the fire of my love make up to you for everything you have given 1,000-fold every day until everything your heart's desire moves into outer command at your call and is sustained to bring you eternal happiness. I clothe you in the fire power of my heart's flame to be for you all that will ever bring you happiness. May you expand it without limit, and let its cosmic fire burst everywhere in the physical world until mankind can only look Godward to the mighty I Am presence, and the shadows of past mistakes become the sunshine of cosmic fiery love. I commend you to the glory of its victorious presence and the most practical power you could ever use in all eternity. Enjoy your use of it to the full, and go forward and demand your freedom. Thank you and good night. Won't you be seated, please? December 18, 1951, Chicago, Illinois. Record CD 1281. As we enter in, dear hearts, to this more intense understanding and action of the great divine fire of the universe, you will soon find, in the manifestations which it draws into outer conditions, that you have come home into the powerhouse of the universe. I remind you again tonight of the great promise of life all through the ages. Life, the mighty I Am presence, has said to mankind, "Call unto me, and I will answer thee." In regard to that, I say unto you, call unto me for my luminous presence, my fire power of cosmic Christ victory which I have now become, to manifest in and around you, and into your conditions in the physical world to fulfill the great divine plan and do the will of God. Just as surely as you call to me will I answer you. If you want to see me face to face, say so, and I will show you myself face to face. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and if you will just remain so the rest of the evening. This is why I have said long ago, I am with you always, because I intended to stay, because of my vow to life, until the rest of mankind responded to me. And now, as the cosmic Christ and the master of the fire element, I still say, I am with you always. Therefore, when you hold the picture in your mind of the luminous presence of myself and you call for me to be with you, I am there, and I will stay there until the fire power of my life has raised you into my perfection. I promise this to life, and if you will help me fulfill that promise in outer physical manifestation, you will find me very real and very tangible, and an ever-present help in time of trouble. Call unto me, and I will answer thee. Forget not to use my luminous presence in blazing white fire, knowing it is my fire power of the cosmic Christ victory which I am now become, and which must be drawn into the physical world in order to consume the impurity and raise mankind into the perfection which I manifested for the freedom of life. When we love life, then we are ever mindful of our service and duty and opportunity to bless that life with eternal perfection, and the happiness that ever goes on expanding throughout creation. And the life which we bless and raise to greater perfection forever comes back to bless us. If you will help me fulfill my promise to life, I can but bless you. I have nothing to give you but perfection and love. You cannot receive from me anything but the fire power of love's perfection. Call unto me, and that is what you shall receive. Therefore, when you call my victory into this world, or the fire power of my victory into the physical conditions of this world, you are helping me to raise all on this earth into the victory and the perfection of the love which I am. So if it be difficult, sometimes, to pour forth the cosmic Christ love to conditions that need purifying and perfecting, if you will hold my luminous presence in those conditions in blazing white fire, that being the victory of my cosmic Christ love which I am now, that fire can go into the conditions and consume that which is not love. And after you have held the conditions in the luminous presence of myself in blazing white fire, you will not find it difficult to pour the cosmic Christ love that protects and sustains the perfection that has been brought forth by your recognition of me. When it is difficult for you to love the world, use my luminous presence in white fire, for it is not difficult for me. I long ago became the cosmic Christ love into which nothing else can enter. Therefore, when I come in that luminous presence and pour my fire power there, of purity and perfection of eternal love, it is not difficult, precious ones. It seems so for you because you are still in the vibratory action of the octave in which the discord manifests. But I no longer manifest any connection with discord. The very intensity of the fire power of my love consumes the discord and raises the energy and substance into the perfection of my love. Therefore, if it is difficult for you to pour cosmic Christ love into this world, at least you can hold the picture of my luminous presence and give the call for the fire power of my victorious love to come into persons, places, conditions, and things. And let the fire of my love produce the blessing in this world which love alone can give, and which love must be called forth into this world if hatred and destruction are to be removed. So when you cannot seem to feel the cosmic Christ love necessary to perfect certain conditions in this world, you certainly can call forth my luminous presence, and acknowledge my fire power of that victorious love, and demand its victory into the condition. And let my love and its cosmic fire do in the world what needs to be done. And after the condition is changed, it will not be difficult for you to pour cosmic Christ love into the condition, that it may be protected against further discord. Therefore, in your use of my luminous presence, I will love the world for you until you, too, become the Christ and pour forth the fire power of cosmic love that is the great transmuting activity throughout the world. This is the flame of the transfiguration. And the flame of the resurrection and the flame of the ascension are all the fire power of my love. Therefore, whichever one you call forth in or around yourselves, you will find my love at work, raising, transmuting, purifying, and perfecting that which has been enfolded in my luminous presence, until the fullness of eternal perfection manifests to take its place in the universe and forever expand its happiness through all life. So I have given you a secret tonight of pouring love into the world that is darkened by hate. And so you see, the door is open by which love can be the authority in this world, and rules as is intended. If you will let me render this service, then you shall not have cause to regret it. The world must have our love or sink into oblivion. Love is the only thing that can save, and the firepower of my victorious love is ever yours to use without limit. And as you use it, will you find yourselves becoming it? And then love will not be difficult for you to give in to conditions that need purifying. The great law of life is very wonderful in its gift of the sacred fire into the use of mankind. So tonight, may I remind you to charge yourselves with the firepower of my strength of cosmic Christ love, and you will not find the bodies weary. You will not find a sense of weakness manifesting, because I assure you, my cosmic Christ love is not weak. It is the firepower of long centuries of use, and it brings strength that nothing else can give. If I were you, I would charge myself with the firepower of cosmic Christ's strength, for were you to draw that fire in and around you of cosmic Christ's strength, it means the strengthening of the outer structure by the fire of our love, which is the law of everlasting life. Within that fire is the youth and the beauty you have sought so long. You have scarcely thought of my luminous presence as a rejuvenating agent, have you? But it is in reality, and when you become more aware of all that is within the firepower of my cosmic Christ love, the more you understand that, by your use of it, the closer you will draw to me in the visible, tangible body, and the more of my power can you have for use in the physical octave. So precious ones, I may not stay long these evenings when we commune together for a short while, but each time I come, I will give you one thing that is paramount, which is easy to remember. And then by your use of that will you make it your own, and as it becomes a part of you, you will find no longer the veils between. It takes the firepower of our love to consume the veils that are on your side of life. They are not on mine. I didn't build them. Therefore, if you use my luminous presence, knowing it is heavily charged with the firepower of my cosmic Christ victory, my cosmic Christ love, it will burn out everything that is a veil between us. And may I say, it is the great crucible in which your problems can be dissolved, your mistakes consumed and corrected, and the dominion you have sought so long becomes yours to use as the scepter of power in the physical world, to do that which nothing else can do except our firepower of victorious love. My dear ones, it is a secret, and yet it is no secret. It is ever before the use of mankind, but if they do not understand it or do not use it, they cannot have its blessing. It is just one of those magnificent gifts of life which forever release its blessing only through use. Now, since you have been told to call forth the authority of cosmic Christ love to rule the world in order to consume the hate that sustains war, then this is a very important part of your use of the sacred fire to that end. So when it seems difficult, because of individuals' creations, to pour the love that would solve the situation, you can certainly hold the picture of my luminous presence in blazing white fire. And as it descends to do its perfect work, and you hold it there with clear vision, the authority of cosmic Christ love becomes the law in action there that raises that into the perfection that I promised when I said, if I be lifted up, I will draw all mankind unto me and into a like perfection. My luminous presence is ever with you, very real. A scepter of power and failure is impossible. I commend you to the joy of its use, the victory of its freedom, and the glory of its protection, that you may feel secure against that which is not love. The firepower of my victorious cosmic love, the cosmic Christ of eternity, is master forever, and I fear naught. And neither will you fear when you feel the luminous presence and firepower of that love wrap itself about a condition or a person or a place, and they're set to work to make that part of the universe the victory of my love forever. And love is the fulfilling of the law. Now you know secrets that individuals have sought the world over to attain and yet did not understand. Yet to you it is plain. It is simple. You have but to try it out and find the power of my victorious love concentrated in the firepower of my luminous presence. Just let its flame blaze and do for you that which you cannot do for yourselves as yet, until love has expanded more in you its authority and power over the energy of your own feeling world. So to its victory and freedom do I commend you tonight. To my luminous presence, visible and tangible to you all, do I call your attention, that love may reign supreme. This is one of my gifts at this time of the year when my heart would so gladly consume from the earth that which is not its love. May you know me from tonight in a very much more powerful, all-controlling, personal way than you have ever known before, for I am coming closer into the outer for that hour when I consume from the earth that which sought to destroy me. To that victory do I hold your attention, and my love shall call you until you arise eternally free. Thank you with my heart's fire power of that love tonight, ever abiding within you and around you, and giving you the strength to go forward to victory and hold the protection of that which serves the light. Thank you with my heart's love for this hour. December 3, 1951 Chicago, Illinois Record SG 2059 AB, Cassette 60302. Beloved ones of my heart, as we come closer into the atmosphere of Earth, you will feel us more and more each day, and as you enter into the release of your own expanding victory of cosmic Christ fire, you will become more and more one with us. It is necessary that mankind turn their attention to us and make the call. We have offered to come as close into the outer physical atmosphere as the bodies of the people can stand at the present time. But those of you who are using these activities of the cosmic fire, and the violet consuming flame can prepare yourselves, you can prepare conditions around you to more quickly receive us than the majority of people in the outer world. In coming through the atmosphere of Earth, because of its density and its discord, we ourselves are clothed in certain powers of the cosmic fire. But even then we have to lower the intensity of that to a certain point before we contact some of the conditions in the outer that need to be corrected. But the mass of mankind, if they want release and relief from this which is their own creation, then they must understand our reality, accept us, and call for us to come into their world of affairs and do for them what they cannot do for themselves. In the general acceptance of me in orthodox channels, they call to me through prayer and ask for help, but they do not call for my visible, tangible presence with them. Only an occasional individual has wanted to see me intensely enough to call with continued determination enough to cause the cosmic law to act so I might appear and reveal myself to them for the accomplishment of that which assists them. But since the Antichrist has, to some degree, been accepted by so many of mankind because of their human desires, then there must come the swing of the pendulum the other way, and there must come the desire for my visible, tangible presence with them. And that desire would cause them to make the call for my descent into the outer, that they might receive assistance. Now when you understand the power of the great central sun magnet in the universe, and know that the power in your own heart's flame to reach up to that which is greater than yourselves and draw down its assistance to you, then the power of the great central sun magnet comes into outer physical action more quickly to release you, because the feeling in the unfed flame in your heart is an action of the great central sway magnet that, if allowed to follow the attention with love in the feeling, would reach to whatever height of attainment you desired, and draw back to you that which love alone can give. There are certain gifts that cannot and never will be given to mankind, and cannot act in this world, except the law of love be obeyed within the individual enough to permit the action of the great central sun magnet to draw those gifts into your outer use. And therefore, as you acknowledge your expanding victory of cosmic Christ fire, which is the love from the great central sun that purifies all, then that will permit many things to come into your outer use much more quickly than otherwise would be. Now I want to take you into the intense feeling of not only the reality of our presence, but the intense feeling of that unfed flame in your heart reaching up with the power of the great central sun magnet and its mighty love, to come to us and draw back that which our love wants to give you. If you will call for the outer self to be charged with the feeling of our outpouring of the unfed flame, it will more easily keep the outer self in a balanced condition that is continually aware of our presence, because you must feel us long before you see us. And most people do. It is not difficult at this time for us to make ourselves felt in you, be a sudden surge of the electrical force that all of you have felt from time to time. It is easy for us to charge a light ray in and around you, carrying our love to give you the actual physical sensation of that greater power which is within our love. We have all come to you through your feeling world many, many times. And you have been aware of us, you knew us, and you accepted that as the physical sensation changed. But if you were to take conscious command of the energy in your feeling world and command it to feel not only the reality of our presence, but the fire and the power of our presence in and around you to control conditions and keep them harmonious continuously until we came, our presence to you would come about very much more quickly. You see, so much takes place in the energy of the feeling world that mankind do not understand. But the cosmic law demands that it be obeyed, and therefore your release comes in definitely taking the energy of your feeling world in hand, and forbidding it to ever again register one vibration that is not the eternal purity of our love and the power of our sacred fire. You can just as well order the energy in your feeling world to refuse acceptance to any vibration that is not our eternal love and purity, and peace as you could close a door and keep out a draft or anything that you did not want. But it takes conscious command established hourly and daily, until the habit is set in the feeling world of being alert and aware that the moment discord approached, or there was the slightest indication of anything that is not perfection, the feeling world would instantly be charged with the vibratory action that would insulate it, and refuse acceptance to any vibration from outer world conditions that is not the perfection for which you call. And if I were you, I would charge the energy of my feeling world many times a day with the fiery perfection of the Ascended Master's feeling, because this is your guard. You have not used our feeling, precious ones. You have been aware of discord in your own feeling world and you have used your violet flame some, but consciously command the energy in your emotional world, your feeling world, to feel the fire of our love, our fiery perfection that will never accept anything of discord. Then our actual energy in you, the radiation from our own heart's flame, would come into the energy of your feeling world and would qualify it with our eternal power that forever refuses acceptance to discord. Through constant talking, through your attention on outer things, through the general turmoil in the atmosphere of Earth, mankind generates certain rates of vibration that attract to themselves more of their kind. And therefore, in order to shut off that which disturbs you, you should definitely take command of the energy of your feeling world and charge it with our fire presence, our fire perfection, and our fire command that naught but our perfection could be allowed to register in your feeling world. Because the energy of your feeling world, being one with the energy of all mankind, is vibrating within a certain octave, or certain frequencies of vibration, and since those play everywhere in the feeling world of mankind, unless you raise that to the attunement of our feeling world and the fire of our perfection, you are at any time likely to be touched by those outer conditions unless our fire comes into you. And this has been the purpose of my charging into you, calling your attention for the use of my fire presence. If you demand that all the energy in your feeling world be now made my fire presence of eternal perfection, that never allows any outer vibration to touch it, you would go serenely on your way accomplishing one gigantic thing after another. And you would not know what delay or interruption or opposition would be. You're going to have to charge the energy of your feeling world with our cosmic fire if you are going to remain independent of and eternally untouched by the vibratory action that is the disturbance of the outer world. And just as surely as you put on a raincoat or a warm cloak to go out into a change of atmosphere, will you have to put on our activities of the cosmic fire if you are to move among conditions of the outer world and not be touched by their discord, or their dominating activity that swings to control the rest of mankind. I plead with you, take definite time. It only takes a moment, if your feelings become disturbed, to stop an instant and demand that your blessed I am presence, and any one of us charge our fire presence of our eternal cosmic fire of perfection into all the energy of your feeling world. That would stop instantly any vibratory action that was discordant. It would purify the substance, and it would form about you an atmosphere of the sacred fire. And you are going to need this, my dear ones. Were you just to take the energy of your feeling world in hand and charge this fire into it continuously, your violet consuming flame, or the unfed flame, or the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim, or the sevenfold flame of any quality that you might require, and then you just keep charging that into the energy of your feeling world, you would soon come to the point, when you used our fire presence of perfection without limit, you would soon come to the point where illness could never touch you. Epidemics could not register. Discord would not connect with your energy. The main focus of the sinister force to connect with an individual's energy is directly into the feeling world, and therefore if you feel our fire presence of perfection into the energy of your world, if you feel us deeply enough, we will be there in the tangible body. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now I have a very important reason for stressing this tonight. If you will do this and keep the energy of your feeling world charged with our fire presence of perfection of eternity, just charge it in there and be unconcerned. When this reaches a certain momentum and we are able to come to you, there will not be the time again when we would have to recede and you would miss us. Once we come, we could come continuously, or at least from time to time as the requirement presented itself. And then there would be no more experience of being separated from us, when you knew that at any moment, Because of the sacred fire in your own feeling world, we could always reach to you and you could reach up to us. It is so easy, it is so simple, it is so real, it is so powerful, it is so tangible that we want you to have this as soon as possible. You have but to still the constant, incessant vibratory action of the feeling world. You have but to settle the constant disturbance in the energy of your feeling world in order to let our fire presence come into you and hold command and still the outer self, until we appear and give you the assistance from time to time that can only come in the visible, tangible body. Just learn to control the feeling, the energy of your emotional world. If you want it still, compel it to be still and be at peace in that stillness, instead of under a strain and tension of trying to hold it when it wants to wiggle all the time. There is a vast difference between the mastery of the sacred fire of our perfection, and just the domination of the human will that holds control of it for a while and then lets it have its own way again. The wiggles in the outer self are something incessant. It's just like the waves of the ocean, they're just going somewhere all the time. And that's due to human desire, because that outer self has never been taught obedience to the mighty I Am presence, and stillness until it could feel the love in the great silence. Anytime you want to control this outer self, command it to be still and feel the love in the great silence, for that does not have any turmoil within it. Once you enter deep into that love of the great silence, you will begin to see the light, and the light will hold your attention and reveal to you what you require if the body is kept quiet. But if the light begins to come and the presence starts to reveal to you that which you want to know, if the body is allowed to wiggle, you have changed the vibratory action like that, and the light is gone. But when you command our fire presence of eternal perfection to charge into and qualify all the energy of your feeling world, you will come into a peace, that when you enter into the great silence, and its love there begins to give you its blessing and show you in the light that which you need to know, the outer self will not rob you of the gift that your presence, or any one of us would be able to give you from the light in the great silence. If that is left undisturbed, we could reveal to you anything, and you would never make another mistake. But if you enter into the stillness and begin to let the light come, and then the body has got the wiggles again, just as sure as you breathe will you find the light close off. Because the very vibratory action of restlessness in the feeling world is due to tension that won't let the light come through. If you keep filling yourselves with my fire presence of eternal perfection of any special quality you desire, whether you feel discomfort or not should not make any difference with your application. Keep charging this through at least once an hour, day after day, and in 30 days you'll be amazed at the difference of the relaxation of the body, the health, the poise, the response of the body conditions to the greater perfection which is within my fire presence of eternity. We are hoping that with enough calls for this descent of the cosmic fire that certain things will be avoided. Only time will tell. As you go on in the most intense use of it that you can understand at this time, we are trusting that you will so enjoy the use of it that we can draw the intensity of the power required to prevent certain conditions within the nation taking their toll through viciousness. It is quite important that those who know this law keep charging themselves with our fire presence, our expanding victory, our cosmic Christ love, and those activities from our octave that are authority in your world to hold protection for that which is of the light, and to insulate you from anything that would be of destruction. If you want the flame of love from my heart, demand that it qualify the energy of your feeling world, and I will qualify it, because I said if I be lifted up, I would draw all mankind unto me. Therefore, when your attention is upon me and the flame of love in my heart, I am that instant drawing the energy of your world, raising it closer into the perfection of the sacred fire and cosmic Christ victory which I am now become. Every time you turn your attention to me, you are raised. A certain proportion of the energy of the outer self is drawn into my light, and it begins to purify and control that energy into the perfection which I am become, which I have the right to project. The outer world has drawn your energy and qualified it with its destruction and problems and limitations and disappointments. Do you not see how the law of energy is ever acting, and if you let your attention come to us, then our sacred fire qualifies that with the perfection from our octave, and that automatically lifts you out of the conditions that have been your distress. So when I said, I am with you always, I meant that, because when my attention is on you to help you, I am coming to you closer than you dream. I have desired to help all mankind become Ascended as I am, therefore when your attention comes to me or you call my fire presence into yourselves, we are drawing closer and closer, and the hour comes when it is inevitable that we meet face to face. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now when you call my love into a condition or I send that love into a turbulent condition to change it, my love is dynamically powerful. It's not just a soft wave of ease and peace. The fire of my love is terrific, positive force. When I commanded the waves to be still, it took force to control those waves, and it was the fire of my love that mastered them. When I said, peace, be still, there was fire that went out over the water element and controlled it. When I have called the fire into action to correct conditions in people's minds and bodies, I spoke with authority, and the cosmic fire, which was my love to life, was dynamic force and mastered the energy in the destructive condition. So try to realize, when you charge the energy of your feeling world with my fire presence of eternal perfection, you are going to become positive. And that's what you need if you are going to throw off destructive conditions that have intruded themselves into the energy and substance of your world. When you go deep into the heart of the great silence, you become very still, but very positive, because if you don't remain positive you go to sleep, and then you don't come where you thought you wanted to go. So my dear ones, in order to be the healing presence wherever you abide to assist others, charge yourselves and others with my fire presence of eternal perfection, and know that that fire blazes there until it changes everything into the dynamic, positive love which is the perfection of our octave. That is what the world has to have if they are going to have peace. This fire has to come into physical conditions, and therefore, when you call the fire presence of myself or the great angel or the Elohim or any of the cosmic beings or the ascended masters, you will immediately feel a dynamic, positive force come into yourselves that carries the feeling of our mastery in that sacred fire. I give it to you to use without reservation, and every time you make that call, that flame shall come, and make you feel its control over every condition in the physical world until destruction lets go, and distress and limitations and mistakes and problems are driven into the violet consuming flame until they are purified, and all is given back into the possession and control of the higher mental body. So I clothe you again tonight in the dynamic force of my fire presence of eternal perfection. Within it is my feeling and victory and power of mastery of the cosmic Christ, which I am now become. May the fire of my love keep its dynamic power around you as its protection and supply and limitless assistance, until you come face to face with us while yet unascended. May the hour come quickly wherein we may accomplish that which must be done under those conditions, and which will forever bring you great joy and boundless victory. With my light I clothe you, with my love I hold you. With my energy of the sacred fire I protect and bless you and hold you sustained until the victory of your own, blessed I am presence, takes its dominion in you and you go forward to your appointed destiny and mastery through the power of that sacred fire. May its dynamic force and its everlasting love clear your world and consume all veils between us, until once again we walk hand in hand and side by side, and ever in that flame abide. I thank you. April 13, 1952 Santa Fe, New Mexico Record SG 2022 AB, Cassette 60304. Beloved of my heart, as we enter into the great heartbeat of the life and peace and love and purity from the heart of creation, the mighty I am presence in the great central sun, I ask you to feel with me the master power that is my heart's gift of love to you. Long ago did I promise to remain with you always, and since my life is one with your life, my love is one with your love, my power is one with the power of your life, then I am forever present with you. Try to feel with every fiber of your being the oneness of the great sacred fire of the love of God's heart. And if you will remember in the statement which I gave to mankind, in order to bring the power of my love closer into the daily life of all on earth, I said, I am with you always. And there is nothing in the universe that 53 can prevent my love pouring to your life always, therefore, in my love, I am with you always. In the statement which I gave that I am the open door that no man can shut, I ask you to feel the authority of my life stream which I have now become in the cosmic Christ, to use that authority of love to make all feel my presence, even those who have denied me, even those who have defied me. I can make them feel the presence of my life, therefore, I am the open door that no man can shut into the love in the heart of creation, the great God presence of the mighty I am. in the statement which I left that I am the resurrection and the life, then the love of my heart is the animating power to draw all life up into higher and higher vibratory action in every sphere of activity, until it becomes perfection manifest. When I said, I am the light, the way, and the truth, I say to you again, the flame of love in my heart pours forth the radiation that produces what you call visible light. The love flame in my heart is the law, the true way of life, the law of perfection, the law of balance, the law of blessing for eternity. When I said, 1 a.m. the way, then I say to you and shall say forever, the love in my heart which is my life's perfection is the way all life is intended to manifest in this world, and is the only way that life ever provided to produce perfection. Mankind were never intended to go through the distress and the limitation and the destruction of their own human desire. Therefore when I said, I am in ye, ye are in me, we are all together in the Father, then the love of my life, my consciousness, is in you when I direct it to you. And I have directed it to all life everywhere forever. Therefore the life in you responds to my love, and I can draw forth from you, from within you, the eternal divine desires of the God life within you to produce perfection in perfect manifestation everywhere in the universe. Therefore, through my love and through your love which I call forth from within your life, we are together within the great God life of the universe. Do you not see how we are never separated? Then why do you not see me? You can, you have in the past, and you shall again. Believe me, my loved ones, you shall see me again. Thank you, beloved ones. Won't you be seated, please? When I said to the beloved mighty I Am Presence, which I called the Father to those who were associated with me when I promised that, if I be lifted up, I will draw all mankind unto me, I knew the law of love of which I spoke. And therefore when I gave my promise to abide with you even until the end of the world, the end of the human world of discord, which is but mankind's unfortunate creation, but it is not the end of the physical world nor the physical octave, for my love shall redeem. My love is the Master Christ presence of the universe. My love shall be felt by all that lives, and that love shall rule supreme. I ask you to feel me closer every hour, for I am coming into the atmosphere of earth with a power of cosmic light which is my love and my gift to life, that the shadows may be consumed in the light of my love. When light appears, where do the shadows go? And when my love, the flame of love from my heart, blazes through the minds and bodies and the mental and feeling world of mankind, where can hate abide? Do you not see the supreme scepter, the power of life that the great cosmic law has given unto me and which I give unto you? Did I not say that whatsoever the Father giveth unto me, I give unto you? When I give you the love of my heart, I give you the life from my Father, the mighty I Am Presence. When I give you the light of my love, I give you the power that consumes the shadows. When I draw your light up into the greater light of the cosmic Christ, then I am forever with you. Do you not see that life and light and love are the triune activity, the activity of the Trinity of light that produces perfect manifestation and is ever surging to assist you to be free? Therefore, feel my closeness, and when you call my luminous presence, there I am, within that to give you assistance even as those great cosmic manifestations throughout the ages that have come forth from the great realms of perfection ever watch the people of earth. And as the shadows gather, the great beings who govern the destiny of systems of worlds ever bring forth the greater light wherever the shadows seem to accumulate. And since I said, I am the light of the world, then I say to you in this hour of mankind's hatred and war and discord and selfishness, I say to you, I stand within the light of God that never fails, and that ever pours forth its love to prevent destructive forces accomplishing that which they have planned. Therefore, I am in the midst of the world. I have overcome the world by the light of my love. And the power of my heart to raise again the creation of this earth into the perfection that is intended shall surge forth in the cosmic fire, which I pour forth until mankind behold me face to face. I have said I would make myself visible, and I shall keep my word to life. When you understand that the great law of love is the law of the light of all creation, for light that which you term physical light is the radiation of love from the source of life and light to this earth. Your physical sun, the great central sun, the radiation of light to the individual, is the pouring forth of the love from each life stream into the outer, so that each personal self becomes aware of that beloved I Am Presence who pours its light into the physical body. That it may be a living thing to glorify the source that gives all life, the mighty I Am Presence in the great central sun, I said, Ask the Father what ye will in my name, and that he will give unto you. Therefore, when you know that I am now become the cosmic Christ, and that my name means the light of love eternal, then when you give your command in my name, the law of love, the law of light eternal, the miracle light of all manifestation rushes to fulfill your call. My luminous presence is real. Is not your love real when you pour it forth? Then my love is real when I pour it forth. And my love carries my luminous presence within it, and where the light of my presence appears, my love takes command, and the fulfillment of the law moves into action to set life free. Try to know with every fiber of your beings that I am nearer to you than hands and feet. I am closer than breathing, for when my love pours its feeling into you, light manifests in and around you. And soon will come the time when the light which I pour forth to individuals in response to their calls to me can be easily photographed, even by that mechanical perfection to which you have attained thus far. When you call forth the master powers of the victorious cosmic Christ, you will find those powers coming into your outer association and contact. You will find yourselves able to do things that years ago you could not do. Therefore, when you want the mastery of cosmic Christ power, call it forth. If it is my love that you require, then that would automatically flow to you. If it were the assistance of those of the angelic host who are the guardians of many of mankind's activities, then their love would come to assist you. And when you want the Master Christ presence as the ruler of your world, you will have that presence answer your calls. If you want the Master Christ government of your land, if you want the Master Christ conditions within your borders, then make the call in my name, and that which I have now become I will place at your service to help bring about the perfection that blesses all. Be not concerned with the frightful, destructive plans of those who are bound in the darkness of their own destructive desires. Know with every fiber of your being that your beings and worlds are now filled with the Master Christ desires that, like a mighty, blazing sun, raise you out of contact with limitations that are of but the shadows. The limitations of this world, my dear ones, are not eternal. Therefore, if you want the freedom of my heart, then the light of my love can show you the way. Then I am the light, the way, and the truth. I can give you everything that is contained with light and contained within love. But you must someday become the Master Christ presence also, and in your use of these greater powers of your own life streams, and in your calls to us. The great cosmic law permits our assistance to you until the full illumination comes by which your own mastery is expressed over the conditions in this world. But from now on, demand the Master Christ victory in your world, because that is where it is required, and that is what we want you to help us manifest to correct conditions in the physical octave. When you demand the Master Christ powers, the Master Christ victory in the conditions of this world, then the light of our love and the love of the sacred fire surges into the energy and substance that have already been used discordandi. And there comes the great outpouring of those powers of the sacred fire that compel change to take place that forever produces perfection. Everything in this world is changing all the time, and as you pour forth the great sacred fire through your call and you demand the Master Christ victory in the world by which you are surrounded, you become like an eternal fountain. Like a blazing sun that forever surges forward its mighty assistance and its power to consume what is wrong, to expand and protect what is right, to accomplish that which fulfills the divine plan. And then you will find that the will of God on earth is the use of the great love flame of your own, blessed I am presence, pouring forth its light at your command to produce perfection that brings happiness to all. Be not concerned with individuals other than to call forth the flame of love from my heart to purify and shut off all human desires. The one great desire of life, all the life that is from the mighty I am presence, in the great central sun is to expand its love to bring happiness and the light that produces perfect manifestation. And you, my dear ones, each day, can be a mighty sun, drawing the love from the heart of creation and pouring its light into outer conditions with a joy that nothing else has ever given you or ever will. You do not yet know the joy of pouring out love so intensely that illumines the atmosphere in which you move. That is the joy to which I refer, for I assure you, it is an extreme joy to use these great powers of light that all come from the one mighty heart flame of love. The universe itself came forth from the heart of love. The system of worlds to which you belong is sustained by the heart of love. And since I am called the Prince of Peace to the earth, Then there must come love enough through those I love and who love me to bring into outer conditions that which redeems the world. And I assure you, nothing will redeem this world, but the love which is manifested by that violet consuming flame to which your blessed Saint Germain has turned your attention. And since that violet flame flows forth direct from the heart of your blessed I Am Presence through your own heart, then I assure you, to use this great power of the magnificent love of the universe will keep your attention off the destructive conditions that must change and be dissolved and consumed and raised into the perfection that comes alone from love. Life itself, in its perfect dominion and manifestation throughout all systems of worlds, is the ever-giving, joyous activity of producing light that is radiated through love. Love is the powerhouse of the universe. It is the treasure house from which every perfect idea comes forth. Within that cosmic Christ love, the master love of cosmic Christ perfection from your blessed I Am Presence, there abides every idea and every desire that can keep you happy. When you once understand that the eternal divine desires of the master Christ love of the universe are those desires which produce only happiness and contentment, you will not waste your time on the ephemeral things of this world that are here one instant and gone the next, and leave in their train misery to be experienced for centuries to come. God does not operate nor manifest the universe on any such plan as that. The great power of love, the great divine plan of love, the great divine desires of the ascended host whose love manifests systems of worlds that bring only joy to life, that is the divine design of all eternity. And it but takes your attention there and your call there and the return of your energy there to make you become that presence of perfection. And then its full master Christ powers come into your outer use and your outer direction, and then the limitations of earth can no longer appear. They dare not approach, and they cannot longer touch you. Oh! I offer you freedom today that abides only in the light that comes forth from pouring forth the cosmic Christ love of your blessed I Am Presence, and from the great host of ascended masters who have offered you their love, who have offered you their use of their ascended master consciousness, and have stood your guardians and offer you their protection. Go no longer the way of the world. Come our way of perfection, and let me prove to you what the happiness of our love can produce in your world that all mankind together could never create. Let me show you the difference between the use of the great creative powers of the Master Christ Presence, the beloved I Am, and the magnificent things that are created to glorify the source of perfection, and then look at mankind's creation and tell me, if you will, if there is any intelligence there in that way of life. Believe me, my loved ones, learn to create as we do. Learn to pour forth the flame of love that illumines the atmosphere wherever you abide. Then you become a son of its presence, and its very glory produces happiness to all who gaze upon it. Our way of life is wisdom indeed. There must come the manifestations produced by those who are yet unascended, but who, using this law and giving obedience to its mighty requirements, stand before the world the living proof of the truth of my words. Then you become those who bear witness to the great law I have taught, and the manifestations I produced will come again at your command. Oh! There was so much that was given in those early days to the disciples, and those who followed me, that the rest of the world could not have at that time. If you will give me your attention again, if you will call in my name, if you will give this obedience, and if you use your violet flame, we shall go along the pathway of life, a credit to the source of all, the mighty I Am Presence. And the glorifying activities of your divine desires expressed in the physical world will bring you the happiness, the contentment, and the Master Christ powers by which you may design what you will, and leave it an eternal blessing to the world to lead others on until they, too, use the Master Christ powers of life to do that which life intends in compelling perfection everywhere that brings happiness supreme to all. Waste no time on the discordant conditions of the outer world. Use every moment, every ounce of your energy, to call forth the Master Christ love of creation that illumines mankind, forces them to see the light that love alone can manifest, until it reveals to them the power that is their master forever. Certain discordant conditions of the outer world must be removed. Their filth must be consumed, but the power that does the consuming is the Master Christ Presence of the great violet consuming flame, the blessing of eternal love and mercy and forgiveness to the earth. Command your attention to come into our octave, and you demand the illumination that teaches you what we know this great cosmic Master Christ love of the universe can do for you. You demand, and we will fulfill your call. If you will do this, it will keep you cut free from the conditions that are drawing the mass of mankind into such suffering and limitation. Then you, as the eternal rock of power supreme from that Master Christ presence, your blessed I Am presence, you stand the strength of eternity. You blaze the light of God that never fails. You are the being of cause alone, and that cause the love from the heart of the central sun that produces all manifestation that is to be made eternal, all manifestation that carries happiness and blessing to the whole universe forever. Therefore, if it is the power of love which is to redeem the earth, then that love must come and produce light in the physical octave. This light must come into the brain structure of mankind if they are to have consciousness that produces perfection. Mankind has used the faculties of their intellects to produce the conditions of chaos and destruction in the world today. I say to you, call forth the Master Christ mind of the victorious, mighty I Am presence, into yourselves and into conditions to be the intelligence and the power and the love of the sacred fire that corrects the mistakes of the past, and brings about the adjustment that can provide the conditions where peace may once again become the law of your land and the law of the earth. I shall forever remain in this world to assist it until the last shadow of that which should never have come into being is dissolved, and consumed by the light of my heart's love. Therefore it is no idle imagination when people have seen my visible, tangible presence, when people have photographed my presence. In answer to those who have called to me for assistance, then I have answered them. I have revealed myself to thousands, and I shall reveal myself to thousands more. I shall reveal myself until everything that lives sees me once again in the physical octave. Thank you, beloved ones, and while you're standing just a moment, will you feel yourselves clothed in my luminous presence? Give me your calls. Give me your attention. Hold the picture of my luminous presence, and command what ye will to do the will of God, and see whether I manifest myself or not. You are coming to the time when the atmosphere about you will become sensitized to the point of visibility for your opportunity to see those who are drawing closer into the lower atmosphere of Earth to help purify conditions here will be seen by many. Won't you be seated, please? In order to hold mankind's attention away from that which seeks to destroy them, there must come a shock to the world, a shock of light and of power and of love which every human being will know is the truth and the reality of life. Therefore, when I say to you, give me your calls, give me your attention, hold the picture of my luminous presence, then ask for the fulfillment of the great divine plan that sets all life free from all that is not love and the light of eternal perfection. Do your part, and the great cosmic law of our octave will as surely open the floodgates to you and prove the truth of the words I have spoken. I am ready to have the world prove me. I am ready to reveal the truth of the cosmic Christ, which I am now become, and it seems to me, the world should be ready for something besides its own experiments with its own desires. I am ready to reveal myself, and to those who understand the law which I have sought to teach mankind, and which is constantly being revealed more and more in mankind's outer activities, there comes the hour when the two meet. And when that occurs, others beside myself who are ascended and govern the destiny of the earth shall come to mankind, and once again there shall be the age where the gods of creation, the one great presence of the mighty I Am, and those great messengers who throughout the ages have brought their love to the people of earth, shall once again walk the earth with mankind, visible and tangible, until the uncertainty, the doubt and the fear of ignorance and deliberate rebellion are removed forever from the life of this world. When I said, I am the resurrection and the life, then if I am, through my love, in every particle of life that exists, then when I command my love and its light to go forth to life and raise that life into the great perfection that God intends, then I am the resurrection and the life in all life, raising it into the perfection which I am now become. Therefore, my loved ones, know that the love of my heart is real. Try me out and see whether my love will do for you that which you cannot yet do for yourselves. Love is the most magnificent power in all the universe. It is the very light of life itself, and the great cosmic Christ love of which I am speaking ever awaits your call into the physical octave of mankind to reveal its greater powers of perfection, that life everywhere may expand its glory to the source from whence it comes. Therefore, my dear ones, as you go forward, knowing the light of my heart and the flame of its love ever goes before you and will produce any kind of perfection you call forth, know how real I am. Know how close I am. Know what my command can do for life, to do for you whatever is required to produce perfection. The purpose of releasing the great love of life and its cosmic light is to produce perfection in manifestation. Therefore, when I give you my love, I give you the perfection of my life, and when I pour my life and my love into you and your affairs, into your world, into all that lives, perfection must come into being, perfection must come into action, perfection must hold command. Beloved ones of my heart, try to feel hourly closer and closer to me, feel my power grow greater and greater in you. For when the power of my love pours its light into your energy of your life, it expands perfection in you and your world. And in that expanding action there is always a raising power that takes place, and lifts you out of connection with the lesser manifestations of life. Give me your attention and give me your calls, and I will give you my attention, and I will answer those calls, that you will find me an eternal friend of that miracle of light whose love is authority and power supreme everywhere forever. There is no place where my love cannot go. There is no place in the universe where I cannot send my love. There is no place where light of my love cannot manifest. There is no part of manifestation anywhere that I cannot understand and command be lifted and expanded into greater perfection. Therefore, as I pour my blessings to you to fill your world with more blessings, my cosmic power becomes greater as the Master Christ presence of the victorious I Am. Try to know with every fiber of your being what it means when you say, I am the Master Christ. Authority of perfection. I am the Master Christ presence of the victorious miracle Christ. These are various activities of the greater powers of your blessed I Am presence to produce conditions in outer manifestation, wherever you call them forth, and turn your attention to releasing life from the discord that has been the misuse of God's mighty energy and life and substance. If, with those of us who are guarding the destiny of your nation, you stand feeling your closeness, your oneness with us, feel our power of light in you, because when we send a feeling of love to you to enfold the physical form, to bring peace within the feelings or to purify the conditions around you, the feeling of our love is power from our octave, and that is ever expanding and ever raising everything it contacts into its own greater perfection. And when you call forth the fiery, miracle Master Christ presence into the conditions of your physical world, you will find mastery a very real, tangible, practical thing. It is but a command of your attention and the concentration of all your energy to this acceptance, and use of our heart's flame of the Master Christ love of the universe. Try me out and see whether it produces the perfection that makes discord cease at your command, and reveals to your fellow man the hope of eternity. When I said, if I be lifted up, I will draw all mankind unto me, then by the very intensity of my love to you I shall awaken you into the use of your divine powers of the Master Christ presence of the mighty I Am. Until your desire to use those powers to fulfill the divine desires of your life stream shall bring you such a thrill of joy, shall reveal to you such mastery and such freedom, that never again will you look to the shadows. But your happiness will come from there where eternal command is obeyed everywhere that you call it into outer action. Remember me as often as you can, until that hour when all mankind must behold me face to face. Others will come with me. The angelic host must be seen. Mankind must give them more acceptance. They must cooperate with the fulfillment of the great divine plan. And the mighty ascended host who throughout the ages have stood the guardians of mankind and consumed again and again their unfortunate creation, these great beings must be known and accepted and loved and given the credit for that which they have done throughout the centuries. Mankind can no longer be allowed to go on and deny any longer the source that has helped them through the ages, and that stands ready to help them still, but which is the authority over any further production of that which dishonors God or seeks to destroy his handiwork. Feel your closeness to me, and I will come to you in many ways ye yet know not of, but I shall make myself felt. I shall make myself understood. I shall make myself tangible and visible and felt by all who will call me into those conditions that must be purified. Then you and others who are to come into this activity of the blessed I Am presence will be as those who are awake. And you, in the use of this same great Master Christ love and power of eternal light of your blessed I Am presence, will be the light bearers that awaken those who still sleep in the gratification of their senses, which will only produce discord and limitation, until the eternal divine desires of immortal love from their blessed I Am presence are allowed to blaze through the outer self and hold command forever. Therefore, feel hourly my greater power of this Master Christ love flame coming into the very atmosphere you breathe. Know it is the healing presence. Know that when my heart's flame blazes forth, peace must command. When I choose to send that flame forth, no discord can stand within its presence. Destruction must stop. And if you ask the Master Christ love of creation to take the place of everything that is not that love, then you give us a free hand to go forward in outer conditions and dissolve and consume those activities that have but hypnotized mankind into the destructive conditions that are engulfing them. Until some activity of love blazes the light of its radiation through the shadows of human selfishness, and calls once again to the heart of light in those life streams who are caught in the shadows. And when the ray of light goes forth in the darkness to seek out a loved one caught in the discord of earth, then you will know what JOY really means when you stand and use the power of the Master Christ love of your own blessed I Am presence, send forth its light ray to those in the darkness, and call them into their home of light. Then will the redemption of the earth talked about for so long become a living reality, by the Master Christ love within life which I pour forth, and which the Master Christ presence of every blessed I Am student throughout the world is sending forth into the shadows of distress to awaken those who have been caught in the whirlwind of their own desires. Please be aware of the power of this love, and know that it is the mightiest force in the universe. The Master Christ love of the beloved I Am presence can go forth and command everything on the earth to be still in one mighty word. That love I Am. That love I give unto thee. That love will redeem the earth, and it is light the light of God that never fails to consume everything that is of the shadows. Go forward, clothed in its dazzling presence, and know you are sealed in my heart, and I am with you always. Therefore, I am in this world with you until light claims it all once again into its eternal glory. May the fullness of my heart's love make itself felt in each of you, and as you give me your attention and call your blessed I Am presence into action and charge forth its violet consuming flame, demand that the Master Christ love of eternity now consume the shadows of earth. And let us go forward and reveal that which must come to set mankind free. In the glory of its peace, in the power of its light, in the protection of its love do I clothe you this hour, and may its living reality ever expand about you as a dazzling sun whose magnetic power is irresistible to all life, and wherever you pass by, you will raise all life into its greater perfection, and joy and mastery are yours for eternity through that great heart flame of love which I am, which you are, and which all must someday become unto the ascension that forever holds command. May all that my heart can give now fill your worlds and forever bear witness through you of my reality, and the truth of your blessed I Am presence, and the law of its manifestation of love and perfection to the earth. Let there blaze that love supreme, and may it hold command until peace forever reigns in all and through all and over all, to the glory and perfection of the ascension of the earth itself. Thank you with all my heart, and I say to you again, I am with you everywhere forever. Thank you with all my heart for your presence here, and I shall ever be near you when you want me. My love is master of all. Thank you. September 3, 1952, Los Angeles, California. Record SG 1968, Cassette 60330. Beloved of my heart, let us enter into the deep realization tonight of the closeness with which we are coming to you in the outer, physical octave. As my work through the centuries, and especially through the last 2000 years, has gone on in its ever-expanding cosmic action, I wish you to know and understand tonight that I am still guarding my work of long ago. Therefore I am the guarding presence of all who have sought me and have sought the light through me. I am the guardian also of the beloved Saint Germain's work to set mankind free. I am not going to see my work fall into ruins, and his work is not going to fall into ruins. So I ask you to feel tonight the closeness of our presence as a very tangible reality and an ever 79 present activity which you can draw into your world through the open door which I said I am when I said I am, the open door that no man can shut. I meant that for eternity would my life flame stand as an opening and as a magnet to draw mankind into the octave of the ascended host. As you find us becoming more and more tangible in our activities to release some of the frightful conditions from this world, you may understand that you can come as close to us as you desire and as you have time to require. If you will take the time to accept our presence, you will find our presence there. If you want our assistance to your nation and the world, then give us the opening through your attention and your time, And let us come through into outer world conditions and do that which we alone can do. When I said, Lo, I am with you always, it was because I knew that I would stand and hold this door open because no man can shut it. Therefore, the power and the activities of perfection which are mine in this ascended master octave, are ever awaiting an opportunity to flow into your outer use at all times, to make your pathway easier, to bring you more protection and more supply, to reveal to you perfection, and to be the drawing power that raises your world into the perfection of ours. Now these things I have offered. These things I am still offering. My activities are just as visible and tangible in this world as they were during the time of my ministry. Therefore, you can have all of my perfection that you want or that you take time to receive. I am constantly pouring and surging forward the gifts which I have a right to give. I am constantly drawing the life energy and substance of this world up into the perfection of my octave of life. Therefore you can know me as intimately as you choose. You can come as close to me as you desire, and you can have as much of my help as you will give time to the reception of my presence. I have not deserted the earth in this hour of its greatest need. I said long ago that I am the guardian, or one of the guardians of beloved Saint Germain's I am activities. I am guardian of those under this radiation if they want me, but if they want the world more than they want me, then I must recede until they do want me. Beloved ones, I am nearer than breathing and closer than hands and feet. There is nothing that stands between your physical sight and my visible, tangible presence except energy that is vibrating at a rate of vibration and a frequency of vibration that, as yet, your eyes do not see. Now that can easily be consumed. I am going to make you feel my presence more tangibly if you want me. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? When I said in those early days, be thou made whole, the power acted instantly. And I hope you do not feel that I have lost any of my power over the last 2,000 years. And I am going to remind you again, I am not and never was a man of sorrows. How could I be sorrowful when I have the power and the perfection and the authority of God? I am going to break that concept in the minds of men, for that concept of me must be wiped out of the universe, and if I have to come again and again and again, visible and tangible to all, I shall break the wrong concepts of me. Thank you, precious ones. That which is not the truth and the perfection and reality of eternity must be consumed and must cease to be. Therefore, the mental and feeling world of mankind must be purified. And since to bring the truth of the reality of my perfection is part of my service to life, then I shall bring it through the centuries. The sinister force has done every diabolical thing it could think of to cast dishonor and discredit upon me, and the blessing I brought to life, and I still shall consume that which dishonors my source, the mighty I am presence in the great central sun. So beloved ones, in the task which lies ahead of us in either cleansing the nation or the world, weary not of well-doing. And know that as you go forward determined to consume from the universe that which has no right to live, you are in divine agreement with the great divine plan of perfection and our command to life. That is why I said I can come as close to you as you want me. If together we release this greater power to compel purity in this world, then the very purity which we release will automatically make you see me, visible and tangible. There is only a breath between just a vibration in the atmosphere that your eyes do not as yet penetrate, but that does not mean that they are not going to penetrate, because I shall help you consume the veil between. When your blessed Saint Germain offered the other night to try again to bring forth a group of people who are his, I am, legions of honor to God, I stand with him. And those legions shall live. And those legions shall be revealed to the life in this world. Thank you, precious ones. So my dear ones, you are not without honor, you are not without friends, you are not without power to cope with any situation that needs handling in order to compel the hordes of darkness removed from the universe. They are but an accumulation of substance and energy which must dissolve within the sacred fire when we send it forth. Therefore, the more you depend upon your blessed I am presence and upon your calls to your presence and to us, the more will you find us answering your calls, and the quicker will those calls bring the manifestations you require. Now there is much to be done. Mankind in some channels are awakening. In others they are sleeping in the filth of the centuries, and just as surely as that filth exists will it be burned out of them and out of the universe. You may relieve some of that suffering by the more calls and use of the violet consuming flame. The more you use that, the more you will reduce the distress of mankind. But a certain amount of activity must be released to shock mankind out of their selfishness. Selfishness is the root of all evil, therefore when they hold to themselves that which belongs to God, then their distress becomes greater and greater, until they loosen that hold and that energy goes back to its source to be purified and used to produce perfection as life intends. You cannot fool with your own life, and every bit of energy with which you do anything is you, your own life. Therefore, since you give your life to these conditions of the outer world, if conditions around you are not what you like, remember that sometime, somewhere you gave your life to that condition. Therefore, if you call on the law of forgiveness for your own misuse of your life's energy and ask for the violet consuming flame to correct the mistake, and adjust the outer activity, then that sacred fire will come and fulfill your call. For that call is in agreement with the fulfillment of the divine plan. Dear ones, in your decrees, when you make your calls to us, your energy comes into our octave, and there it is charged with the fulfillment of your calls, and the flame of our love that wants to answer those calls that bring greater perfection into this world permanently. We have waited a long time for mankind to give response to these magnificent laws of life, and the hour is approaching when they are going to awaken whether they want to or not. That which is greater than mankind created mankind, and there cannot go on much longer this frightful dishonor to God in the misuse of God's life and energy in this world. Therefore, if sometimes we have to be very positive in our command to human creation, be not disturbed. If you are not positive in your command to human creation, it will destroy you, and if we were not positive in the handling of that creation, it would have imposed much more distress upon you. Therefore, if you feel our presence near, if you feel our power around you, know that it is because we are controlling human creation that needs to be governed and consumed. My work of the centuries has not failed. I say to all the hordes of darkness and all their evil, they cannot take me out of the universe. They cannot undo my work of the centuries. They cannot interfere with the cosmic law that commands the purification of the earth. Because they are brazen does not mean they are greater than God. Your beloved I Am presence, love it and bless it forever. Enter into its heart's flame and love to love your presence. As soon as you enjoy pouring out love to your presence, the door will swing wide and your presence can bring into your outer use the things you have longed for, the things you require, and the things it wants to give you for your enjoyment. So the closer you hold to us, the safer is your supply in the future. I hope you understand what I mean tonight. There isn't a thing you have in the outer world today that is secure. But your blessed I Am presence is secure for you forever. And we are secure. We are one thing the hordes of darkness cannot take out of existence. Thank you, precious ones. So be of good cheer. When I said I have overcome the world, it was that you might be encouraged and stay with your demands that you, too, overcome the world. When I said, I am come that I might bring you life, and bring it more abundantly, then I am fulfilling that promise tonight in my offer of this which I have mentioned to you this hour. When I said I would bring you life and bring it more abundantly, it is that you might have more perfection in your world. So if the world denies you that which is right, then turn back to your presence and to us with greater determination and intensity, and realize that we will give you what the world will not or cannot. The gifts that come from our octave the world cannot give. And what the world denies you, we can give. You are not at the mercy of the world when you come to us in love and when we answer you with God's command. So beloved ones, go forward with happy hearts. Live close to our presence, and have the miracles and victories that you have called for. Have the perfection of our octave. Have the blessings of our life drawn into your world, that you may live in it with the perfection that is in our world, and yet be no more a part of the destructive conditions of the outer chaos of mankind's own creation. You are a being of free will every hour of every day. You can either live in our consciousness and have the happiness of our love, or you live in the outer world's chaos by your own choice, for at any moment you can think of us if you want to, even in the midst of the outer world's chaos. You are not at the mercy of destructive forces. Straighten your spines, face your beloved I Am presence, and with all the love at your command, ask it to make you feel at one with its own heart's flame. Ask it to project its heart flame before you in anything. you choose to do, and let it show you what its own heart's flame contains. And we will do likewise. If you ask for my heart's flame to go before you as a pathway of my love, I will so direct it. If you ask your blessed I Am Presence to project its own heart's flame as a pathway of its eternal love for you, it will so project it. That is why the reminder to mankind to ask and you shall receive has been repeated again and again through the centuries. And it stands forever as an offer from life to help the lesser life become the perfection of our octave. So as you go forward, may I say, charge your worlds with 1,000,000 times more happiness each day than the day before, and the heart flame of our happiness go before you and clear your way, so that everything you do produces happiness for you and for all around you. And this is your privilege and your obligation to life. This is the proof of your gratitude to your blessed I Am Presence, and to us for giving you this knowledge of the mighty I Am Presence, by which you may have our perfection in your world to use until you come into our world for eternity. Therefore, my loved ones, the legions of angels who minister always to the people of earth, the ascended master friends of the light that have watched you through the centuries, are ever watching still. They ever abide with you. They are willing to assist you, and they are never any farther away than your own feeling and your own call to them. May you enter in tonight to the temple of eternal happiness in the acknowledgement of your blessed I Am Presence, and the heart flame of our love. As you demand honor to God and obedience to God and the purity of God to be your world of existence, until this earth has become the ascended master's octave of perfection for eternity. If you want the joy of miracles, then demand it. If you want the freedom of your victory, demand it. If you want the understanding and the freedom and the healing power of our love, call it into action, and see for yourselves the fulfillment of the law which I am. I made those promises long ago. I have reminded mankind of them century upon century. In every age have they been offered to mankind again, and I am offering them again tonight, that your pathway may be easier, that the light may claim you into its eternal perfection, and that you may be a son of its presence to give its ever-expanding freedom to life until there are no shadows in this world. Let that light expand through you and leave the results in the hands of your presence, and in the direction of those of us who will as surely purify this earth as that it exists. Try to know the love of my heart is ever awaiting an opportunity to give you all that you could ever desire. Just live close to us in the great reality of that love and go forward and have your freedom. Then will you find that the outer world's limitations can no longer touch your affairs, because we have come into your world to there abide and fill you with that which brings you perfection in the fulfillment of the great divine plan. Call forth our healing flame, and be a glorifying sun to all life wherever you abide, until your gift of freedom in its great, magnetic love has raised all in this world into our perfection where shadows can never exist ever again in all eternity. I commend you to your home in the light and the happiness that our love can bring forever sustain to bless you. Thank you with all my love tonight. November 20th, 1952 New York City, New York Record SG 1918. Beloved ones of the sacred fire, as we enter into the use of more of these great activities and powers of the sacred fire from our great octave of life, to feel the great mastery, the great security, the great power that will come in and around you to be the fulfillment of your calls. So I turn your attention tonight to the promise which I gave so long ago, that if I be lifted up, I will draw all mankind unto me. I was lifted up, and since my ascension, in the expansion of the great cosmic Christ power which I have gathered during the last 2,000 years approximately, you will find more and more of the fulfillment of the statements I made coming into outer expression in the world. When I gave my vow to life that if I gained my own freedom, then I would use that freedom. 92. To draw all mankind to their freedom, then that enabled me to be clothed with cosmic power to ever increase throughout the centuries, until one life stream after another is disconnected from the destructive forces of human desire. Until the awakening of the desire within each life stream to be free from all that is not of God comes to the surface, as it were, and takes its authority over the outer self, and turns its attention to the great understanding of the cosmic law of the mighty I Am Presence, and moves forward with the obedience that eventually manifests as mastery and freedom over everything that is not of God's eternal perfection. In the statements which I used, there came the release of this greater energy as I concentrated upon their use and drew that power into myself. I am speaking now of not only the power from my I Am Presence, but the power from the ascended host and cosmic beings who assisted me at that time, until that power gathered to the point of the release of the sacred fire into outer, physical conditions. The energy which I drew by my own conscious call accumulated in and around me until there came the momentum necessary, when the cosmic beings who assisted me anchored their power of the sacred fire into the energy I had drawn until it, too, became the sacred fire of their cosmic action in this world. It was that sacred fire that manifested my dominion and which I used to produce the miracles that, in every case, dissolved and consumed the human. Now in mankind's misunderstanding of some of the statements I made, there has been an acceptance that I was the Son of God and mankind were not, and yet I distinctly said, and the statement has come down uncontaminated when I said, now are ye the sons of God. Therefore, if each one realizes that each individual life stream is a son of God, you will begin to comprehend that the life flame from the great central sun, the unfed flame anchored within the heart, as your love expands to your I am presence and to us. That unfed flame radiates and expands until it enfolds the physical form in a sun of light, a replica of the physical sun and the great central sun, in other words, a globe, a sphere of light around the unfed flame in the heart. And as that expands, that globe of light substance enfolds the physical form, and ever grows brighter and greater and more powerful as the complete power of mastery, which is the action of the sacred fire within to control all energy, all consciousness, all substance in this world. Try to realize, beloved ones, that while you have the unfed flame of God's own heart within the permanent atom of the physical heart, yet try to realize that the atomic substance of which your physical flesh is composed, if kept purified with the violet consuming flame, becomes one day the substance of light whose radiation enfolds the physical form with the light, that manifests as a sun that is the power that is radiated forth from the unfed flame in the heart. Now as that increases around the individual through love and adoration to the mighty I am presence, and through that love sent to us in our octave, and your calls to the presence, and the greater activities of life, that substance around the outer self grows brighter and extends farther. And that becomes an action or a focus of the love from the great central sun magnet that, in and around the physical form, ever pours forth its raising power until you become the manifestation of that raising power to all life, substance, and energy which you contact. Then you will understand what is within those words that I spoke when I said, if I be lifted up. And I knew then the power of the great central sun magnet, and I knew that if I were lifted up by the love of that great central sun magnet, until I became the victorious presence of its flame in the ascended master octave, then that power could again come forth and touch mankind. And in the power of that central sun magnet, I, becoming that magnet, could raise mankind also unto me, even though I had entered into the ascended master's octave. Now in the return of my presence to the outer world, I will come again with that power of the great central sun magnet's love to draw mankind's attention to the mighty I am presence, and those activities of the sacred fire which are the eternal love of the great God life of the universe. Therefore, that central sun magnet love which I am, to the earth will draw continually upon the consciousness of this world, until it is raised to the point where the self-luminosity of that flame and substance again cut mankind free from the miscreation of the senses. Now this applies to your nation as well as to the world and to the individual, because the raising power of the great central sun magnet can be drawn in and around one's physical body to whatever intensity you desire, so long as the attention and love go from the heart flame to the mighty I am presence and the ascended host. And that flow of the energy up, in its return blessing to the earth, as it draws down the power of the great central sun magnet every time, also it raises the individual who sends it forth. So as your love comes to us, it is a raising of your outer activity. As our love comes to you, it again is a raising of the outer activity. And as this continues to raise more and more, will you find the more rapid vibratory action of the sacred fire that is called forth, which your unfed flame is in your heart. As that vibratory action raises, you will find everything that is of limitation, which is just the lower rates of vibration, will cease their manifestation in the universe. Therefore, as you draw nearer to your mighty I am presence, through your love to your presence, your love automatically raises you farther and farther away from your limitation. Then when your love comes to us, we are obligated, under the law, to send our love back to you. And since our love is a very rapid vibratory action of the great central sun magnet, it, too, raises you away more and more from your limitations. Then do you not see the truth of my words when I said, If I be lifted up, I will draw all mankind unto me? For I knew that I could pour back the love of the great central sun magnet, whose power is always that of increasing the rate of vibration to the point where it raises more rapidly. So can it be with you. The more you pour your love of that unfed flame to your presence, the more it can pour its love of its heart flame into your affairs, that makes everything in your affairs vibrate more rapidly. And the rapid vibration contains the perfection, and that which is less than perfection drops away and ceases to be. It is a mechanical thing in the action of the energy. I want you to feel this tonight. Then you will understand why love is the fulfilling of the law, because your love to that which is greater than the outer self is a constant raising of the vibratory action of the flesh body, and of the energy of the mental and feeling world of the outer self. It is an upward pull, because it causes everything to vibrate more rapidly. Then when your love reaches to your presence, becomes one with its own heart's flame, it releases again more of its own sacred fire of its love into you and your world, and that, too, is a vibratory action that raises everything in your world. So as you pour your love there, its love raises you away from the limitations that are here. Therefore, your love to your presence is automatically a raising of everything in this world to some degree this way. If you have a cloth on a table and you pick up one part of that, for instance, in the center, you will raise every bit of that substance to some degree. And this is the same thing. With every ascension, a certain proportion of the substance of this physical world is raised from the vibratory action of this octave into the vibratory action of our octave. Therefore, a certain proportion of the substance of the structure of Earth itself enters into our octave as an eternal part of our world, until one day everything on this earth will have been raised into the perfection and vibratory action that is our octave of activity. Our octave of manifestation. Now when I said, I am the open door that no man can shut, then again that had reference to the great central sun magnet, because the magnet in itself is an open door. It is an opening, with no door to close it. An ordinary archway is the same thing. You have an archway with no door to close it, you have the shape of the magnet. Therefore the great central sun magnet is the door that no man can close, because there does not exist anywhere in the universe anything that can shut off the magnetic power of the love from the great central sun, from the mighty I am presence in the great central sun. There does not exist anywhere in manifestation any power within consciousness or within energy that can shut off the power of magnetic attraction. For instance, if you have a repellent force, when you call forth the sacred fire and you ask to be disconnected from the destructive conditions, you may sever those connections, but you cannot take out of existence the magnetic action of energy. There is no way by which that can be taken out of the universe. Therefore, when I knew that I had become the power of love from the great central sun magnet, then I knew that that love, if I poured it back to the earth, would increase the rate of vibration that would lift everybody and everything out of those conditions that were destructive. And I knew that there did not exist in the universe any way and means by which the power, the magnetic activity of energy, could ever be taken out of the universe. It could not be. So when you say, I am the open door that no man can shut, then have the picture of the love from your presence going to your presence, and as that love returns to you, it forms again the great central sun magnet. The open door of that love that continues to raise and raise and raise all vibratory action of all energy and all substance, until that becomes again the sacred fire of the unfed flame. Or any activity of the sacred fire that you command into manifestation to produce the perfection that fulfills the divine plan. When I said, I am the resurrection and the life, I said that before my resurrection, because I had to send that command forth before the manifestation of it could appear. So it is with you. If you want to be the great power of the central sun magnet to draw perfection into action, and manifest it in your world, you must issue the command before the manifestation can occur. So when you say, I am the great central sun magnet and its fiery power of love that is God's invincible victory of eternity, then you make the outer self immediately the vibratory action of that sacred fire that draws upon everything, until it raises everything into the more rapid action and produces the perfection that you command. If you did not have the power of the great central sun magnet charged, existing within all energy, you could never have the manifested universe or form ever come into being, because you could not hold substance into form without the magnetic action of the great central sun magnet's love. that love exists forever within energy. Within the heart center of the electron is the eternal quality of the magnetic attraction of that life of the mighty I Am presence, in the great central sun that holds together all form in the universe. So when I said, "Now are ye the sons of God," I knew that the unfed flame in the heart was the sun center of the body, because around that unfed flame is gathered the substance of eternal light. If it is allowed to expand, and ever draw more of that substance into outer conditions, then the greater perfection of the body takes place. If you know you are the sun center of your world, and you allow the unfed flame in your heart to fill everything in your world, then you will know that the very love that you have to produce perfect manifestation will draw from everywhere in the universe the substance, the energy, or the design to produce that perfection. But you must love the form, the picture, the substance, the energy of life, into the form that is the power of the great central sun magnet loving you. It's the power of that life of the great central sun in you that draws into manifestation that which you hold as a picture in the mind. Therefore, if I had not held the picture of the resurrection, I could never have produced the experience. Never could I have been master over the situation unless I had seen the picture of that mastery before I had gone through the experience. So it is with your world of affairs. If you want your world set into divine order, then somebody, you and others, must see the picture of the great central sun magnet's love coming in as the light that penetrates everything, and raises everything into the perfection of that love. If you don't hold the picture, you will never have the manifestation. I once said to you, the more you think upon the great central sun magnet, the more of its power acts for you. I and others have said, when you think of any special ascended master, it is because your own higher mental body has called to that master for assistance to the outer self, while the higher mental body wishes to do certain things within the energy of the outer self, so the unfed flame can expand more quickly, more easily into its greater dominion in outer manifestation. That is why, if you will understand many of my statements from this standpoint, they will mean a great deal more to you. When you say, "I am the resurrection and the life of anything you want in your world," there must come within you the picture of the raising. Do you not see? Because a resurrection is a raising, and when you say, "I am the resurrection and the life," it means, I am the raising and the life in a condition to the point where it produces greater perfection. And that always takes place by the love of the great central sun magnet. If you will understand the way your energy flows, the presence, standing above, has poured its energy down to you, then you, pouring it back, form again the action of that magnet. And the continual flow of that energy is what is required to be the continual raising of outer conditions, until they disconnect from the lower rates of vibration that you call destructive activities. In other words, the energy that is vibrating more rapidly than the substance of destructive forces, the more rapid vibration is master of that which is slower. It doesn't make any difference whether it is your consciousness or the substance or the energy of things, the more rapid the vibration, the less the destructive forces can control the condition. So, beloved ones, when our love comes into a condition to purify or adjust it, our heart's flame of love enters directly into the energy and the substance of the condition. And since our love is eternal purity, it simply changes everything into itself by its own magnetic raising power. So it is with your world of affairs, and so it is with my promises to life to mankind when I said, "Lo, I am with you always." In the outpouring of my own heart's flame of love to life, I am in touch with the life flame of everything that lives in this world, and when I touch that, my heart's flame touches that flame. Then whatever is of imperfection around it must dissolve, because the intensity of our activity of the sacred fire is so much greater than that which abides in your world, that there is no question about our mastery over everything in this world. Because we are a more intense action of the sacred fire. That is why I knew that if I could expand my own heart flame to the point where it became the sacred fire of our ascended master octave, then as that sacred fire, I could raise everything in this world, one day, into that same expanded action of the sacred fire. And that is done entirely by the action of the great central sun magnet's love. That blessed I Am presence in the great central sun ever and ever and ever pours its love in, through, and around everything in manifestation until all becomes, one day, its own sacred fire of eternal perfection and blessing and happiness to everything in the universe. This is just as real as anything can ever be, in fact, it is the only reality. So when I said, "Be of good cheer, I have overcome the world," by the use of this sacred fire of eternal love, then anybody who will use that as I did will master everything in this world. And you are never free until you have understood and used this master power of the universe, which is the sacred fire of eternal love, to control or dissolve or purify or raise every manifestation in this world into the eternal manifestation of the perfection in our octave. Nobody is ever free until he or she becomes the being of that unfed flame that is forever free everywhere in the universe, because it is the master element of creation. There isn't a being in existence, I mean, in human form, who does not have that unfed flame within the heart. And in every case, each one's duty to life is to pour forth that sacred fire until it touches everything and raises everything into its own perfection. It must be so, beloved ones, because the ever-expanding perfection of life is not only the command to all manifestation, but is the natural action within life itself. And then you will understand what is meant by the fire breath of the Almighty. When you draw the sacred fire of the love from your presence into the outer self, and then you demand it expand through the outer self as your deliverer come, how could your presence refuse you? It has waited for centuries to pour that love through the outer self, and it is the fire of all perfect action. Why wouldn't it answer you? Then when you understand what it means to use that through yourselves, you can use it through the nation. And when you ask for that great eternal fire of the perfection of God's eternal love to come throughout the nation as the deliverer come, what would it deliver you from? Everything unlike itself, wouldn't it? Well then, it would be the consumer of hate. It would be the purifying activity necessary in the physical octave to release all energy from all qualities of imperfection. There is only one way to consume that which is wrong and unfold and manifest that which is right, and that is by the command from within the sacred fire. That command must go forth from the heart, the unfed flame in the heart, using the great creative word, I am that. Therefore, when the actual life in your own heart says, I am, and then follows with that whatever it wants, then it is the life in the unfed flame giving itself into the atmosphere about you in the picture you hold, until the universal electronic substance condenses by the power of its love into the things or the conditions or the manifestations of this world, that fulfill the perfection in the picture. It was the same thing when I healed individuals. When I touched the body and gave the command for the healing, I knew that it was the power of the sacred fire of my own authority that went into that flesh and that substance and that consciousness, and became the perfection I commanded. Because the unfed flame in my heart was my life, and I was the authority of my life. And I am still the authority of my life, and the authority of my life is the power of the sacred fire. When I command its love into this world, miracles of perfection manifest in answer to your calls. Thank you, precious ones. Now if you just remain standing a moment before I leave, if you will hold close in your remembrance of me during the 7 sacred weeks, it will enable my heart's flame of the sacred love and fire of our great octave to hold close to you, and clothe you in the cosmic action from our octave that draws more of this victory of our love and power of the sacred fire into your physical affairs, your physical conditions individually, and in the nation, and through that to the world, that as our world outpouring takes place over the 7 sacred weeks, there will come an intensification, and an increase, an expansion of the power of my love of the sacred fire in you, and through you to the nation, and through the nation to the world. Until that will live in the minds and feelings of the people and become an active raising power in them to assist the nation to be free, and to cut them free from much of the activities of the shadows. To us the shadows are nothing to be feared, because our activity of the sacred fire forever consumes the wrong, and purifies the energy and the substance, and commands it to produce perfection. So, I am with you always. In the love of the sacred fire of my heart will you feel me closer and closer during the 7 sacred weeks. That I may anchor in you and your worlds this greater power of the sacred fire to hold steady the forces of light, that we want to anchor within the nation to stabilize certain conditions here, and to be the protection of that which God commands shall come forth here and hold dominion. I clothe you in my own heart's flame of love and light and wisdom and power of my protection of the sacred fire, until face to face, we come to the world to finish the work of the centuries. Thank you and good night. Won't you be seated, please? March 24, 1953, San Diego, California. Record SG 1863. Beloved of my heart, as we enter into the use of the great power of the sacred fire, and become aware of the miracles it can produce and the love which it is to life, I want you to feel closer and closer to me. The love of my heart can encompass the world. The love of my heart can draw all mankind unto me. And in that great oneness with the sacred fire of the universe, whose love is the master presence of life that produces perfect manifestation everywhere, there must come to the earth miracles and manifestations that will awaken mankind from the sleep of their selfishness, and stand the living proof in the atmosphere of earth of these great powers of the master hand of God. God, that beloved mighty I Am Presence, which I spoke of always as the Father, gave me the power by which I left the example to mankind. When I said to those who were with me, when the Prince of the world cometh, he will find naught in me except that I love the Father. And I say to you, regardless of outer world conditions, the individual who will continually hold close to the mighty I Am Presence, and pour the love there, can but receive love in return. When you pour your love to me or any of the ascended host, there can never come back to you anything but more love. And we answer you always with infinitely more than you can give, for since our capacity to love is greater than yours because of our greater perfection, then the love we return to you is infinitely greater than that which you send to us. And it is that ever-expanding power and flame of love within life that is the motive power of the universe. It is the manifesting activity of life, and it is the all-healing presence that mankind requires. In the love which I pour to life there is a call to the heart flame of everything that lives, for I promise the mighty I Am Presence, that if I were raised into that perfection which I knew to be, and I knew to be the fulfillment of the law, then I would raise all mankind unto me. So today, when I pour my love to any part of life, there is a call and an action of the great central sun magnet within my heart's call that goes forth to carry love to life. And within that call is the drawing, raising power of the love that has set all free who have attained the victory of the ascension. Tonight, in rendering the service which I am privileged to give in coming in the visible, tangible body, as I have many times through the centuries, and as I will yet many times to the people of earth when I stand before life the fulfillment of the law, know always. My love is calling to the life flame within everything to arise and come unto me. And to all who will turn and come unto me there will come the same great perfection to which I attained, for in feeling the oneness of the great miracle presence of the sacred fire, love from our octave has a chance to enfold the life flame of those unascended, and in that drawing power raise all life out of the human accumulation in which selfishness has bound it through the centuries. So when you want freedom, remember the first demand of the cosmic law is that you must love your mighty I Am Presence, the source of life that gave you existence. And if you want your freedom from human discord and the limitations of this world, then love to your mighty I Am Presence is the first requirement of the law. Then, whatever love you send to us in our octave automatically draws back to you greater raising power to more quickly raise your own life flame out of the substance of discord. And then the power and authority of the mighty I Am Presence, speaking through your heart, expands your own unfed flame of life, and releases the powers of your presence, which are the mastery over conditions of the physical world. Now when I have manifested in the visible, tangible presence to those of mankind who loved me and gave me their call for assistance, I came and I answered. I will always come, and I will always answer all who accept me, all who come unto me, all who will send their love to the mighty I Am Presence and the ascended host of light. When you send your love to me, then your life has come unto me. And since your life and my life are one life, then I must come unto you. Do you not see how the cosmic law of life automatically answers the call of love when that love is pure, sincere, and to that which is greater than the manifestations of this world? You do not realize what a raising power that love is, but I know. And if you want to know what I know, ask, and ye shall receive. If you want to know what my love did for me, ask, and I can pour you the feeling of that love, and that love will do for you what it did for me. Your love to your mighty I Am Presence draws back to you the love of your own life, its greater life, and that naturally gives you the greater powers of itself for use in your outer activities of the physical world. I could never impress upon you in all eternity the importance, the power, the miracles, and the victory that you can have at any moment through the love of your own heart flame poured to your presence and to us. The thing that has bound you in the limitations of the physical octave is the discord which was not love. The thing that frees you from that discord is the love of eternity, which is life itself. That life of your mighty I Am presence is the localized power from the great central sun that is drawn into this world to produce the manifestations that one day draw you to your ascension. People do not understand the power of the miracle love of eternity. They do not understand the miracle sacred fire of that love. But they can understand if they will ask. They can receive that love if they want it. But mankind have been so enmeshed in the discord of human selfishness that they have not given back to the source, the mighty I Am presence, the love by which that source may raise them out of the limitations of their own creation. My dear ones, the magic hand of the universe, the magic power of God, the magic victory of creation, is the feeling of that flame of love from within your own heart to your mighty I Am presence, and to us. For if your love comes to that which is greater than yourself, then that which is greater will give you of itself. And that is the ever-expanding action of life throughout the universe. We have come and poured our love to the world and to mankind, else mankind's own creation would have long ago caused complete disintegration. The fact that the world survives, the fact that mankind still lives and desires some constructive activity, is proof of the love we have given to the world. And now, if you want your freedom, the door is wide open. We have given you the key. We remind you constantly of the requirements of the cosmic law, and the rest rests with you, because the preaching of the love in your own heart flame must expand itself by reaching up to your mighty I Am presence, and to us in order to exert the energy and power necessary by which your mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host know that you want us. It takes your love to your I Am presence, and to us to tell us that you want the greater love and the perfection of our world to come and set you free. That is why the statement has been given, call and I will answer. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto you. For until that preaching, expanding desire for the mighty I Am presence and our octave of life's greater perfection, until that desire raises the energy of your life to us, otherwise it stays bound in the limitations and concepts of human creation and selfishness. To give the love of your life to the source that gives you life, automatically is the fulfilling of the law. To give the love of your life to us who ever stand your guardian is obedience to the law that enables the help to come. Unless mankind look to the source of love, there is no surcease from the incessant demand of human selfishness and the disintegration of human desire and human creation. If you want your freedom, then you must want us and our perfection. If the misery of human creation has tortured you too long, it has been but to remind you that you must drive back to the fulfillment of the law. So sometimes, when your problems press heavily upon you, try to be grateful if you will remember that they are but reminders that you must send love to the presence, and to that which is greater than yourselves, in order to attain the happiness and freedom from the limitations that distress you. One day you can stand and bless every problem and every limitation and every struggle you ever had. Because when the distress gets great enough, it drives you back to the heart of love, where freedom forever abides. So in feeling yourselves one with us and asking for our luminous presence to come, try to remember that the cosmic law demands that love expand in the universe in order for action of perfection to take place. Love is the fulfilling of that law. So when your love comes first to your I Am presence, and then to us, you have set the law into action that will answer you. Because your own love coming to your I Am presence and to us will flow back to you, bringing our love and all of its powers to bless you in this world. Did you ever realize that when you send your love to your I Am presence, that it does not hold that love away from you? If you give your love to the presence, that love is one with its own heart's flame, and so it returns its flame to you. The greater flame that holds the greater powers, releases the greater gifts. And therefore is the drawing activity that takes you out of connection with the discord that has tortured or limited you. So when I come, visible and tangible to all that lives, will you try to feel that I am one with all life that wants to be free from the discord of human creation? My love to life wants to bring that freedom. Your longing for that freedom is a call to us, but it takes your love to your I Am presence, to unlock the door from the physical side of life and to let us in, for we do not force ourselves upon anyone. Yet our presence of the sacred fire of eternal love brings miracles wherever we abide. And may the release of that miracle fire which is our power of mastery over this earth come quickly into your outer use, and reveal itself, prove itself, give you its blessings, give you itself, and make you the victory of its presence and its perfection while yet unascended in this world. If a little of our love can bring you peace and healing, you may have all you want. And so when problems and limitations still persist, remember, love to your I Am presence, and to us will dissolve them and set you free. The mighty Saint Germain, in his love to life through the centuries, has poured that violet consuming flame, and he has drawn this much freedom into the mankind of this earth. So now the closer you want us to come, the more you must love your presence. The more you love your presence, the closer it comes to you. So you may be free, beloved ones, because we stand ever to serve life and free all life in this world from all that is not love. People think they rebel against conditions or problems, but they are really rebelling against that which is not love. So tonight I come to remind you of that which we are so willing to give, because the peace of the world depends on mankind's love to the mighty I Am presence and to us, that the discord may be consumed and prevented. So when you call for the miracles of the sacred fire come into conditions and change them into perfection, know always that those miracles of the sacred fire are the love flames from the heart of the mighty I Am presence and the hearts of the ascended host, and that is the flame of love that none can take out of the universe. And may I say to you that you may carry the word to the sinister force everywhere, that the hatred and human creation and human destruction cannot take me out of the universe. And they cannot take my love from life. Thank you, precious ones. For just a moment now while you stand, I want you to feel this, when the sinister force, in its frightful darkness, says it is going to blast the Christ from the earth, I am that Christ. They cannot take me out of the universe. They cannot stop me pouring my love to the life flames of the mighty I Am presence. They cannot prevent me drawing the sacred fire into this world to consume themselves. Try to remember, there is no such thing as the annihilation of the Christ. That is impossible. Let them take my command tonight, and may it enter into their darkness as blazing lightning that consumes from their consciousness their arrogance, their defiance, and their stubbornness that does not let love rule. I came to save the world as the Christ of that age, and they cannot make me fail. The Christ is eternal, and the hordes of the shadows are not. Therefore, when you send your love to me, I will stand beside you and bring more miracles of the sacred fire into the physical octave, that all may behold the authority and power from the heart of creation that calls mankind into their eternal freedom, and purity of everlasting love. I am the law of that love to the earth, as is every ascended master. Therefore if you become the law also, you become my power to the earth. Your love to your I Am presence, and your love to me and to the ascended host automatically draw us to you, and since our love and our sacred fire and its miracles of manifestation are master throughout the universe, then that which is of the shadows cannot have this world nor the mankind upon it. I am the light that casts no shadow. I am the light in which the shadow can never come, can never live, can never manifest. Therefore, when you send your love to me, my love comes back to you as the light into which the hordes of darkness dare not look. Let them take my command tonight, and may my love to you and through you strengthen the love in life everywhere, until the expanding sacred fire consumes the hordes of evil forever. Thank you. Won't you be seated, please? Do not accept anything but the invincible victory of the cosmic Christ, which your mighty I Am presence is, which every ascended master is, and which the miracle love of eternity is in its manifestation of the sacred fire. I commend you to its continual use. I shall call for its presence around you. I shall pour the flame of my love to assist you and remind you, I am with you unto the end of the world of the hordes of darkness. That is the end of the world, the end of the human creation of the hordes of darkness. Therefore, I am with you always in that love which is life itself, the glorifying presence of the mighty I Am. I commend you to its limitless powers and its eternal freedom in your victory over everything in this world, and I ever stand by your side until that manifestation covers the earth for eternity. Thank you with all my heart and all of its love tonight. April 5, 1953, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Record RU-110, Cassette 60342. Beloved ones of God's heart, I am come to fulfill the promises I made so long ago. And today, if you will enter with me into the greater release of the sacred fire from our octave which must come to earth in order to be the love that holds command, then you shall have the blessing that only love can bestow. I want you to feel the power which it is, for it is all the real power there is in the universe. It is the only transmuting power, it is the only power of victory, it is the only authority and command that is the gift of life. And it is immortality. I knew well enough when I said, if I be lifted up, I will draw all mankind unto me, because I knew the power of that miracle love from the mighty I Am presence, in the great central sun that is the authority throughout all systems of 124 worlds. I knew that love, for it had answered me and produced manifestations every time I called it into outer action. And therefore, as you learn to use its authority and power of the great command to life, and know that the great central sun magnet is a powerful focus of the activity of that love in the physical world, you will move into action and have the use of the greater powers of life to bring you more quickly the fulfillment of your calls. Now in the use of the luminous presence which this messenger has called to your attention all through the years, you can provide me with a receptacle, as it were, into which I can focus an eternal flame of the ascended Jesus Christ command and victory of light which I am become. When you realize that as you hold the picture of my luminous presence clearly within your consciousness or around an individual or a condition, or a nation or the world, I can place within that luminous presence a living flame. The honor flame of that mighty I Am presence in the great central sun whose miracle love sustains the universe. And this is a mighty power which I hope with all my being you will take up and use, and give me the opportunity to use the power of the great central sun magnet to raise every life stream out of its human creation as I promised long ago. When you realize that the luminous presence of myself or any ascended master, where we focus an action of the sacred fire within that and charge it with the power of the great central sun magnet, and then hold it around an individual or a condition, it immediately begins to raise that out of the vibratory action, out of the substance, out of the feeling, and out of the conditions of that which is of limitation of human limitation. These are powerful cosmic laws that are being drawn to your attention and held before your consciousness again and again and again by the messenger, and I am ready, with your cooperation, to draw more of this activity of the sacred fire into the conditions that surround you if you want to be free from the problems and the mistakes of the past. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated and just remain so, please? And if you will receive exactly, while you are sitting here, the luminous presence of which I am talking, I assure you, my heart's flame will be within that luminous presence, surrounding you as you abide within this room and to all under this radiation. Now it is because I knew this law, beloved ones of God's heart, that I said to mankind, ask the Father whatever ye will in my name, and he will give it to you, because I knew the power of the sacred fire. I knew the power of the miracle love of eternity. I knew the power of the law of the mighty I Am presence. And now, in the use of this which has been given you, charging and recognizing that within it is the great central sun magnet's power to draw to you either from our octave, or from this world whatever is required to fulfill the divine plan that cuts you free from the human, and makes you the divine being of invincible miracle victory of eternity that you ought to manifest in this world, then let us go forward to freedom. I am determined to give you this assistance because you are beloved Saint Germain's family of eternal freedom. I am determined to give those who have stood by him everything that life has given to me, and may you feel it today in no uncertain terms. May it ever remain about you with a power invincible. May it ever manifest through you the victory from our octave into yours. I am ready if you are. Thank you, beloved ones. And the world that has denied me shall yet accept me. Thank you, precious ones. Now remember, I am certain authority to the earth as one of the Chohans, and the Chohan of the Golden Ray. Your beloved Saint Germain is certain authority to the earth, as is the great goddess of justice who is about to take a hand in national affairs and reveal, thank you, precious ones, and reveal what God's justice to life means, and reveal that to man. The ignorance of mankind must be consumed, my dear ones. And their denial and defiance of the cosmic beings who have created this world and who are the redeemers of this world, and who are the sustainers of this world are no longer to be denied by human beings who are bound in the darkness of their own mistakes. I want you to know that and face the future with the authority of eternity, with the power of the great command, with the love of God's heart, and with freedom to life. You can have it all if you so decide. But your decision cannot be of the intellect alone. Your decision must be with all your mind, with all your heart, which means all of your life flame, with all your soul, which is all the energy of your feeling world, with all your strength, which means all the light that is in your causal body gathered through the centuries from constructive use of your life in lifetimes past. And when you decide with all your feeling that you aren't going to have any more mistakes nor tolerate them, you are not going to have any more problems, then we will step forward, and the cosmic law will act to fulfill your demand. When you demand your world purified, set into divine order, and cut free from the human, then God will accept your world, and God will be in your world, and God will fill your world with that mighty presence, the I Am, which is God in action. The very life flame from the central sun in you and your affairs. It is time mankind came to the conscious understanding and use of the divine fire of creation, the sacred fire of the miracle love that always creates perfection, that always protects that which is of God, that always is the authority everywhere over all the energy there is in the universe. This is the law of life. And therefore in that statement, I am the resurrection and the life, if you understand that as my luminous presence, and my heart's flame within that luminous presence focusing the full perfection of my resurrection, and the ascension with the power of the great central sun magnet. You will find it alive in you. You will find it acting in you. You will find it blessing you. You will find it your victory in your affairs. I know what I can do. I know what my love can do. I know what it has done. I know what it is yet to do, and I am the authority, I am its presence. I am its power of eternal command, and this is the reason that I long ago drew to the attention of the I Am student body the reference to the great central sun magnet. If you thoroughly understand what that means, you will never allow discord again to enter the energy of your life stream or your world or any part of life where you command it to be gone. You are not at the mercy of human creation. I am returning you to your divine birthright, and as the power of that great central sun magnet which I am to the earth, then I am the sacred fire and miracle love that can draw you into the victory of God's heart. And if you are as determined to have your freedom as I am to give it, you'll have it. So let us go forward, beloved ones, knowing your divine authority of God's heart. You are God's heart flame. Recognize yourselves as such, and the powers of that life flame shall surge through you and produce the manifestations that reveal the perfection of God, and reveal God in you made manifest. I am saying this to all life in this world forever. When the cosmic light is nearing the earth in greater intensity, the life in mankind and all forms on this earth become aware of that approaching light. When the sacred fire begins to send the manifestations of itself here and there in various portions of the earth, then the life in mankind will begin to become aware of the sacred fire and understand something of what it means in the universe. When people turn their attention to me, and ask for my ascended Jesus Christ cosmic victory and understanding of what the sacred fire means to life, then that shall become alive in them. And when that desire goes forth from within an individual and it comes to us, our love, returning in answer to that, is as if you fanned a flame and it burst into a glorious Sunday. Such is your privilege as the children of God. Such is your destiny as the flame of God's heart. Such is your opportunity as those chosen to bring this knowledge of the I Am to the rest of the people of the earth. So it is not idly that I spoke those great commands so long ago. When I said, I am the open door that no man can shut, that also had reference to the great central sun magnet, for the open door that is an arch that has no door to close is a magnet to draw the individual through into the realm of light. Mankind have heard these statements, but they know not what they mean, because they must have the illumination, the radiation, the love, and the enfolding flame from some ascended master or cosmic being to enfold the outer self. And stand the human creation aside until the mighty I Am presence of the individual has made the outer intellect understand what those words mean. And therefore it is necessary that this explanation of the law come into outer world conditions, into the physical affairs of men, into the governments of the world, into business, into the minds and bodies of the people. Until the sacred fire expands with such intensity that it consumes the human creation that has darkened the minds of men, and enslaved their feelings to destruction. When I said again and again and again, the things I do shall ye do also, and greater things than these shall ye do, I held before mankind then the magnet of eternal hope, that if they would reach up, the answer would come from above, and that which had been the limitations that had held them in distress, should be cut away, and they arise in the divine birthright of their own life flame, and turn Godward and be free. Now since there has been anchored, or rather, created, in certain channels of the outer world, the frightful conditions of filth and disorder and dishonor to God, then those of you who choose to become a part of my flame, my heart's flame, mark you, of my power and my powers of victory over this world, become also a part of the heart flame of your mighty master Saint Germain, and his victory of freedom in this world from the human limitations of the hordes of darkness. Then know that the destiny of the sacred fire and the miracle powers of its use always manifest perfection. And this you must draw into the physical octave if you are to have freedom, if you are to assist the earth, if you are to fulfill the divine plan, for I assure you, the divine plan of this earth is not the destruction which the hordes of darkness intend. I can assure you of that forever. The destiny of this world is the destiny of the ascension, and therefore the life, the substance, and the energy on the earth, in the atmosphere of earth, must ascend into the vibratory action of the ascended master's octave. Therefore when I said, I am the light of the world, I meant it. I still mean it, and I still am the light of the world. Thank you, precious ones. Now if you will go forward, realizing how close I can be to you as you hold my luminous presence around you, as you feel yourselves enfolded in my heart's flame of my victory over this world of my love in conscious, eternal command of my power in action in, through, and around you, I will be there in the midst of you, and the victory which I am shall manifest through you the freedom for which you call. So beloved ones, the power now of the sacred fire must come into certain conditions of this world. The powers of my sacred fire of miracle love are yours to use, and can come into you just as surely as light comes from the physical sun to the earth. I can become a son of the ascended Jesus Christ miracle power and cosmic Christ victory in you to make you alive with the light which I am, and with the use of my powers, to help you go forward to the freedom which you desire and to the fulfillment of the divine plan, as you demand it to come forth by the sacred fire which I am. I trust the power of my love and the sacred fire of its victory over this world will become alive in you, within my luminous presence, and the power of the great command and the great central sun magnet reveal in you and your affairs the truth I am speaking this hour. This is to become, and is forever, the law of the earth, and you are those who have the right and the scepter of power to use these divine powers of the sacred fire in physical conditions, that forever must be purified and brought into perfection. And I tell you, just the people in this room, when you understand that you are the will of the American people, then do you not see, if you become my will in action, that I can only will for all their freedom from human creation? Then if you become the will of my freedom to life and my victory over this world, then that becomes the law of your nation. The will of the people is the law, and therefore when you call for the will of the ascended host to become the law of your land, you will know how great is their love, how great it has been, how great it is, and how great it will yet be to purify the conditions that have tortured and destroyed mankind through the centuries. I am pleading with you today, for if you step forward and do this, there can come such an expansion of the light for you and such blessings to your nation as shall cause the people of the land to know that the day of miracles is not past and will never end. You can be the miracle presence, my dear ones, of healing to your fellow man. You can be the miracle presence of the illumination that consumes the darkness. You can be the miracle presence of our consciousness to life, and you can be the miracle presence that brings light everywhere the darkness has ever attempted to come forth. You have full authority, you have full power, you have the understanding. May I say, you have the responsibility, and the duty is clearly outlined before you. You owe a duty to life. After life has given you this much freedom, after the love of the mighty Saint Germain and others of the ascended host have drawn you this far in the light, and given you these blessings from our octave, then you have a duty to the rest of the universe to expand that light within yourselves, until you are the magnet that draws the rest of mankind out of the shadows in which there is only distress. If our love has drawn you into the light, then one day your love must draw the rest of life out of the shadows, until all life turns again to the ascended host and knows that they are the elder brothers, the teachers, and the great presence of God, ever raising all into the glory and perfection of the ascension into the mighty I Am presence. So beloved ones of God's heart, I definitely shall bring to your attention again and again, as often as possible, and make you feel my luminous presence, my heart flame of love, my power of the great central sun magnet to draw you away from your mistakes, from your problems, from your limitations, and from all that is not of God. When the door stands wide open before you, the pathway ahead is that of eternal perfection, eternal happiness, eternal freedom from everything that has been your experience of distress through the ages past. Then it seems to me that it is time to come through the open door which I am, and use my miracle powers of life, my victory of eternal love, my authority and power of the great command to bring the victory of the cosmic Christ into the physical world, until its light speaks for itself, and the shadows dare no longer appear. I am with you always in my luminous presence, in the sacred fire of my love. That flame within that luminous presence which I place there to assist you. I am real with you, and the very words in that song of I am, come, I am, fulfilling hourly if you want me. Thank you, precious ones. And I plead with you, wait no longer to be free from your limitations. Step forward today in the luminous presence which I offer you, and there, becoming aware of the sacred fire of my heart's flame, and using my miracle love and power and authority of the great command, go forward and know your words are the words of life. And life cannot fail you. Life cannot fail itself. Life cannot fail, for it is eternal. I am the immortality of the victorious cosmic Christ, and therefore when I said, I am in ye, ye are in me, we are all together in the Father, I knew what my heart's love could do for you. I know what your heart's love can do with me. I know what the mighty I am presence, sacred fire that fills the universe as life can do to produce perfection. And who can take the universe out of existence? Your identity is eternal, your destiny is perfection, your authority has been given you from the beginning, and the sacred fire is the miracle power of life, and it's glorifying. Love of eternity is the law of manifestation. Go forward and manifest that which you have the capacity to be. Reveal the mastery of the sacred fire in you, and bear witness to the truth of this law until my presence appears and all receive me. I commend you to your victory in the love of the sacred fire, and the light of God's heart that illumines your pathway, and compels your perfection to be revealed, and fill the world with the happiness that must come forth and draw all into the love of God's heart. Until only there can the people of this world abide. And may the glorifying presence of that beloved angelic host who assisted me to my freedom ever stand by your side, and raise you to their own heart's flame until love draws its own into the octave of the ascended masters, and you, too, become legions of the angelic host whose service is love alone, and who know no such thing as failure anywhere in the universe. They are the perfection, the authority, and the power unlimited of love made manifest. They ever await an opportunity to serve you, and they will always help to fulfill your every call. And know they come with me always. May they abide with you until their love, too, has lifted the earth into the glory of eternal life. Thank you for this day. February 7, 1954, Daytona Beach, Florida. Record CD 1797, Cassette 60140. Beloved ones of the light, once again heaven and earth are to become one, this time forever. In entering into the release of the great God blessings of the universe, I ask you to recall that the words I spoke so long ago during the time of my ministry were cups of my own heart's flame of love to life. Those activities of my life have gone on giving their blessing throughout the centuries, and now, since in the ascended state, my power has become that of the cosmic Christ, those words I spoke so long ago are ever increasing the activity of their sacred fire, and releasing the greater love into the outer use of mankind. When you understand that the consciousness of the ascended master's octave ever pours forth the sacred fire of eternal love, then every word which 141. We speak to the consciousness of unascended beings becomes a focus of that sacred fire anchored within, and around the mental and feeling world of those to whom we come. Since our love pours forth to all mankind and ever shall, I still say, to those who will give us individual attention and acceptance, we can come in a very much more powerful way than in the outpouring to the mass of the people. The mass of mankind can only absorb as much of our radiation from time to time, as they remain harmonious enough to allow it to enter in and become a part of each life stream. In that acceptance of our radiation, there comes the illumination to the individual which our love offers, and which is the raising power to lift mankind out of the destruction of human desire. To those who give us individual attention and acceptance, because of the greater intensity of your love, we can come in a more powerful way, and anchor in and around you the greater power of the sacred fire for your use. And that power is to assist your fellow man to awaken to the desire to fulfill the great divine plan of God's almighty heart of love, of perfection, and of power supreme. Long, long have we poured the healing love of our own life streams to the people of earth, and there has not been one who sincerely called to me to whom I have not sent back the love, in answer to that call, that has fulfilled the requirement and need of the individual at the time. While we are so ready to help mankind always to relieve their distress, yet so often, as soon as the distress is removed, the attention and the desire of the outer self goes again to the outer world conditions that have created the discord. So as you recognize and use my luminous presence as an enfolding radiance and focus of my power, I not only can come to you all in a very much closer and more powerful way, but the intensity of the sacred fire and love which is concentrated within my luminous presence is the power, the magnetic drawing power of my love, to raise all mankind wherever my luminous presence is given acceptance and used and loved. Mankind, in order to be released from the distress of human creation, must have our love from our great octave of life's perfection. Only the light of our love can illumine the shadows of earth and consume them, and only the love from our octave can ever change conditions here into permanent perfection. If it were not for the love of the ascended host and the angelic host, who have watched mankind and helped mankind so long, the shadows of human discord would have long ago consumed mankind in the second death. So we feel that we are a necessity to the world, and I am quite sure, those of you who have awakened to the use of your mighty I Am presence, own authority in this world will ever draw you closer to us in your calls for the assistance to your fellow man. You know, beloved ones, great is the love of God's heart. Infinite are the manifestations and ways and means by which that love acts upon mankind and enters into the life of this world. So the more opportunities we have through your call, of anchoring the more intense action of our love in and around you all, the more we can assist the world to be free. While the shadows of outer world selfishness have seemed to increase to a certain bursting point, yet there has been great progress made in the use of some of the things of this world on the constructive side of life. And now you are privileged to draw as much of the sacred fire of our love in, and around yourselves or in and around conditions of the outer world. You are privileged to draw it without limit. Since mankind's accumulation of hatred increases the shadows of mankind's distress, when we have a few people who are interested in lifting the shadows of hate from the world, I assure you, the light of our love will come to you without limit, and flood forth at your command, until the miracles for which you have called become the manifestations in the physical octave that release mankind from their limitations. Every word I spoke during the time of my ministry will yet be fulfilled in outer world physical conditions, for I did not speak idly in my understanding of the great law of life. I have since become the law as the cosmic Christ. Therefore the words I spoke, the promises I gave, the love I anchored become an eternal part of this world, and become an eternal part of the life stream of every individual regardless of whether those individuals accept me or not in the intellect. That has nothing to do with the heart. If my heart's flame of love wishes to give its love and light of life to the heart flame in other individuals, the heart flame in those individuals is one with my life and responds to me. If I choose to give the light of my love to every heart flame on this earth, there is nothing in the universe to prevent me, and there is nothing in any heart flame to refuse me. So in the oneness of that great light which I am, and which the heart flame of every individual is, there stands the eternal power of our love that brings illumination to individuals and to the world. Those of you who have been so wonderful to hold my luminous presence wherever assistance seems to be needed, I assure you, that luminous presence is very real and very tangible. And I will always anchor the power of my life and my love within the luminous presence wherever any individual calls it into action in this physical world. My luminous presence acts like a magnet to draw the life of an individual or a condition into the perfection of my love, for I know naught but that perfection, and I give naught but that perfection. Therefore, in our assistance to mankind, those who can give conscious recognition to my luminous presence will soon have experiences in their own individual lives that will prove my presence with you always. I knew whereof I spoke when I prefaced every powerful statement that I gave to mankind and to those who were with me. I prefaced every powerful statement with the great creative word of God, I am, and when I said, I am, the resurrection and the life, then in that command, To the earth I issued the call of love to be the resurrection and the life of the world. When I said, "Ask, and ye shall receive," then I knew that I could answer everything that was asked of me. When I said, "Call, and ye shall hear," I knew I could make mankind hear. When I said, "Seek, and ye shall find," I knew I could reveal that which mankind needs to seek. And when I said, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee," then I knew that I could establish the fulfillment of every constructive call. When I said, "Be ye perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect," I knew there was a way and means of producing that perfection, or I never would have said it. When I said, "Now are ye the sons of God," I knew that the heart flame in every individual's heart on the earth, that heart flame is a part of the great God life of the central sun from whence the whole universe proceeds. When I said, "Death is the last enemy to be overcome," then I knew the way and means of overcoming it. And when I left the etheric record of my ascension over the hill of Bethany, it was that I might use it as a focus of power and of the drawing activity of my love to raise all life in this world unto the perfection of the Ascended Master's octave. When I said, "My peace I give unto you," then I knew that I must be the flame of peace that comes from love alone, or I could not give it. When I said, "I am the open door that no man can shut," I knew that the open door to which I referred has no door that can be closed. It is but an archway that forms the opening of the magnet into the Ascended Master's octave, and I stand the guardian of that door into our realm of perfection. There is no power in the universe that can shut the open door of my love against mankind. My love is the open door through which all may pass into the ascension. When I said, "I am the light, the way, and the truth," I still am everything that I said in those words to the people who were with me then. And those whom I loved then, I love still, and have drawn them into the greater perfection which is my realm of life now. Therefore, as I come to you and ask you to recognize me now always as the Cosmic Christ, I can draw to you the cosmic love which the world requires. Please do not think of me as the Christ child. I am the Master Christ, the Cosmic Christ love to the earth that will ever draw forth greater power from the great central sun until it is irresistible in its light and its love, to raise mankind out of the misery of their discord. I am no longer the babe of Christ. I am the ascended Jesus Christ, the Cosmic Christ, and I am the limitless love and light that can flood the earth with the power to dissolve mankind's discord. So the words I spoke long ago are bearing fruit in the present. And the luminous presence, which you have so graciously held around individuals over the years past, has given me many opportunities to anchor again my consciousness, my love, and my light wherever you have held the luminous presence of me. And I again remind you of what the mighty Saint Germain has said, "When you are in touch with a form of a thing, you are in touch with the presence of that thing, because the form is created by the consciousness of the life that holds the picture." And so when you hold the picture of me, then my life pours my consciousness and my love and my light into that luminous presence. And it becomes a living presence of me, anchored in and around you to act there for me, and to give you the help which my heart forever commands shall come to you whenever you ask for it. It is no difficult thing for us to create the luminous presence of ourselves and send it forth to render service like a messenger. There is nothing unusual about that. It is a perfectly natural law of life that I can draw the light substance of my octave, and charge into it my consciousness, and set it into action to fulfill my will to carry forth my assistance to life. You operate airplanes by remote control. You duplicate the consciousness of individuals on your phonograph records, and you send those to any place in the world. And they are the life of the individual who made the record, and that consciousness goes forth to assist the rest of life or carry its qualities there. Surely you will not deny me at least the same great power of life that you use so naturally in this world. It is no difficulty for any ascended master to create a replica of himself or herself, and send it forth charged with the power to produce certain manifestations. And that is why the miracles, and the healings that have taken place through the centuries all over the world and many times at identically the same instant have been produced by conscious command. I can send forth, if need be, 1,000,000 forms of my luminous presence, within which is always my love and my life to help mankind. And so if you will only accept me, I will come in that luminous presence, and I will be with you nearer than breathing and closer than hands and feet. My love is all-powerful everywhere. There is no place in the universe where my love cannot go, and so when I said, Lo, I am with you always, then the love which I am, ever enfolds you. And in that love is my life and my consciousness, and there I abide with you. When I said, I am the resurrection and the life, I said that for all mankind and for the earth itself. And I assure you, as the cosmic Christ, I am the power that can raise all mankind, and the structure of earth itself, into that perfection of life that is self-luminous and perfect and the manifestation of love supreme forever. The world cannot dispose of me. That is not possible. They cannot much longer deny me either, for when I am come, I will be visible and tangible to all, and none will want to deny me, for the help I bring will be the release of mankind from their distress. I really have never left the world very long at a time. There have been times when I have gone to the great silence and drawn forth more power for the next wave of assistance I have chosen to give. And now, as the earth itself is facing the final purification of all upon it, then those who have recognized me and have accepted me are naturally held within the love and the protection which my life has offered so long. There is nothing of human consciousness that can interfere with me nor with the love which I give to life, and all mankind's human creation of destruction has nothing to do with my cosmic power and mastery as the cosmic Christ. My love is not dependent upon mankind's acceptance. My love just is manifested in the universe, and I am the Lord of love to the earth. I am the Prince of Peace to the troubled souls of mankind, and I am the light that illumines the minds of mankind also, and brings the Christ consciousness into their outer use, that they may help to free themselves from that which dishonors God. So beloved of the light, when I have acknowledged, I am that I am, then truly you must understand that the great God life of the universe is one throughout creation. And that God life will not accept into itself anything but the love and the perfection of the miracle of eternal light, and its glorifying happiness to all that is the perfection of creation. So the shadows of human distress abide only in the lower atmosphere of earth. And the outpouring of my love, through my luminous presence, can seek out everyone who thinks of me and calls to me, and my love can seek each one and raise each one out of the clutches of the shadows of human creation. So beloved of the light, know always I am far more powerfully active for you as you hold my luminous presence everywhere than you can possibly understand tonight. But as time goes on, the love of my heart will prove my presence with you by the light which I bestow, and which will illumine all things as you call it into outer physical conditions, until that light grows brighter and brighter and brighter. And within that light you will see the perfection of all good things, and that which has been of the shadows of distress will be consumed and forgotten and replaced by the perfection which I am. So those of you who want me close with you can have me just as close as you desire, for the heart flame of my love will answer your heart's call instantly with cosmic power that will, I assure you, control physical conditions just as certain as you make the call. I am with you always. I am the cosmic Christ. I am that love the world needs, and I will not cease to pour that love until the earth is free. May you feel the victory of its presence ever about you, and enter in and become its blazing sun presence to the rest of life wherever you abide. And in my luminous presence will you find the open door into the great realm of eternal freedom, which our great octave of life is forever. I have offered the love of my heart, and my love will heal anything. My love will produce anything that is perfect, and I have given of myself to all who want me. So those of you who have used my luminous presence have become part of my heart, and shall forever abide in the victory and power of the perfection of myself as I am come. May the peace of everlasting freedom ever abide with you. And in the release to mankind of the acknowledgement of my presence with you, there comes to earth that assistance which will dissolve and consume the selfishness that has kept mankind bound in distress. I am come that ye might have life, and have it more abundantly. And tonight I say to you, I am come that you might have my love and my luminous presence and my life, and have it more abundantly in this physical world, in the physical conditions in which you move, until your every call for the greater perfection and freedom to mankind is fulfilled in outer physical conditions. And mankind, once again, see my presence, visible, tangible, ever abiding, until each one's ascension is attained and complete, and the joy of eternity has spread its light and love over the earth, and the great song of the music of the spheres contains no sound of discord from the people of earth. For their distress, I assure you, will one day cease to be because our love, your love, and my love, the love from the ascended host, has spread its radiance and intensified its light until no longer can anything but the perfection of that love abide to glorify the great source from whence all comes. I enfold you tonight in the love of eternity, and the light of my heart shall ever flood your pathway, stand your guard, and lift you and lift you and lift you to your freedom. Lo, I am, come, and I am with you always in that love which is forever the source of perfection and the authority of all creation. I commend you to the victory of that love which forever touches every heart flame on this earth and calls it into its eternal freedom. Thank you with all my heart. August 22, 1954, Shasta Springs, California. Record CD 182, Cassette 60226. O beloved of my heart, with all the love at my command do I enter in now, to the feeling world of mankind and into their minds with the power of the cosmic Christ which must, in its great power of the central sun magnet, draw the life of this world out of the shadows and into the light of my heart. As I promised so long ago. In revealing to mankind the truth of the ascension and holding before their attention the victory and way and means of attaining that ascension, there comes a release to the earth from the grief under which it has struggled for centuries. Part of my service to the earth is to remove the grief under which mankind have labored, for I assure you, the great, all-powerful God presence of the universe does not create that grief, and does not want mankind to dwell within it. And so in the 156. New age which is opening before you, in the release of our consciousness for the use of mankind, there comes the expanding love from our great octave of life into the daily affairs of mankind. It must be so, because our love is the light of the universe, and mankind must have more light if they are to arise out of the sordid conditions of discord. And in releasing this knowledge of the mighty I Am presence, and revealing the way and means of attaining the ascension without passing through the change called death, we release centuries of struggle and pressure from the feeling world of mankind. The atmosphere of Earth is almost saturated with that feeling of uncertainty and of depression, as well as the other discordant feelings in which mankind so often dwell unknowingly. All mankind dread what you call physical death. Everyone shuns it. No one wants it. Everyone hopes to retain and loves to retain the youth and the beauty of the younger life which comes, I assure you, only from the heart of love, the heart of God in that great central sun life to this world. And so since innately within life dwells the love of youth and beauty and harmonious, happy activity, and since that is the original divine way of life, then when mankind, by unfortunate creation, has generated the discord of outer conditions, there must come at intervals a greater release from our octave of existence of our great love which dissolves, and takes out of the memory of life that which God never created. And I assure you with every power of my being, the great God presence, that has created and sustained the universe never created the discord of this world nor the condition called death. So in bringing to your attention this explanation of the law and opening the door of eternal freedom into our octave, it is that you may remember the original divine command to life. That command is the law of love. It is the great harmony of all creation, and it is the very source of all the light in existence. And so in drawing your attention now to the victorious fulfillment of the cosmic law, and opening to all mankind the way and means into the ascension without passing through the change called death, we are releasing the earth from the grief of thousands and thousands and thousands of years of accumulation. This process of the ascension is as absolute, as inexorable, and as perfect as the heart of creation from whence all life comes, the heart of the God of the universe which you have come to know as the mighty I Am presence in the great central sun. And so precious ones, oh! Please let us close the door of memory on that which is but a temporary manifestation, and in its discord desecrates God's world by grief. When mankind pass from the physical body and enter into either the octave of light or our ascended master octave, truly it is a releasing of the individual from the distress of the physical body. But unless the body is purified and raised into our octave, how is the earth ever to be released from its unfortunate struggle that mankind has imposed upon the life of this world? So when I come to bring you the love that will not let grief remain. I assure you, if the great law of the universe is the law of love, and it certainly is, then it contains no grief, because grief is not God created and has no right to exist. I am come to reveal the truth of the love which I am. And in the ascended state, I am now become the cosmic Christ, and that means the love to this whole system of worlds by which divine order and perfect manifestation are forever sustained. So in enfolding you in my visible, tangible, luminous presence, it is that the love of my heart may clothe you in our power and substance of light, that you may never know grief again. Do you not think that mankind has struggled long enough under the distress of the physical senses? We have come again and again to individuals throughout the world. And every time we come to give help, we bring our love and our light which are one in our octave into the energy of your physical world, and into the substance of mankind's minds and bodies, to dissolve and consume that which has tortured life through the centuries. So if individuals want to know my reality, if they want to prove my presence, they have but to still the outer self, and asking for its purification and the consuming of all veils between the outer sight and the inner, they will see me face to face. I have come to mankind through the centuries, visible and tangible. I have only brought good, and I have always expanded love. I have healed. I have purified. I have raised all who have sought help from me, and so I always shall. But if you will understand what tremendous accomplishment can come to the masses of the people in a short time by the revealment of the attainment of the ascension, the original divine way, without passing through the change called death, you will lift the grief from the world. And in that service which love alone can give will you find your own world free from the distress and the grief that has been your experience in the past. It is not necessary for mankind to endure a certain amount of discord as you travel through this world in the experience life. Discord is not necessary and was never God's original divine way to live life. If, in your service to life, to your God and to the world, you release the great perfection and love of God's heart, there is no reason why you should experience distress. It is not God's law that mankind must endure distress in order to accomplish good. Otherwise you make the great God presence of the universe dependent upon evil, and that is not true. I want to clear your pathway today, if I may, of all distress, so that if sometimes, your loved ones, in leaving the body, come into the octave of light or come to us, there will be no grieving. There will be just the natural understanding of the progress of the individual who, having passed this way, enters into the next great schoolroom of existence to go on in greater accomplishment and greater freedom. So if you care to accept my love and the assistance which I offer, that mankind may understand the attainment of the ascension as the beloved Godfrey has revealed and the blessed David Lloyd and the mighty Saint Germain, we can go forward, and raising mankind's attention to that which is the perfection of life, there must come the assistance of our love to fulfill the great law. So my dear ones, no matter what occurs in the physical world, stand unafraid and with your heart's flame of love to your beloved I Am presence and to us. Ask for whatever love from the heart of creation is necessary to lift the grief from mankind. This must come, my dear ones. Mankind cannot go on in this continual destruction and suffering and degradation, because it lowers the whole vibratory action of the earth, and that the cosmic law does not permit past a certain point. If I may bring to you the love of my heart that enables you to understand that there is not a human being in embodiment on the earth today, who could not have our assistance to accomplish this if the individual made the call and demanded the purity and the obedience of the outer self by which you can accomplish the ascension. The experiences which were mine in that cycle were severe, I assure you, and I did prove my existence after the ascension, for I did return to those who had been with me. I have returned to the world, and I have come to thousands of people in the visible, tangible ascended master body. And I would just as soon come to you as any others. When the heart calls with intense devotion to the greater life of our world, then the law of love is that call must be answered. I gave my love to the world that the world might be free, and only love can dissolve the hatred that has bound mankind in distress. And I assure you, intense love to your mighty I Am presence, and those in the ascended Master's octave and to your loved ones when they pass on will as surely dissolve your grief as that you pour out that love. And I am quite sure your happiness is far greater pouring out that love than it is dwelling in the distress of the change that the great hand of the cosmic law brings about to help individuals overcome some of their distress. In the effort which we have made to bring the reality of the ascension before the attention of the people of America, because those ascensions have occurred within your borders, we are offering again the open door that no man can shut into the octave of perfection. And as you arise there and become accustomed to the use of that greater power of our octave, you come again into the physical world, but not through the human body process. You come the master presence of all that is, and you give the help in 1 hour more than you could give in a lifetime of a body of limitation. After all, my loved ones, the ascension is but a throwing off of the limitation of the physical body, the limitation of the mind and the feeling world. And so as you really enter into the full understanding of what the honor flame of God's heart of the miracle love of the universe means, you will know positively that in attaining the ascension, you are but releasing yourselves from the limitations that should never have been. So if you will accept the love of my heart instead of the distress of human separation, I can assure you that the love and the light which I am will penetrate all things, and reveal to you what your loved ones want you to know as they pour their love back to you. Please know that love can never lose its own, and no matter where you go in the universe, if you have loved someone and that one has loved you, that love is eternal. And nothing can change the love of God's heart. Therefore, whether the physical form be present with you or not does not remove that love from the universe. And since I am a guardian of love to the earth, I assure you, if you will but overcome these conditions by the light of our love, you will find yourselves free from struggle, free from limitation, free from distress of every kind. My dear ones, there is a God way out of everything that is of human distress, and just as surely as you exist will you find that God's way out of every condition is the way of light and love from our octave. May you feel it as an enfolding mantle of our presence and ever know that we walk by your side. We offer every assistance, and you live forever under the all-seeing eye of that mighty presence of life that placed you here. Therefore, as I have given my love through the ages and I shall continue to give that love, it becomes more intense light in and around you and in and around the world. And when we have drawn light enough, there is no longer the darkness of human distress. I am the victory of the love that sets mankind free, and when you want your ascension the original divine way, ask that the cosmic love of creation brings the light with such intensity that you gain your victory and never know another moment's distress, and as you draw that light and love into yourselves, you can give it to others as freely as the air you breathe. There isn't anything that we have that cannot be given mankind if they want it. And if you want to give our love and our illumination to life wherever you abide, we will flood it forth and let it speak for itself by the joy which it brings and the illumination which dissolves and consumes the problems, the struggle, and the distress of the ages. There are the limitless legions of the angelic host whose service of love to the earth is boundless and invincible. And so as you go forward and expand the great perfection that is in our octave, know always, to prepare the way by the ascended Master's love means to draw the pathway of light before you. And as you walk upon it, your own light expands and shows that way to the rest of mankind, that they, too, may follow on, and forever turn away from the distress and the grief and the uncertainty of the shadows of human creation. Long ago I said, I am with you always. And I am with you, for my heart's flame is God's heart flame, and your heart flame is God's heart flame, and that flame is one throughout creation. Therefore, since its radiation is the light of eternal love that is the master presence of the victorious cosmic Christ, may I forever flood you everything of its magnificent perfection that brings you victory without limit over all that is of the shadows. I am the cosmic Christ. And that light and love must take its dominion everywhere in the feeling world of mankind so that as its light is released, the shadows can never appear again. And then as you raise into the ascended Master's octave, it is no more than going through that door. You pass from one day into the next with the greatest joy, fully conscious of everything you do, and returning with greater power to assist those who are still walking this pathway of earth to their freedom as you have attained yours. So the more you give this to life, the greater can it be its power within you for your own victory. And if you will accept the love of my heart, I want you to know it as my visible, tangible, luminous presence to hold my power about you that gives you victorious control of the things in this world, until only our love abides where mankind's distress has seemed to be. May the angelic host, pouring their love to you, hold your protection until in full, conscious illumination, you go forward to the freedom of eternity. My love shall ever abide and show you the way to the cosmic Christ victory of eternity for all. Unto your freedom and the ascension do I commend you, and my hand shall ever hold yours until you come through victoriously free to us. Thank you with all my heart. May 10, 1956 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1709. Beloved ones of my heart, I wish to bring into your outer experience tonight the realization that when you hold the picture of myself, and you send the feeling of your love to me or to that picture, as you hold to that, the time will come when it becomes physically manifest in the atmosphere about you. Now that is not just your own thought form. It is at first, but when you have held the picture of an ascended master in your mind, and then your feeling pours your love and your desire for the presence of that ascended one with you, when you have built that to a certain point and you have purified the outer self. The cosmic law is such that the door must be opened for us to come to you in the visible, tangible body. At first, we come always in the luminous presence, and as you become adjusted to its vibratory 169 action and the intensity of its power, you raise gradually and hold that vibratory action to some degree within the outer self. As that is continued and it charges into the atmosphere about you, when you have drawn a certain intensity of that light into the atmosphere about you by your love to that ascended being, then we lower our vibratory action and project, first of all, the luminous presence, which is an extension of our own heart's flame. And that comes into your outer atmosphere to radiate our power to you, to bring the light substance from our octave into your atmosphere, and to intensify the action of the sacred fire in and around you. As that is continued and you maintain the harmony and the purity, the next step is our visible, tangible ascended master presence with you in the ascended master body. Now let me make something clear. We do not come just to gratify your desire. Your desire is the open door through which your mighty I Am presence pours forth its expanding action of the sacred fire, and so there has to be the fulfillment of the great cosmic law's demand upon life before we can come visible and tangible to you all. When we come to charge you with more of the power and victory of the sacred fire, therefore, you will be enfolded in more of that sacred fire from our octave. At the same time, your own mighty I Am presence will expand more of its sacred fire through you to bring you permanent illumination, inner and outer. When I say inner and outer, I mean not only your mental and feeling world, but the actual flesh structure of your bodies and the atmosphere about you. These things have to be accomplished gradually, because in your present vibratory action of the outer world, you could not stand the sudden charge of all the power of the sacred fire that is around our ascended master bodies. Do you understand what has been the accumulation, as well as the expansion, of the greater cosmic action of the sacred fire that I have drawn since my ascension? Do you understand that that is a powerhouse, a blazing sun of the greater sacred fire around my ascended master body? So when I come either to an individual, a locality, or mankind en masse, it is that I may anchor this greater action of the sacred fire into the outer conditions of this world to more quickly purify, and raise them into greater perfection. Therefore, when you desire to see an ascended master, try to realize that if you do, which you will at a certain point, it is to anchor in and around you greater power for greater victorious accomplishment. Therefore you will have to learn to manage that greater energy and control it and direct it into the channels that fulfill the great divine plan, because I assure you, there is no such thing in this universe as mankind's misuse of the sacred fire. They may misuse physical fire or physical electronic force, so-called physical, through the powers of nature or the forces of the elements, but just as sure as the universe exists, they can never misuse the sacred fire. That is sacred for eternity against mankind's desecration. So when you begin to charge it in and around yourself and your affairs, the human is going to have to disappear. This is the power of mastery, and the sacred fire is the controlling force and directing intelligence of the mighty I Am presence, by which all energy is controlled everywhere in outer manifestation. Therefore, when you begin to use your decree, the flaming Christ, be prepared to recognize the world around you. I Am meaning your individual world filled with the violet consuming flame, which is the sacred fire. And when that is established permanently around the physical body as a sun presence, you will find that violet flame sun will control all conditions around you wherever you move. It will control all the powers of nature and all the forces of the elements. So as you think deeply upon this and come into its greater use, you will begin to realize that through it your freedom is attained. And what is your freedom? Freedom from all that is not the great cosmic control by the sacred fire of all manifestation wherever you move in the universe. That sacred fire is only released in and around you as you love it enough. The intellectual concepts of it will give you the picture, But it is your love to that sacred fire that is the power of the great central sun magnet in you that draws that sacred fire into outer conditions to be the master presence controlling them. I had to use this sacred fire in the retreats of the world previous to my ministry, and I had to love it enough to concentrate its flame in and around me in order to perform the miracles which I produced. And in order to go through the experience which was mine, I had to have a momentum of that sacred fire drawn in and around my physical flesh form, and it took many years to accumulate that to the point where it made me master over every situation that I contacted. The cosmic law is the same for you. As you continue to build the momentum of the sacred fire in and around your physical body, will you find conditions in the physical world being controlled by the radiation of that sacred fire around you. And as you intensify and expand that, you will find that sacred fire controlling conditions by the power of the great silence. If that sacred fire is drawn around you intensely enough, you would scarcely have to speak a command to the outer conditions. For the very presence of the love in that sacred fire would harmonize and purify all you contacted, until it would automatically cooperate with you in the fulfillment of the divine plan to produce whatever you desire. Now this has a very powerful effect upon your channels of supply. And if people understood that when they call for supply, the cosmic law is going to demand balance regardless of all human desire, they would understand that they cannot waste that which the sacred fire provides without experiencing difficulty and distress. People are in conditions of discord and limitation because they have produced conditions of discord and limitation in the past. But once you enter into the knowledge of the sacred fire of this, beloved I Am Presence, then your law of forgiveness acts as you use the violet consuming flame to consume the cause that has produced your present limitations or problems. And in the great mercy of the love that has provided that violet consuming flame abides the power by which you may go forward, and cleansing your world of that which is of human shadows, you may become the son of the sacred fire whose violet flame's forgiving love not only sets you free, but wherever you abide, it will set all life free also. And it gives all life a new chance to turn back to the divine way of life, and once again live as the mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host originally designed. The original way of life was purity and balance. And those who will love the sacred fire enough to draw its momentum in and around themselves will return to the divine way to live life, and what you call supernatural powers will begin to act through that sacred fire. Instead of being supernatural, they are the natural activities and the natural power of the sacred fire. You had their use centuries ago. Mankind has used these powers in every golden age, and since you are entering into that which is the permanent golden age to the earth, then you must again come into the use of these powers of the sacred fire by which all manifestation is controlled harmoniously. So blessed ones, if distress seems great in your beings or worlds, take time, if only for 1 whole minute, to send your love back to your mighty I Am Presence, and demand with every fiber of your being everything in your being and world become the sacred fire of the flaming Christ. The mighty I Am Presence, they are one or any ascended master, into the conditions about you, until those conditions yield to you the perfection and the harmony that sustains the divine plan's fulfillment. Now I have many reasons for bringing this to your attention tonight. The more you can understand what I say tonight, the more you can use this in and around yourselves. The more you build its momentum, the more certain will be your ascension, and if you do it enough, your ascension will be without the passing through the change called death. It will depend entirely upon you how much of this momentum you draw around yourselves, how much you recognize it and dwell within it, how much you send it forth to the rest of life to free life from so-called death. And if you draw it, if you live within it, if you send it forth for the freedom of life, life will automatically free you. So blessed ones, in understanding this you will realize that when I said, "Be ye perfect, as your Father in heaven is perfect," when I said, "Now are ye the sons of God," by this acceptance and use and direction and expansion of this sacred fire will you be able to do all that I did and greater things. And I will yet stand beside you until that is manifested in the fulfillment of my command to life. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. I will not keep you long, but this, my dear ones, is the power of the sacred fire that raises all into the ascension. It is the power that changes manifestation into greater perfection. It is the power of control of all the forces of the elements, and it is the way and means of producing perfection. So as you go forth just using it, will you learn more about it by your use of it? Then when you begin to feel the surge of its cosmic force gathering within you, all of a sudden that bursts, and you become aware of that which it is your divine right to use, and which reveals forever greater and greater perfection, greater mastery and greater power to accomplish anything to which you turn your attention, so long as it be constructive. So blessed ones, in this which I want you to have tonight, with every fiber of my being I want you to understand this. I want you to use it, I want you to live within the world of its perfection and its love. And then you will help me to raise the rest of life into the perfection of the sacred fire, and fulfill my promise to raise all mankind into the freedom and the perfection of my love which the sacred fire brings to earth. So I enfold you tonight in its blazing presence. As you hold your attention upon it, you shall feel the power of my love, and as you use it to control conditions around you, you too become the magnet that draws mankind up and into our world of perfection. And then as you pour forth this sacred fire and it becomes eternal to this world, will you bring heaven on earth, and mankind will have entered into the ascended Master's octave that is their destiny, their home, and their eternal freedom. Nowhere does freedom abide except within the sacred fire. And as you make your world its glorifying presence, will you find you are free, and that which has seemed your struggle of the past will have been a cloud that passes by, and you, the self-luminous being of the sacred fire wherever you abide, are master of all you contact anywhere in the universe. And it is worth everything in the way of effort that you make to reach that which is the master presence, and the controlling power of the sacred fire throughout all eternity. Thank you with my love for your presence here tonight. Thank you for your recognition of the ascension thus far, and now as you hold to it, more and more will our help come to you to make its reality manifest in this world, until all mankind have entered into its freedom for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. November 28, 1957, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Record CD 952. Beloved of my heart, may we enfold you today in the cosmic sun presence of the sacred fire authority and power, which you require in outer world conditions to stand your guard against destruction. I want you to feel that your first duty to your beloved I Am presence, and your mighty Master Saint Germain and the ascended host is to hold your attention and your love flowing to your beloved I Am presence, with such cosmic intensity, not tension, but intensity that you keep aware in the outer self of what that mighty I Am presence wants you to do, and just naturally let its sacred fire flow into outer world conditions ahead of you to govern everything wherever you abide. When I said long ago that when I was lifted up, I would draw all mankind unto me, I have been drawing life unto me ever since that. When you 180. Hold the picture of my luminous presence as a cosmic light substance in and around you or around a condition. I can and I do solidify the ascended master cosmic light substance from our great octave of existence in and around the person, or the condition to be sustained until your decree is fulfilled in outer manifestation. Now we are entering into the greater need, or requirement of more of the sacred fire authority in outer physical conditions, because the usurped authority of evil forces has so encroached upon that which is of God that there must come now, in outer conditions, more of the sacred fire authority from the seven mighty Elohim. So when you think of my luminous presence enfolding an individual or a condition, will you qualify it now with the cosmic sacred fire presence? Because when I gave my vow to life that, when I was lifted up, I would draw all mankind unto me, I had to use the power of the great central sun magnet. And I assure you, that is an action of the sacred fire. It is an action that sweeps within its own radius whatever it contacts into its own flame. It draws into its own flame all wherever it is called into outer action. So when you are using my sacred fire presence, will you always have the comprehension with it of the great central sun magnet's drawing power that not only draws the thing or the condition with which you are concerned, or where you are calling for help into it, and into its perfection, but it has a raising power to all the rest of life on this earth, all life streams. Whether they be bound now in evil or not, matters not. That great central sun magnet's sacred fire power is all authority over all manifestations in this system of worlds. Therefore, when you think of my likeness or my focus of help to life, I would appreciate it greatly from now on if you would consider that a cosmic sun presence of the great central sun magnets, victorious action, and the sacred fire authority that commands life to come up and out of evil. In that way, we will withdraw the energy that sustains evil forces and conditions, and they will collapse much more quickly. In all the miracles that I performed, I always called the action of the sacred fire into the substance or the consciousness of the individual or the condition. When I handled the evil forces, I said, "Come out of him," and then that which was creating evil had to obey me. And that was long before my ascension. So now I offer you far greater power in cosmic authority of the sacred power of the seven mighty Elohim to issue the same command, and have the realization that the power of the great central sun magnet, through the sacred fire authority of the seven mighty Elohim, draws all life out of the control and out of the authority of the hordes of evil. Now this is of tremendous import, and we are concentrating during the next 7 sacred weeks all of this power, that you will give us the opening to concentrate, by your attention to it, your call for it, and your acceptance of it as the sun presence of sacred fire authority to all life. That commands all life to come out of all evil, that evil may be consumed and removed from the universe by the annihilating presence of blue lightning cosmic Christ purity. This is not an easy task, and certainly not a light one. But since your mighty Saint Germain has had the courage to take the responsibility he has, and I, long ago gave my vow to life, and I took the responsibility of raising all mankind out of evil, and into the Christ consciousness of the Ascended Master's octave, which I am, with no uncertainty you who understand this law can set into action in physical conditions power of which you have no intellectual comprehension. It is our hope that you may release this during the 7 sacred weeks, with enough cosmic action to make itself felt in outer world conditions in very tangible ways, to prevent the viciousness of evil forces any longer desecrating this nation, or the people of the world who are trying to serve the constructive way of life. Try to remember now, since I am become the cosmic Christ, which means the authority of the sacred fire over all in this world, and one with that which is the authority over all in this system of worlds. Since I am become that cosmic Christ sacred fire, it is a power I offer you for use, and I hope you will use it incessantly without limit. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. If we can concentrate within the next 7 weeks enough of this, you will see mankind, or at least a great many, perhaps 3/4 awaken, and come out from under the hypnotic control of those unfortunate individuals who are creating, or trying to create the wars of the world, now in drawing the masses of the people out of the clutches of hypnotic forces. You must be ready to use the sacred fire's authority and power of purity and love and perfection to steady them, and stabilize them all into constructive activities where they will feel peace enough to love to stay there. We are going to make this effort with your assistance, and we'll see what we can do. The hordes of evil, of course, are determined to destroy everything and drive all mankind to the second death. And that cannot be, for my vow to life was given long ago, and was accepted by the 7 mighty Elohim of creation. Therefore, in the fulfillment of my promise to life, they, the 7 mighty Elohim of creation, are ever ready to release their sacred fire authority to accomplish that which I commanded and that which I promised to do. If you care to use my command, then the sacred fire from the heart of creation is obligated to fulfill your command. I cannot impress this upon you too powerfully at this time, because the need for you and the need of all that is constructive in the outer world is so paramount at this moment, that if you send forth a surge suddenly into those destructive activities and channels that seek to enslave or deprave or destroy mankind, it will be like a sudden shock, and like a tidal wave that sweeps out of existence quickly much of the gathered momentum upon which the evil forces depend to accomplish their diabolical purpose. Therefore, if you will call into all outer physical conditions in everything that is wrong that's brought to your attention, just in one mighty flash of love to your mighty I Am presence and the ascended host, call the sacred fire authority of the 7 mighty Elohim by my ascended Jesus Christ blue lightning annihilation of evil. Charge it into the condition, forget it, and go on your way. And just like lightning flashing into a storm cloud will you find the storm cloud consumed. You can weaken destructive forces in a very rapid way, and especially over the next 7 weeks as you enter into this with the conscious understanding of all that it is your right to use, all that I am trying to accomplish, all that I have promised to life, and all that the mighty Saint Germain and those who direct the sacred fire to the earth are ready to release at this cosmic moment. For a cosmic moment it is, in which there must come the sacred fire to roll back the hordes of evil from America until those hordes can be taken care of, and the evil consumed. So blessed ones, when you think of me, will you again always think of me as the sacred fire presence of the victorious cosmic Christ, for such I am to the earth. Such I am to the individuals of this world. Such I am to life everywhere. This momentum has been gathering. Cosmic beings of which mankind know nothing are converging certain activities of the sacred fire upon the earth, and if you will call forth the sacred fire authority of the seven mighty Elohim to wipe out all human authority, and then demand the withdrawal of all destructive use of the free will, it will not only give you greater protection and enable you to go forward with less disturbance, but you will greatly weaken quickly the momentum that is seeking to burst into the atmosphere of Earth. Therefore, when you call my blue lightning cosmic Christ authority and power my blue lightning cosmic Christ control, I am obligated to project that in and around you to overwhelm evil. When you call my blue lightning cosmic Christ purity into outer physical conditions, I assure you, the sacred fire surges, and purification either takes place or the condition is completely dissolved. I cannot bring this to the orthodox world. They do not understand. I love them, and they worship me in their own way, but they don't give me the opening by cosmic authority and conscious use of the understanding of the sacred fire. I appreciate their love and devotion, and I never fail to answer, and I have released miracles, unlimited in answer to their calls. But my dear ones, you need in the world today more of the sacred fire authority of the seven mighty Elohim who have built this system of worlds, who are the creators of the system, and who are all authority for both the control and sustaining of the system. So when you begin to call the sacred fire authority victorious forever, of the seven mighty Elohim of creation into all physical conditions to annihilate all human authority, and produce the perfection that saves the world, then we all surge into action. And your own, beloved I am presence, will draw in and around you all manifestations of the sacred fire, some of which you will see, some of which you will not see, but nevertheless will be held about you, active, to control conditions in which you move, that destruction may not touch you. So we offer that protection to all who will assist us in the accomplishing of that which must be done at this time. The cosmic moment is here, and we must act while the outpouring takes place. If you will enter into this in unison with that outpouring, miracles and power unbelievable will enter into outer world conditions and change many, many things for the better. I assure you, there must come the harmonious correction of these conditions of the outer world. And the sacred fire is the only way you can ever correct evil harmoniously and permanently. Therefore, in the use of my ascended Jesus Christ blue lightning control, there comes instantly the sacred fire of love that in one flash wipes out the evil. I want you to have this picture. I want you to have the feeling. I want you to depend on it, that I may have the opportunity to let it manifest to you to prove itself, not that I think you need the proof, but the proof brings you great joy. As you use the power more and more and you, yourselves, become that sacred fire presence and proof, your power grows greater and becomes irresistible to the world around you. So beloved ones, when you call this into outer action, try also to remember that this is part of the service of the great angelic host, for wherever the sacred fire flashes, the angelic host are present and in command. I want you to feel this today as a tangible reality, so close to you that you cannot help but remember its presence about you, you cannot help but use it all the time, you cannot help but see it correct conditions around your loved ones, and you realize that the sacred fire authority of the seven mighty Elohim is at all times the all-control of all manifestation. Then when you demand that the sacred fire love from the heart of creation takes the place of mankind's hate, call forth the sacred fire love, the sacred fire authority of the seven mighty Elohim, to fulfill your command that hate must cease to be in all life. You will serve life with such glory and perfection, you will release such power for your own protection and the protection of your land of freedom, you will set into action in physical conditions those activities of the sacred fire that will be sustained and expanded for eternity. And you will see the angelic host face to face. This must come. Someone must call for the sacred fire's annihilation and prevention of hate, because that is what sustains. It is the energy that sustains your war conditions of the world. It sustains evil, it sustains human authority, and you really do not want it. In demanding the complete release of the people of this world from all hypnotic control by evil, you've got to have from the heart of creation the blue lightning authority of the seven mighty Elohim. And as that strikes into the substance that has been placed into the mental and feeling world of the masses of the people by destructive forces, it shatters that and allows the outer self to awaken and give more obedience to the higher mental body, that the raising may take place. While that which is of evil creation drops away and is consumed by that blue lightning force itself. The force, the cosmic action of the blue lightning cosmic Christ power and authority, is a quick release of such overpowering action of the sacred fire that it shatters first, and then instantly consumes. When you begin to hold steadily to the increasing power of the blue lightning cosmic Christ control, blue lightning cosmic Christ authority, blue lightning cosmic Christ protection to all that is of God, I tell you, it will be like the sun bursting out from under a cloud. And individual life streams, one after another, will awaken as if from a sleep, and reach up and obey while the discord of human creation is stripped away and consumed, never to touch life again. The great beings who through the centuries have poured their love to mankind so long, beloved ones, have loved and loved and loved life. We have loved substance. We have loved energy. We have loved to set all free from impurity of human creation. But now there must come the cosmic onrushing pressure and force of such sacred fire authority from the seven mighty Elohim that every human being on this planet is compelled to be aware of the authority that is their master, the master of each one. This awareness must come to awaken mankind out of the sleep of the centuries. And those of you who understand something of this use of the sacred fire can, my dear ones, render tremendous service to the more rapid fulfillment of the promise I gave to life, the promise the mighty Saint Germain gave to life, and the promise many of you have given to life. Together, our desire for the freedom of all life from all evil is, after all, a flash of the sacred fire's love from the heart of the central sun. As it expands through each one and you desire the freedom of life from all evil, you must use with your desire your own individual cosmic authority of your mighty I Am presence, to draw the sacred fire authority of the seven mighty Elohim into outer physical conditions with the conscious command that evil shall cease to be, and let go of life streams that belong to God. I sponsored mankind when I promised to raise all mankind into the same great perfection to which I attained. I sponsored mankind to the cosmic law, and so I must fulfill my promise. When I gave that promise, I made no exceptions. My love that wanted life free didn't want part of life free, and didn't want the other part of life to go to the second death. No, that's not the promise I gave to life. I gave to life my command, my promise to help raise all life out of all evil, that evil might collapse, and be consumed, and cease to manifest anywhere in the universe to desecrate that which the seven mighty Elohim of creation have created and produced, only to glorify the mighty I Am presence, and bring happiness to life that could never end. Since evil is temporary, the perfection of God's love is eternal, then as you remember and demand the action, the victory of the great central sun magnet's sacred fire power without limit, to draw all life out of all hypnotic control by the forces of evil. You cannot possibly desire that freedom for life without having yourselves raised into more and more of the freedom you desire to manifest in the world. So love becomes paramount. When you love life enough to continually raise it out of the shadows of human distress, you will not be concerned about the details of evil. You will constantly use all your time and energy to call forth and release and release and release, without limit, overwhelming oceans of the sacred fire authority from the seven mighty Elohim of creation that compels all evil annihilated, and quickly, that mankind may awaken, beholding the sacred fire. Know it has met its master, that the cosmic hour is here, and that obedience to its cosmic law is inevitable for eternity. So blessed ones, I am very grateful for this day. I am very grateful for the opportunity of increasing the release of the sacred fire during these 7 sacred weeks, into all outer channels of activity. May the onrush be so terrific in its cosmic pressure that no evil can survive. And with those mighty ones who are pouring forth their sacred fire at the Royal Teton during this time, and through those who understand this law, we plead with you to use your own authority of your mighty I Am presence, and command this sacred fire release to go forth and do your will. Which is the will of the mighty I Am presence, that evil cease to manifest. So feel yourselves clothed in a sun presence of my sacred fire love to life, and my sacred fire fulfillment of my promise that its power raise all unto the same great perfection of the ascended host that raised me, to my freedom. In setting life free you will know a joy you have never yet experienced. And only the sacred fire authority from the seven mighty Elohim drawn into outer physical conditions by unascended beings by conscious command can set into action the fiat of life that compels evil to meet its end. And let that be now. As I enfold you in the sun presence of that command, my heart's flame and violet flaming cosmic Christ control will ever abide with you and give you every blessing and strength and assistance to the fulfillment of your call. Thank you with all my heart for eternity. October 18, 1959, San Francisco, California. Record CD 589 AB. Beloved ones of my heart, let us enter in today to the release and the acknowledgement of another more intense action of the cosmic light, and its great sacred fire love to the earth. Because if the sacred fire of which the light is the radiation did not love the manifestation it has brought into existence, it could not be sustained nor expanded. And so when you handle conditions in the outer world, and especially with individuals, try to remember that that which is divine obedience to the law requires, first of all, that you strengthen and protect and expand all that is constructive within an individual. And that keeps your attention upon that which builds perfection for you, for the individual, and for the world around you. The sinister force is constantly seething with its determination to expand destruction and to wipe. 196. Out anything and everything that is constructive, and all that is constructive is the Christ of the universe. All that is not constructive is the Antichrist regardless of who it is in or where it is manifesting. Therefore, since the light of the universe is the Christ, the manifestation of light everywhere in infinity is the love of the Christ that reveals the powers of life to mankind for use in this world. Mankind must be taught what that light is, why it should be loved, and how you can bring into outer manifestation anything that is of perfection by the use of the powers of light, because if you had no light to use, you could not produce manifestation anywhere. The darkness does not produce manifestation. It is only the love which the light is from the sacred fire in the great central sun, that is able to produce the manifested universe, sustain it and expand it, and let its blessings flow forth to the unfoldment of the powers of life which are within every life stream, which are within this system of worlds and within all systems. So today, in giving assistance to mankind and closing out the mass accumulation of discord, we must strengthen, protect, and expand the powers within light, all constructive powers within the life of the individual. And that is why I said during the time of my ministry to those around me, the things I do, all men shall do, and greater things than these shall ye do, because I knew that life is ever expanding its powers of manifestation. And every individual must someday use the powers of his or her own life to expand and manifest perfection in the universe around that life stream. Now, instead of feeling that the destructive forces generated by mankind are master over outer world conditions, instead of feeling that, watch that feeling. Seize it and demand its annihilation by all activities of the sacred fire and the cosmic light that are the master powers of the universe, because every feeling that you have of inability to master a condition is nothing but the Antichrist. It simply is energy vibrating with a destructive rate of vibration, therefore it is the Antichrist. It is that which is opposed to the perfection which is the love and the light. The love and the light are the manifestation of the sacred fire from the central sun, so do not be afraid to use the authority of your own life. I had to. I could not have produced the manifestations that gave blessings to others if I had not used the powers of my own life, and I used the authority of the sacred fire, and I commanded perfection manifest. And so must it be with you. Therefore, when you feel any inability to conquer a destructive condition, don't let it build and keep on feeling that you are helpless before the onrushing destructive conditions. Arise with all the determination of your being and, if need be, demand the sun presence of my victory to come into you and right by your own conscious determination command that feeling annihilated, and my feeling of mastery to take its place. Now this is where you will gain your greatest momentum of power and accomplish the most wonderful results in the shortest time. If you will remember in the statements I gave where I gave them that they might carry my feeling into your feeling world, into the energy of your feeling, then try to realize that every word that is given from the Ascended Master's octave is a flame and a light, and substance that is consciously drawn into and through and around you to strengthen, protect, expand, and make victorious everything that is of the light. Therefore, when I said, I am the open door that no man can shut, that is my love, the love of my own heart's flame that always produces luminosity. It always produces light, and the love which I am, no one can close out from any part of life where I command it to go. And so it is with you. You have the same powers within life that I had within life. I had to draw those powers into my outer activities to gain the momentum by which I accomplished what I did, and went through the experience that proved the eternal perfection of life. If you will watch your feelings, and if there is disturbed feeling, don't let it go on and build and whirl into a momentum. The moment your feeling is disturbed, stop everything and seize it, but draw into it the sacred fire that consumes the disturbance and replaces it by the sun presence of the victory of our light, our Ascended Master Light. Demand the victory of our Ascended Master Light to come into your feelings, illumine your flesh, illumine your atmosphere, illumine your conditions with our love that always manifests perfection. And when I said, I am the open door no man can shut, I am that love from the great central Sunday. But not all mankind put together can ever close out from life, because I command it to go into life because I am life, and I command my love to go into all the life in this world, whether that be individuals or the powers of nature or the forces of the elements matters not. I have commanded the light of my love, which is the cosmic Christ of the universe, to go into all life here and compel the purification that raises it out of the use of destructive forces, and compels it to manifest the perfection of the ascended host. And you are part of that life. Your life and our life is one life, and the love of that life which I am loves the life which you are, and when I command my love to go into a condition, it manifests perfection. And so shall it be with you. You must have this command to life. When I raised those from the so-called dead, I called the light of life back into that body, and the body responded and obeyed the law of life. It takes tremendous momentum to be able to do that in the physical world when there is so much discord already created, but when you keep acknowledging who you are and what you are, and you acknowledge the victory of perfection which the light is, you must experience manifestation accordingly. And therefore when you say, I am the resurrection and the life, you are dealing with the one life of the universe, and the only life. The only activity anywhere that can produce manifestation. Now what did I mean when I said, I am the resurrection and the life? The resurrection is the awakening of the light that has been covered over by the discord and suffering and distress of mankind's frightful creation, and misuse of energy. But when I said, I am the resurrection and the life, I was acknowledging the life of the great central sun which my mighty I am presence was. And so it is with you when you say, I am the resurrection and the life, for instance, of America's freedom this hour. It was life, someone's life, the life of the early patriots under the direction of the mighty Saint Germain, that brought forth America as a nation, the United States of America. You had freedom once. Life provided it here. Then when you say, I am the resurrection and the life of America's freedom in the light of the cosmic Christ, then you give us an open door. And we have but to pour that light with the intensity of cosmic action everywhere throughout the nation to prevent destructive forces acting. For I assure you, regardless of all mankind's frightful discordant creation, it is nothing but a shadow before the cosmic light of suns and systems of suns whose light ever grows brighter. And there is no end to the brightness which it can produce, and in which evil cannot live. Now this is what I want you to recognize. When there are problems to be handled, you need to call the cosmic light into that problem after you have used the violet consuming flame in order to strengthen and expand, and protect everything that is constructive in the condition. Whether that be in individuals or the nation or the world matters not, the action of the law is the same. Light is the only purifying power. The sacred fire is the source of that light. The light is part of the sacred fire, the love of the Christ is part of the sacred fire, and the only purifying activity anywhere in the universe is the sacred fire from whence light and love are radiated into the manifested universe in which you move. Therefore, when you want the greater powers of your own life to come forth into outer world conditions, call forth the resurrection and the life from the great central sun that manifests that perfection for which you call. Now if you will awaken to this and just experiment with it a little bit in your own personal affairs, I will be able to give you ever so much more assistance, not only through radiation, but I shall be able to draw around you a flame of my own heart's love, which is an eternal healing presence. Thank you so much. Now when you acknowledge the flame of that love in the great central sun, the beloved I am presence, there within yourselves, occasionally if you can't remember to do it every day, do it, well, if it's only once a week, remember the love you once were and must become again. And when you say, I am the flame of love from the great central sun that I once was, and I am the expanding flame of that love of cosmic Christ perfection manifest in this world that blesses all life forever, you try this. Or you can try the expression, I am the flame of cosmic Christ love manifested here and manifesting perfection everywhere. Oh my dear ones, there is no limit to what you can have. It is just as if you turned a powerful searchlight onto your own pathway, and you never again stumble because your pathway is free from obstruction. During the 2 first golden ages in this world there was no imperfection, no discord. Mankind used the natural powers of life and created those great magnificent golden ages which glorified the mighty I am presence and the ascended host. That power is still in the universe for you to use, and I am pleading with you tonight to draw that into yourselves and around yourselves and use it, use it, use it. Your beloved Saint Germain has given you the victory of the violet consuming flame, and what think you is that? That is the purifying, remolding action of the sacred fire that always produces perfection. When I offer you my own heart's flame to produce perfection and victory in you and your world, if you call, I will answer. And I have never refused to answer anyone who called honestly and earnestly with determination. We live, my loved ones, to expand the great love flame of the universe. We live to use its magnificent powers. We live to manifest perfection to the world in this system of worlds. We live to glorify the great central sun from whence we come. Why would we not give it to you? And when we plead and plead and plead, and these magnificent powers of life's perfection and life's happiness indescribable are flooding, and seeking an opening to bring their blessing into this world to free individuals. Sometimes it's very difficult to us to stand and watch individuals suffer and create more and more suffering, and impose that suffering upon others, upon other parts of life, just because the individual has free will to choose to turn away from love. People crave love for a lifetime and know not how to give it nor where it is. And yet it is ever present, offering itself to manifestation everywhere to produce more perfect manifestation, to produce only perfection, to bring only happiness, to reveal only the mastery of the glorifying presence of the sacred fire. I did not go through the experiences during the time of my ministry without very definitely knowing for eternity that I would master all evil in this world until it was annihilated. And so I shall. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now since I have decided upon the complete annihilation of all evil, then whenever you call my sacred fire mastery into a physical condition with the demand for the annihilation of all evil, so shall it be established unto you. I want you to feel that today with an assurance that you've never quite felt before. Many of you have had marvelous manifestations in answers to your call. Millions of people have called to me, and they have received the answers to those calls. And I am still ready, with ever greater increasing cosmic power of all activities of the sacred fire, to consciously direct them wherever individuals who have free will decide and are determined that evil shall die. And we are depending on you to do that. Thank you so much. So when I said, I am with you always, it is a far greater truth and a far more powerful victorious action of the law of life than anyone understands. My life is one with your life. I am one with all life. Therefore, I am all authority to command everything that is a destructive use of energy to cease to be. And if you will command with me, then evil shall be removed from all life everywhere forever. You are facing the house cleaning of the ages. The forces of mankind's generation that have produced such viciousness to life, and have imposed such frightful suffering, those forces must face their end. And you who understand this law that the beloved mighty Saint Germain has brought to you for your freedom and your blessing, each of you is an open door through which we can always pour those activities of the sacred fire that move into outer physical conditions, and by the power of the silence, dissolve and consume that which opposes the perfection of God's love. Now please do not accept for a moment that individuals caught in the shadows of destructive conditions are ever going to wipe out the Christ of this world or any other. The Christ is the light of eternity. It is the love from the sacred fire of the great central sun which the mighty I Am Presence is. And that light is everything that is constructive in every life stream, and that must be allowed to reign. It must be allowed to control. It must be allowed to expand its perfection and produce constructive action in the manifestations of this world. Now, so long as you fight destructive forces, there is the feeling of hate and resistance. But when you call our sacred fire and victory of eternal dominion, eternal mastery, into a destructive condition, we project it there until it dissolves and consumes that which opposes the perfection of our love. O blessed ones, we are eternal. Mankind's frightful evil creation is not. And therefore, if you will call, as mighty victory told you, the cosmic flame of cosmic victory, his cosmic flame of cosmic victory which is one with our life and our victory, and you call this into yourselves and into all destructive conditions, you strengthen, expand, and protect, and enable the light to be victorious in any manifestation in the physical octave. But when people want victory over destructive forces in this world, they must turn to the source that is eternal victory. And the sacred fire of our love is the only eternal victory anywhere in infinite space. So blessed ones, you are master by the sacred fire love which I am, and which I have offered through the ages for use in the physical world to consume that which would destroy manifestation if allowed to go on. But the cosmic law of the sacred fire is master over destructive conditions, and therefore you who stand one with us, when you make this call, can be clothed in activities of the sacred fire of which you know absolutely nothing but which can enfold you when you make your maximum effort to call your beloved presence, sacred fire love of eternal victory into a condition. Then you, as the individual, can be the open door, and we, from a cosmic angle, can clothe you in the sacred fire and sun presence that expands to bless the nation and the world. And wherever you go, you are like a mighty magnet drawing all life up and into the perfection of its freedom. Try to realize, when we speak of the law of love, that it is more than just the feeling of kindness to life. The cosmic Christ love which our life is, and which the sacred fire is the master power of life so terrific in its action. The human intellect cannot comprehend it because it is the sustaining life that gives perfection expression, produces manifestation, expands it and protects it. And if everything that is constructive that you have ever brought forth in outer world activities were commanded to be invincible against destructive forces, and that invincible protection be the sacred fire love that clothes the manifestation in its almighty power, destructive forces could never have destroyed one civilization after another when mankind's marvelous constructive efforts brought forth blessings to the people, and then those blessings were destroyed. Try never to forget, whatever you call into existence, to demand it be untouched by the Antichrist forever, which means untouched by anything destructive. With every power of your being, when you seize the authority of your own life stream, when you will perfection to manifest, when you acknowledge the sacred fire love of invincible, eternal protection, and then you call to us to blaze it without reservation into physical conditions, then we step forward, and in the power of the cosmic Christ, establish certain activities of the sacred fire in outer world conditions which will govern harmoniously, regardless of all mankind's human creation. Now we are here to purify and redeem the earth. We are here to consume that which desecrates the energy of the universe. We are here to manifest the victory of sacred fire love that opens the door into the ascended Master's octave to let mankind fulfill its destiny unto the attainment of the Ascension. And it can only be done by the sacred fire love from the mighty I Am Presence and the ascended host. And that love is such terrific power as none of mankind has ever yet beheld. Who of you, or all mankind that's ever embodied in this world, can enter into the heart of the physical sun? That's what I'm talking about. That is power. That is the sacred fire love and the life that sustains the whole system, controls the whole system, expands perfection and reveals the glory of the manifested universe. Who of you can enter into that heart center of the sacred fire's love? You scarcely recognize that the light that has manifested the physical sun is the love from the Great Central Sunday. Your outer world scientists think it is a ball of fire. Not once do they acknowledge that it is love that gives life to the world, to the whole system. They do not acknowledge the love within its radiation that makes the plant life of this world grow. The outer world does not know yet how to acknowledge love, but I am here to release this illumination tonight, and with your cooperation, we will teach the world the power of love, the victory and mastery of its perfection that none has yet comprehended except they become ascended beings. So blessed ones, when you want my Monday, my miracle Monday of love's mastery, to enfold you in its sacred fire love, I shall not be wanting. I shall not refuse one call that ever comes to me, and that Monday of sacred fire love from my life will heal you of anything, will strengthen you into any intensity you want, will protect you and will illumine you and will perfect you unto your ascension. I am that enfolding presence of the sacred fire to life. And when you realize this and feel my presence, the words in I am, come, will have become fulfilled in your experience, for around you shall abide the presence which I am, to ever stand by you until your ascension is complete. I have come. I am come to give this assistance, and if you will call, not one of you shall fail. I am here to see that the mighty Saint Germain's work of the centuries comes to its victorious fulfillment, and the world that needs to understand love shall see love in action as mastery over all conditions that have caused such distress to life, through the centuries. So beloved ones, in the Ascended Master's octave we are one, so far as the plan of accomplishment is concerned. We are ever each other's assistants, and when it comes to the power that frees the world from distress, we are all ever present here to bring its victory. Therefore, when you call forth our cosmic flame of cosmic Christ victory over everything of human discord, you will see that victory take its dominion, you will see those manifestations set life free, and you will see the consuming of that which should never have been created. The great divine plan never contained the discord of mankind's misuse of the energy of life. So blessed ones, the legions of the sacred fire that bring our love to earth are the angelic host. May you feel their presence. May you demand that mankind see their presence, and when you demand that everything that lives be forced to face the sacred love of the sacred fire and be purified, you shall see all the miracles which your heart desires. And you shall see the master hand of God, the mighty I Am presence, in control of mankind's creation in this world until it is wiped out of the universe and the records and memory of life everywhere. So blessed ones, go forward. Try to feel that we are close to you every day. We're no farther away from you than your own heart's love and your attention to us, because our life is one with yours. And our life, being the master life that has mastered conditions in this world, now is ready to forever strengthen and expand and protect all that is of the light in you. Every desire you have for perfection is an expansion of that light, and if you so desire it, if you so command it, we shall be its invincible protection about that which you want to manifest until the hordes of the shadows are consumed. And mankind is no longer allowed to create discord to desecrate God's universe. The angelic host are the legions of that love. Dwell with them. Acknowledge them. Accept them. Call them into action, and demand their victory of the love of the sacred fire revealed to mankind the end of the age and the end of human creation, and let us, as quickly as possible, protect and free the nation that is the heart of the world. And then let that sacred fire go forth until no part of life ever again is touched by discord of any kind. I came to bring freedom to the earth, to bring freedom to life. My love has ever expanded and my power shall ever increase until I have fulfilled the vow I gave to life, that when I was lifted up I would draw all mankind unto me. And so it is in this hour. I stand the sun presence of that love that is the great central sun magnet that does lift all life unto me, and I am, in the Ascended Master's octave, so all life here must be raised into the purity and the love of Ascended Master's perfection for eternity. And thus I am, the Savior of the world. May you become that love so great that its power is irresistible, its sacred fire consumes all evil, and its light expands so bright nothing can behold it except that which is eternal perfection. I am with you always, and the love which I am, I now set into action through your calls, to blaze without reservation its sacred fire purity everywhere in this world, until one life stream after another awakens, turns Godward, and is set free from the discord of centuries. I am, the Redeemer come. I am, the Son of that love which lifts all out of distress and into ascended Master freedom and perfection for all eternity. Come with me and be that love, and never again shall the hordes of the shadows cause distress to life. Let us as quickly as possible consume the sinister force and replace it by the love of eternity. For such do we live, such must become manifest, and such is the victory, the cosmic Christ victory of the cosmic Christ love that forever is master of all. Go forth enfolded in its sun presence and be its purifying freedom to life forever. Thank you with all my heart. April 18, 1965 Long Beach, California Record CD 1175, Cassette 60432. Beloved ones of my heart, great has been your accomplishment. Great has been your effort, and great has been the outpouring of the love of each one who has assisted to bring into physical manifestation this I Am, temple and focus of the sacred fire and cosmic light that is the heart life of the mighty I Am presence and the ascended host. Here shall abide, with your cooperation and your harmony and obedience, there shall always abide here the assistance of the ascended host. And as the harmony is maintained, the focus of the sacred fire shall ever pour forth its blessing of love. Its light shall go forth to illumine every particle of life, human or otherwise, that passes this way, and through which there can pour forth the ever greater love that raises all into our ascended Master perfection. We have spoken of love a long time. Every ascended Master and cosmic being has poured throughout the centuries the love of each one's own life stream, the beloved mighty I Am presence. The love that has been poured to this earth has brought here everything that is constructive. It has brought here the things mankind has been permitted to use. And now, since the cleansing of the earth must take place, that which is to be protected must be held within the ascended Master's love, because there is not love enough in the masses of the people to hold protection. The ascended Master's love, and that from the cosmic beings who have created this earth, who sustain it, who control it, who hold it in its orbit and its manifestations of the powers of nature and blessings upon it, those great beings own the planet. It is their love that owns it. It is their love that has created it. It is their love by which it lives, and it is their love by which it must be guarded. All through the centuries, mankind has been told down through the ages that love is the fulfilling of the law. Therefore, unless the feeling is harmonized and purified, love does not control. So if purification is to take place, if protection is to be given, if the victory of that which is constructive is to come and control outer world conditions, then there must come enough love from the life streams of enough of the mankind of this nation to enable the ascended Masters to amplify that with whatever sacred fire is necessary to protect that which is divine. Let there not be a breath apart. Let there be no criticism or condemnation for or against any other part of life, but just the one supreme call of the heart for enough love, sacred fire purity, and control from the ascended Master's octave to be the power in the physical world to hold protection around that which is constructive. I tell you frankly, there is not love enough in the world to protect that which is constructive, unless that love for which mankind calls and the peace for which the people call has poured forth into it the ascended Master's sacred fire love, from the ascended Master's hearts. Therefore the world itself must understand that the sacred fire love of eternal protection must come from above. And that sacred fire is from the ascended Masters and cosmic beings. Therefore, to abide within the heart flame of those to whom you call, whose ascended Master outpouring is necessary in this world to protect enough purity to enable perfection to survive, unless that love comes from the ascended Master's octave as the sacred fire power of indestructible purity, indestructible harmony, indestructible control of the energy of each one's life. Where the attention is, your life flame pours forth the energy of the life of the outer self, and it fastens the life of the outer self to everything upon which your attention rests. Therefore, if conditions are to be corrected here, there must come the sacred fire's immortal purity that loves the human creation out of the emotional body, and into the violet consuming flame's immortal purity. So long as individuals do not control the feeling world, protection cannot be given and is not being given. Therefore the heart flame's purifying love from the ascended Masters and cosmic beings, as well as from each one's own I Am presence, is the greatest need of the hour for the nation and the world. So long as human feeling is allowed to be expressed in discord, there is not purity and there is not love. Love is the only protection. Love is the only purity. Love is the only directing, illumining intelligence that the sacred fire bestows through human beings to enable the outer self to do that which is obedience to the cosmic law, and be the directing intelligence that holds constructive activities protected against mankind's discord. Only one thing is great in this universe, and that is the beloved mighty I Am Presence life. And that life of the ascended masters and cosmic beings is the sacred fire love and its indestructible purity. If individuals would only realize what miracles can take place when that sacred fire love of an ascended master's heart is called forth into physical conditions to prevent all wrong, to purify and protect all that is right. To hold possession of the energy in the feeling world so that destructive forces cannot take it away from individuals, and qualify it with discord. If mankind would only understand the need to control the feeling by the heart flames love of the ascended host, miracles of protection and constructive action would bring the ascended master's victory to this earth anywhere and everywhere you choose to call it forth into outer action. We have said throughout the ages that until a thing is accomplished harmoniously, it is never permanently done. Therefore those who will understand the privilege that is theirs to call forth the heart flames purifying eternal love of the mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host will find it a scepter of power, the master presence of life, and the enfolding miracle mantle of love's mastery that prevents all wrong. The ascended master's heart flames of purifying love must come into the physical conditions of this world, must come into the feeling of every individual who is to have protection. Therefore the love I offered centuries ago is still available to those who will call it forth into the physical octave to prevent all wrong. And I assure you, it takes very much less energy to prevent wrong than it does to correct it after the wrong has been created. We have offered for centuries the mightiest power from the great central sun, and its sacred fire love is the immortal purity of constructive action. And if that which is constructive is to be protected, it must be held in the miracle mantle of the ascended master's love. And that love is from the heart flame of every ascended master's ascended body and the angelic host. When you, through the attention, connect the life stream with that which is discordant, you have tuned into the mass accumulation of the discord of the centuries generated by mankind. If individuals in this nation today are to receive protection, they must tune into the heart flame of the ascended master's love, its indestructible purity, its invincible power, its victorious intelligence, and its almighty manifestations that control the physical world and the powers of nature that have blessed mankind so richly down through the ages. Mankind has been placed in a garden of perfection that love alone creates, and mankind is responsible for the discord created. Every individual's discordant feeling sooner or later destroys the very blessings mankind desires. Therefore when we ask you to use our ascended master LOVE, My Ascended Jesus Christ heart flame love into physical conditions to prevent all wrong, it is like bringing these lights into this room, and the darkness is no more. Therefore, when my heart's flame of purifying love is called into a condition, that which is of discord or impurity is no more. I plead with you, use it. Thank you so much. If every human being within this nation really wanted to take this nation out of war, and each one would call for the ascended master's sacred fire love from the heart flames of the ascended host, and the cosmic beings to raise this nation out of war by the cosmic sacred fire love of those who sustain this world, it would be done. Thank you. Won't you be seated? The love that has created this world, the love that sustains this world, the love that has placed the blessings and powers of nature upon this world, the love that controls this world and keeps it in this system of worlds is great enough to take this nation out of war, and out of the clutches of every force that seeks to destroy or to desecrate any part of life that is within the borders of this land. In this nation was placed in the beginning of mankind's embodiment upon the earth, there was placed here the sacred fire love of immortal perfection. Therefore, the life streams that have been privileged to embody in this world owe an obligation to the great love of the universe, to call forth whatever love of the sacred fire from the heart flames of the ascended host is necessary to love this nation out of the clutches of war. Love the people of this nation out of their human desires, love the life in the powers of nature and forces of the elements out of the impurity mankind has imposed upon them, Love everything out of the shadows and into the light and the sacred fire heart flame of the love of the ascended host. ILLIHIKILLL. And you will find, if you want all life set free from that which is not love, then ask for the cosmic law of the great central sun's heart flame to blaze through all whatever purifying love loves the nation out of all human creation and into the light of the ascended master's control and constructive action that is the master presence of the beloved mighty I Am. So long as people battle each other, so long as people seek to dominate each other, so long as people think they must manage everyone else, they have not learned nor understood the concept of the sacred fire love, that is the miracle manifestations of the perfection that only the ascended host can create. I came in those centuries long ago to take away a certain proportion of the hatred of the world. I consumed that hatred. I have poured love to take its place, and a sixth of the world, at least at this time the world's population, has accepted the reality of my presence, has accepted the love I have given, has accepted the light that shows the way into the ascended master's octave. Now since you understand the beloved I Am presence, and the ascended host's almighty authority to change manifestation in this world into that which fulfills the divine plan, surely you will not fail to pour love to everybody and everything in this nation to be the magnet, the great central sun magnet, and its mighty raising action to love the nation out of the human creation that otherwise would destroy it. It matters not whether it be individuals, nations, the earth, or the powers of nature upon it. Whatever feeling is within the individual is the determining factor of the experiences of the future. Therefore, if you want your nation saved, then those who love your nation should pour forth the ascended master's sacred fire heart's flame of whatever intensifying love saves the nation by raising it out of the human discord that is the sinister force of the world. If we could have the consistent, steady outpouring of all under this radiation, and pour forth through you the heart flames purifying love from the ascended masters and cosmic beings as well as your beloved I Am presence, with the determination within you that there must come enough love to love this nation out of the dangers that threaten, out of the shadows that create discord, and out of the control of that which is of human creation. Love alone is the master power. Love alone is the cosmic law, and that love is the sacred fire love. From the heart flames of the ascended masters and cosmic beings who own the planet, who have placed their blessings upon the planet, and have asked you to be their guests as you embody here and pass the way of earth and use what is here to try to gain your ascension. Everything is a gift of love, and those who will not pour love are in distress indeed. There is no excuse with all the love in the universe, and the mighty power that is the law of that love that is master over everything in creation. There is no excuse if it's not drawn in, through, and around those under this radiation who have been loved this far into the light. So from this hour, if you care to call forth my ascended Jesus Christ's sacred fire love that saves this nation, and raises all into the perfection that frees the earth from human creation, I assure you, this will pour forth in and around you, will hold command of all around you, and will enable you to be master over the discord of the outer world. But if within you there comes the love, forgiveness, and mercy to life that wants to forgive everything that is wrong, then if your love, forgiveness, and mercy to life is great enough, there isn't one thing of discord could ever touch you again. Never. So if you want enough sacred fire love from the ascended master's octave to blaze into this nation whatever raises it out of all human creation, and you call that forth in and around yourselves, it will raise you out of all contact with discord. It will raise the nation, and it will bring peace to the earth that only love can give. There is no use trying any longer to battle your way through this world. I assure you, battle is not love. I assure you, battle is failure. I assure you, love is victory, and that love is the supreme sacred fire purity of the ascended masters, and the great central sun's directing intelligence that knows better than to create discord. That's the kind of intelligence the supreme master sacred fire love of the universe creates systems of worlds and constellations in interstellar space. It is that great sacred fire presence of immortal love's eternal purity that commands perfection manifest and miracles appear. It commands a world to come into existence and go forth to give its blessings to the fulfillment of the divine plan. And unless mankind will use it, mankind goes on again and again in the tragedy and suffering that is wholly unnecessary. When I have taken away a certain proportion of the hatred of the world, and down through the Centuries have consumed hate again and again and again. Can those who say they love me do any less? If you love me, you will love the world, and if you love the world, you will draw the sacred fire's purifying love from the hearts of the ascended masters into every human being within your nation and the world, regardless of appearances. Thank you so much. If you will draw this love into the physical octave, you will be the law of forgiveness because you are the love, mercy, and forgiveness that gives the love of the sacred fire that raises everything into its perfection, and that which was of the shadow ceases to be. Because there is no more life there to sustain or create it. Only the sacred fire love from the ascended master's octave is the master control of the world. Regardless of whether you think individuals are worthy of it or not has nothing whatsoever to do with it. When I said, love your enemy as you love yourself, I meant just that. I meant to call the sacred fire love's immortal purity into the so-called enemy and lift that life, raise it out of that which is wrong, that the wrong may be compelled to cease to be like the darkness that was in the room was compelled to cease to be when you bring the light within. Therefore, if you bring the sacred fire love from the ascended masters into this nation which is the heart of the world, it is the permanent atom in the heart of the world. It is the life of the world that is dependent upon it, and it is dependent upon the sacred fire love for survival. Only that sacred fire love gives life into manifestation anywhere. So those of you who know this law become the law of the sacred fire's love from the ascended master's octave. And if you want power to overcome evil, try it out, and I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Never. Thank you so much. Only that love is great. It is the greatness of indestructible, eternal, ever-expanding perfection. It is the greatness of all the intelligence that is necessary to create a world or a system of worlds. Therefore, I think it is great enough to set you free. I think it is great enough to harmonize everybody and everything under this radiation. So when you want conditions corrected, don't ask human beings to do it. Ask for the beloved I am presence, and the ascended host to pour forth there the sun presence, and fiery heart of such sacred fire love's immortal purity in violet flame action that it makes it impossible for human creation to exist. And you raise the life in any condition out of that which is but a vibration of discord. Every vibration on this earth and in the universe can be changed instantly, and for eternity by that sacred fire love from the heart flames of the ascended masters and the cosmic beings. And that is why it is imperative that the people of this world understand that, beloved I am presence, and the ascended host, acknowledge their reality, call for that sacred fire love into every physical condition, and raise every physical condition out of all human creation. Therefore, no matter what is wrong in this world, the master power of eternal control, the master possession of everything in this world is the beloved I am presence, and the ascended host's miracle mandate of love's mastery that loves every condition out of that which is human, and into the blazing, eternal, purifying glory of the perfection of all that is divine. When you see the need of mankind today, I assure you, unless this sacred fire purifying love comes into the energy of the emotional bodies of the people of this nation, there will not be intelligence enough in the intellect for the individuals to do that which is right. Therefore the violet consuming flames purifying, forgiving love, mercy, and blessing to life, and the fiery Christ blue lightning purifying love, blessing, and perfection to life, the forgiveness of that love must be in this world the protection of all that is divine. So blessed ones, the law remains the same throughout eternity, throughout infinity in cosmic power, and none is an exception to the law. Those who will awaken at this time and understand what this means and set it into action will never again know what discord is. And I trust one may open that door wide, reveal to you the power of the great central sun magnet, and draw you in through that door into the great use of the master powers of life. That you may pour back their sacred fire purifying love into the nation in time to raise the people out of the clutches of that which otherwise will destroy. I said I would return in like manner in which I did ascend, and if you will call this sacred fire love into the physical octave, it will make my return sooner, and will reveal the mastery that is the saving of the nation and the protection of peace to the earth. Thank you so much. Precious ones. Now I trust one may make you understand what the forgiving love of my heart means to life. And if you care to use it, the first place that it will bless the most will be you. My forgiving love can raise you, every one of you, and everything in you that is constructive, into my master presence and ascended master consciousness that not only makes no mistakes, but is the master control. And what you call the miracle manifestations will be just a natural way of life for you. They are the natural way of our life, and our life is our sacred fire love's indestructible purity. So beloved of the light, if you will try to correct every condition in the physical world by calling the mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host's great central sun's heart flame of invincible, purifying sacred fire love that is powerful enough to raise all life in a condition out of everything of human creation, it will raise you as you raise the rest. And when you turn to look upon that which you think you have left, you will find it is gone forever, because in the raising of your own life energy into the eternal, purifying love, the light around you becomes so bright, the human is dissolved and consumed. And it seems to me, it is a far more intelligent way to live life than that which mankind is using in the present hour of the outer world. Blessed ones, again, were I to talk to you for eternity, there is only one thing that is the master presence of the universe, and it will make everybody happy. It will be the most comfortable thing you'll ever use. You will never know failure, and it is your immortal protection to everything that is right. So when you ask for the mighty I Am Presence and the ascended master's cosmic heart flame of the sacred fire love's prevention of all wrong, as certainly as you say that with determined feeling, will you find the manifestation produced in the physical world wherever you send it forth. And you cannot know one failure. Therefore, I am the ascended Jesus Christ sacred fire control of anything in this physical world for which you call. You cannot know any failure if you call this into every condition in the physical octave with the command that it raises every condition out of all human creation, and raises that human creation into annihilation by the sacred fire love of eternity. That is immortal perfection. It is immortal protection, and I offer it with all that love can bestow until those who use it become the proof in the outer world of the master presence of the ascended master's octave drawn here to make this world like ours. So I commend you to the fulfillment of the law. May its boundless blessings lift you unto the heights of happiness that is eternal perfection, that is invincible, and victory now, until that hour when the earth and all upon it are raised into the ascended master's octave of the sacred fire love's perfection of eternity. I commend you to the heart realm of life and its almighty master presence of the beloved mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host's invincible, eternal sacred fire love raises every bit of life into the ascended master's octave, and the human is forever prevented existence. So you can prevent human creation's existence by loving everything into the ascended master's octave of perfection by sacred fire love's invincible, indestructible purity. I commend you to the heart realm and the heart control and the heart victory that only the ascended masters and the mighty I Am Presence, sacred fire love can bestow. If you will flood it forth to this world, into this nation, into yourselves, there will come the release of the earth from that which is of the shadows. May the fullness of your victory keep you reminded to use this everywhere forever, that you may never again experience discord for a moment. I thank you and clothe you with my ascended Jesus Christ luminous presence, and the fiery heart of the sacred fire love that is my master power now, that was my victory when I was here, and which I will bring again into the physical octave whenever you call. Thank you for eternity. May 27, 1965, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Record CD 1188. Beloved, beloved, beloved of the light, beloved of the ascended host, and those of you who are the beloved of the I Am Presence, and the ascended host, know always that our luminous presence is never away from you. And our power and our love and the victory for which you call is no farther away than your own thought and feeling. When you command the outer self to feel our ascended master illumining love in and around yourselves, remember it is light. It will always be luminosity, and therefore, it will always be the master control of whatever the condition is in which you abide, or whatever you wish accomplished, either within yourselves or in the outer world activities. The more you can call forth and accept our luminous presence in and around you, the sooner we can come to you in the ascended master's tangible presence, and the sooner we can draw into the lower atmosphere of earth the greater power that is necessary to compel purification. When you sincerely, deeply, and persistently desire our luminous presence with you, the quicker can it come. When we create the luminous presence of ourselves to enfold your physical bodies and your mental and feeling world, and be the atmosphere of light around you, the more intensely you can desire that, the more you feel it and call for it. the quicker can it come in and around you to control conditions that are of the outer world's discord. Long have we waited to give mankind this assistance, and down through the ages we have come to thousands of people. We can come to the whole world, but the outer world rebels against discord, but it does not desire our purity, our love, and our presence in outer world conditions. It does not desire the controlling power of indestructible perfection and its blazing, victorious light to come into the physical conditions of this world. The mental and feeling world of the mass of the people is a continual battle in the darkness. Mankind knows not which way it is going, and what it is recognizing is the chaos and the darkness of suffering, and generating more suffering. If you are to have protection from that, be insulated from it, be separated from it and be untouched by it, then there must come within you the all-illumining love of our light, our life, our own heart's flame. And that must also come from the heart flame of your own, beloved I Am presence. Every time we enfold an individual or a condition in the luminous presence of an ascended being, it is to enable the mighty I Am presence of the individual to expand light enough through the outer self to consume the substance that is obstruction to perfection. When you recognize our love, whenever you think of us and you ask us to enfold you in our miracle mantle of love's mastery, please remember it is luminous. Our love is luminosity. Our heart's flame is a flame. Our heart's life is a flame. The miracle mantles of the ascended masters are visible, tangible garments, just as visible as any garment you have, just as tangible. So I am bringing this to your attention that you may feel our reality more powerfully, feel our presence with you, and let the peace and the powers and the light and the strength of the great silence come in, through, and around you to repel and consume the shadows, but to release into your outer use the perfection, and the things that we know you are going to require in order to survive in outer world conditions, and hold protection for that which is constructive. In the use of our ascended master luminous presence, try to remember that at all times it can on an instant be the cloak of invisibility around you to prevent destructive forces, either seeing you, knowing who you are, or what you are going to do. So if I were you, in the present condition of the outer world, I would give acceptance to that miracle mantle and cloak of invisibility so the hordes of the shadows cannot see you nor know where you abide. They may see your light, but not knowing who abides within, they do not battle that which is light that is bright. If you want the intensifying light from the ascended master's octave to enfold you in our cosmic cloak of invisibility against all human creation, it is as free as the air you breathe. We are offering it to you for your use, and we want you to feel its indestructible protection about you because it is provided both by your beloved I Am presence, and the ascended host as a way and means of letting you move in this world and release the power of the light to consume human creation, and yet be untouched by the conditions in which you move. It is quite important at this time that you recognize the power of peace within the great silence, the power of peace that is within the love of the ascended host and the angelic host. So when you begin to call forth the illumining power from the great silence, the illumining love of our heart's flame, please hold that picture. Take time enough to fill yourselves with our heart's flame, and I can tell you, it is gold and pink and blue and violet. See your bodies filled with our heart flame, its illumining love pouring forth through you and around you. And beloved of the light, I assure you, it will still and settle the confusion in conditions around you. It will purify everything wherever you abide, and it will hold you at peace. We come to give the light of our love that peace may be sustained within you and around you, and you be protected, so we may entrust you with the use of powers, much greater powers than those you have used up until now, by which you will control energy in and around yourselves with very much greater ease, and with no distress or strain to yourselves. We want so very much to fill you with our feeling of mastery that is the balanced, poised, calm control of everything, but with such force that nothing can resist it, and nothing can be disturbed. When you have settled the disturbance in the atmosphere about you that is generated by mankind's constant irritation, and disturbed feeling and impurity, when you have settled that by the power of light, you will know what it means to be the power of the great command. And that command very often is by the power of the great silence. All commands are not audible by any means. When you wish to control destructive conditions in the outer world, stop a moment, and sending your love to your mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host, sending your love to the heart of the great silence, call forth the illumining power of the great command. If you will only make the call for everything that is of disturbance to be controlled or consumed by the great great silence, you'll shut off that which you feel as resistance or opposition or delay or failure. When you speak to human creation and demand the power of the great great silence blaze its sacred fire purity whatever power of sacred fire purity silences that condition into annihilation, there is no fight. There is no resistance, there is no battle, there is no controversy, there is no antagonism. And this is what we mean when we have offered you our ascended master management of the conditions in the outer world, both in yourselves and in your outer world affairs and conditions that you contact. If people would only fill themselves with this and pour it into conditions before they enter into them, there could not be discord, beloved ones, because our love doesn't permit it. The light of our love consumes and prevents all discord. So when problems arise or mistakes have been made, you have all power and authority to dissolve and consume what is wrong, to replace it by the victory of that which is right, to establish harmony wherever you go, to hold invincible protection around all that is constructive. And free yourselves from the outer world's way and means of associating with each other or trying to accomplish that which is constructive, and yet constantly battling something of human creation. When you ask for everything in your experience to be turned into the Ascended Master's miracle presence of all illumining love and the victory and power of the great great silence to bring peace wherever you abide, you will find everything that you think is a problem this moment. You will find everything becoming purified, brought into divine order, pouring forth peace and protection, and clearing your way to accomplish anything and everything harmoniously. Then you will not impose injustice upon any part of life by being discordant. When people battle conditions of the outer world, they do not realize that it is impossible for a constructive activity to be brought forth protected and sustained in its ever-expanding blessing if there is going to be constant battle with individuals or conditions of the outer world. If we were to allow that kind of a feeling, it would make it immortal, and that must not be. So we have come with the love from the great great silence. We have come and brought you our illumining love of our own heart's flame, that we may surround you with it, fill you with it until conditions around you, until your own, beloved I Am presence, has unconditional freedom through you to consume the discord of the outer world. And then to reveal that which is constructive and manifest the divine plan fulfilled. Then everybody and everything you contact will give you cooperation, will help you hold the harmony, and will keep protected that which blesses life. And unless constructive activities are surrounded and charged and blessed, and maintained within the Ascended Master's indestructible purity and all-illumining love, those manifestations are but temporary. If that which is constructive is to be made imperishable and self-luminous, it can only be manifested by our illumining love of our own heart's flame, our life, and the indestructible purity and power of the great great silence. So blessed ones, no matter what has to be corrected in this world, anything that is of discord needs light, and it needs the light of our love to consume the discord in order to let perfection manifest. So whenever it is necessary to settle disturbance around you, don't try to settle it by argument nor much worded expression. Rather, retire for a moment into yourselves, and asking your beloved I Am presence to fill you with the Ascended Master feeling of the indestructible purity and illumining love of our control of manifestation. You'll find that will control manifestations in you and your world just as well as in the Ascended Master's octave. This world doesn't need anything but the light of our love to purify it. It does not need anything in outer world conditions except the indestructible purity that is luminous and our illumining love. As that light goes into destructive conditions, since they are darkness, they must be consumed by the sacred fire. We have done this. I had to do it in the physical octave before the ascension. We are always doing it in the Ascended Master's octave to produce magnificent manifestations. So beloved ones, the cosmic law has not changed, and love is the master power of the universe. And the light of the great great silence, the love of the great great silence, the purity of the great great silence is indestructible protection. And more than that, when you really begin to fill yourselves with the Ascended Master's heart flames of illumining love, and surround yourselves by the indestructible purity and power of the great great silence, you will find your problems gone. You will find your limitations disappearing, and you will find that which you have desired that was constructive just automatically coming into your world and your use and your experience. All it takes is the sustaining of the peace within you by the illumining love that is in the ascended Master's octave, the illumining love of your own, beloved mighty I Am Presence, heart's flame. But know it always as invincible, eternal, illumining love. And when you call forth invincible, eternal, indestructible purity, indestructible power of the great great silence, it can come in and around you and produce any condition that is necessary to hold control and protection of all that is constructive. And expand the light until it has purified and consumed everything that is of human discord. So, I am, the peace presence. I am, the Prince of Peace, and that peace does not come from anywhere except the heart flame of illumining love from each ascended master, your beloved I Am Presence, from the great central sun, from the heart of creation. You may prattle about peace all you want to, but the only place it will ever come from is the heart flame of the beloved I Am Presence, and the ascended host, the hearts of the ascended masters, the heart flame of the great central sun, the heart flames of the angelic host. That's the only source of peace. Until the mass of mankind understand this law and know that peace does not come from anywhere else, the turmoil goes on. Whatever you send forth to life you have sent forth through your own life. Therefore your life will contain that experience within you until everything you send forth to life is the ascended master's illumining love, and the great central sun's indestructible purity and power of the great great silence, the indestructible protection of the great great silence. When you fill yourselves with that supreme gift of love, my dear ones, you can while yet unascended be clothed with the use of powers that you did use once, that you have used in the past not once, but many times. You have had the use of more than ordinary power in the accomplishment of anything that was constructive, and you may have it again, but this time we are setting up the guard. We are offering the protection. We are releasing the light, that you may be safe enough to be entrusted with the use of very unusual power, and a great concentration of energy for the purification of your nation and the protection of that which is constructive throughout the world. So what we are explaining tonight, what we are offering, what we want to bring into the physical octave, is the perfection from our ascended master octave. Unless that perfection of the various activities of the sacred fire comes into the individuals who are unascended, it does not release its light through the substance of this world enough to compel the purification that is protection to what is right. No matter what you want protected, remember always to clothe it in the ascended master's indestructible, illumining protection. When that light is bright enough, I assure you, the hordes of destruction will leave its presence. So your security, your supply, your health, the fulfillment of your divine plan, everything that is constructive in the universe is contained within and depends upon the illumining love of the sacred fire, and the indestructible power and protection of the great great silence, which is light. There is light so bright that unascended beings cannot look into it. Therefore the light of which I speak is the light from the great central sun that can be projected through a light ray, and its substance poured forth into a condition to hold protection around that which is constructive. But mankind must understand that only within the light is the truth of existence, or is the perfection of the divine plan fulfilled, or is the intelligence that creates what is constructive and holds it protected until the divine plan rules all and reveals all from the ascended master's octave which we are pouring into this world to make this world like ours. So no matter how many words are spoken, mankind must understand that the physical body and the outer self must draw into itself the illumining presence from the ascended master's octave in order to have the power in this world to overrule that which is destructive. Mankind through the centuries have prattled about peace, and how much peace is there in the world today? You can't produce peace intellectually. It's impossible. Peace is the love within the light, and the light is the heart flame of the love of the ascended host and the mighty I Am Presence, the love in the great central sun, the love in the physical sun, the love in all systems of worlds. So blessed ones, that life which is the heart flame of the love from the great central sun, that illumining love must be called into this world. And anyone who will make the effort, establish the momentum, establish the habit and render this service, will be rewarded beyond any words to describe, because the very power released will automatically convince you that you have the fulfillment of the divine plan by your own command, your own self-effort within your life to use our greater life in this world, and let its sacred fire's illumining love consume mankind's human creation which cannot be consumed except by the sacred fire. So beloved ones, oh remember. The miracle mantle of love's mastery means this. Try to understand what is in that phrase of words. Try to understand what the miracle mantle of love's mastery means to life, and when you accept it and understand that it is luminosity within and around you, that which is the discord of the hordes of the shadows will be consumed, because the sacred fire will consume it. There is no other way to purify this world or mankind upon it or the powers of nature. That supreme love of the universe is the sacred fire's illumining presence, and its radiation is forever the release of perfection eternal and ever expanding. So beloved ones, you can be not only the peace-commanding presence, you can be the peace-manifesting presence. You can be the heart flame of the illumining love that forever holds indestructible purity in and around you, and its indestructible power is everlasting protection. You may hear words for eternity, but if you are going to have the power of life's perfection, it must be radiated in, through, and around you by the sacred fire of our illumining love from the Ascended Master's octave as well as from your own, beloved mighty I Am presence. As above, so below. As below, so above. So when that sacred fire's love comes in and around you, our perfection from there comes here. And your, beloved I Am presence, has freedom through the outer self to reveal the glory of its perfection and to pour into this world, that has blessed you and given you the opportunity to embody here to attain the ascension. You bless the world then with the light of our love, the light of the love from your own, mighty I Am presence. And that light, the illumining presence of the universe, is indestructible purity and indestructible protection and boundless supply of every good thing. I plead with you, fill yourselves and all in your beings and worlds with its majestic presence. And demand its almighty mastery, and victory into everything wherever you abide, and you will find that the miracle manifestations of the sacred fire are everywhere, about you to produce the fulfillment of the great divine plan. There can be no lack or limitation. There can be no discord. There can be nothing to cause distress to life from our heart's flame of illumining love. There can be no distress to life by our heart's flame of indestructible purity or the power of the great silence. So you have come to the permanent way of overcoming all in this world, so that what you do harmoniously and permanently. Then the divine plan fulfilled will reveal blessings to you that you do not yet know it contains. Therefore, when I said, I am with you always, in that love which I gave to the earth, that love is still here in the earth and in its atmosphere. I did not give it to withdraw it. I have given my love to the earth, and that love is the illumining purity and indestructible protection, indestructible perfection. And that love is in the world. I come to intensify it and expand it. That is why I said, I am with you always, because in my love to life is the light that purifies, perfects, and raises all into the Ascended Master's octave, everywhere forever. It contains within it all you'll ever need until the moment of your ascension. So the things I have done, ye shall all do, and greater things, for in the Ascended Master's octave the perfection of life forever expands, but is always invincible against anything but its own perfection. So go forward and try to feel my ascended Jesus Christ, my victorious cosmic Christ, my victorious all-Christ control of physical conditions must be the blazing of my heart's flame of illumining love, the demand for my heart's flame indestructible purity. And then the power of the great silence forever holds protection wherever you abide. You are free, my loved ones, tonight, if you will understand this and go forward and use it. And you can silence into annihilation that which is of human discord that has sought to delay your victory or interfere with your perfection to the attainment of the divine plan fulfilled. So I commend you again to the use of my love in the physical octave while yet unascended. If you will accept it, I will expand it without any limit whatsoever, and you will know what those words mean when I said, I am, the resurrection and the life of that all-illumining love of the sacred fire from the great central sun, the heart flame of all perfection. And its miracle mantle of love's mastery is mastery over all in this world. I plead with you to use it, and you will find it a very tangible, real power to accomplish anything. And everything your heart desires until the shadows of human creation are consumed forever, and the divine plan fulfilled ever releases its song of joy to fill this world for eternity. I again commend you to my heart's flame of illumining love. May it forever draw you into our octave of eternal perfection. Thank you with all my heart. May 19, 1966 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1224. Beloved ones of my heart, I trust one may bring assistance to you today in a very practical way, and something that you can use constantly and consciously in outer world activities, and which will make your pathway easier, will help to bring your victory more quickly, and will enable you to render service to others as well as to your nation, and it is this: we have given you our use of our ascended master consciousness. I wish to explain to you, in the use of that, just what it contains, so you may have its greatest blessings. When you use our ascended master fiery Christ consciousness, try to realize, it holds in perfect balance every constructive quality of life. It also holds within itself every power of life that produces perfection. So our ascended master consciousness, our all. 256. Illumining consciousness, our fiery Christ consciousness, our all-purifying consciousness, all of it is an activity of the sacred fire and the special qualities that you might need in any condition. To fulfill the great divine plan and to hold your victory over the hordes of human creation, there must come within you the conscious memory and the complete awareness that when you use our ascended master consciousness, there comes with it always a light. That light, first of all, expands through your own heart, and that enters into the energy of your feeling world, because our ascended master consciousness is always the self-control and the calm, poised mastery that enables wisdom to act, enables balance to be maintained, and is never unjust to life anywhere. It holds eternal divine balance, therefore justice to your beloved I am presence, and the ascended host, to your fellow man, to life everywhere you'll move. Therefore, in all your outer daily activities, when you have problems to solve, when you have responsibilities to carry, when you wish to give assistance, and when you have a divine plan to be fulfilled, be very careful to keep the outer self reminded that it does not always know what is in any condition that you are going to have to handle. That is why I am bringing this to your attention today, because our ascended master fiery Christ consciousness is the illumination and the intelligence that knows ahead of time what the conditions are that you are going to meet, and will prepare you and fill you with the strength to meet them, to make you the victory over every condition. And this is what mankind needs in the outer world today more than individuals understand at this time. I wish to make it very plain that the consciousness the mass of the people are using, the mass consciousness that the majority of mankind use day after day, is confusion, impurity, pictures of destruction, and lack of balance between the emotional body and the mental body, the outer intellectual consciousness and the higher mental body. Therefore mankind is using hypnotic consciousness, and that is why destructive forces seem to hold command of conditions in the outer world that prevent divine justice between individuals or in families or business or the nation or the world. If you will make a habit of charging yourselves with your beloved mighty I am presence, and the ascended master's fiery Christ ascended master consciousness that makes you always know ahead of time the right thing to do, you not only will have assured success, but this will be a very great protection to you, because your higher mental body or an assisting master or one of the violet flame angels, as we see in your consciousness the things that must be done in the physical world. We can see the dangers, the destructive forces, the accumulation and the problems that you do not know are there. Therefore this is a powerful protection to you to prevent mistakes and problems, to prevent you allowing yourselves to get into conditions that are tragic or destructive or that would cause you to fail, either in your ascension or anything that is constructive in the outer world. So I trust if you will begin to experiment with this, it will prove itself to you, not only the truth of the words I speak, but it will prove to you that the only consciousness that is master over mankind's intellectual consciousness and mistakes, and destructive forces of the outer world is the ascended master's fiery Christ illumined consciousness. And if you do not use it, then you come under the control of the other. People must wake up to the hypnotic consciousness, the hypnotic feeling that the masses of the people use in the outer world today. Individuals in positions of trust, authority, and influence in the various nations of the world are using this hypnotic consciousness. It's what causes failure, and if you are going to have success, you are going to have to use ascended master fiery Christ illumined consciousness. And I hope that you want to use it with speed enough and desire enough, and intensity enough to lock the door against your accepting suggestions of the outer world's conditions, of what people in the outer world say is about to come to pass, when it is nothing but the suggestion of destructive forces. I hope you will love to use our Ascended Master Fiery Christ illumined consciousness. And if you do, you'll never have a shadow of discord. Thank you so much. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now this does the same thing to your intellectual consciousness and the same thing to your feeling that your electric lights do in the room. This light shows you where to go, what is here, and how you can obtain what you want and accomplish what you desire. If you will charge your outer intellectual consciousness with the Ascended Master's Fiery Christ illumined consciousness that will not let you make mistakes, that will always illumine things ahead of you, you will not have to go on experimenting with this or that, and having it fail, and then having to do it over and over and over. There is a God way that life has provided to produce perfection for you if you will use our Ascended Master consciousness, because we never have anything within it that would produce discord or failure or anything of human creation. You do not understand how imperative it is that you use this all the time in your waking consciousness. And if, when you put your body at rest at night, you ask your beloved I Am Presence, and as to charge your body, and I mean the flesh structure, the energy of your feeling world, your brain structure, the atmosphere around your body while it sleeps with the Ascended Master's Fiery Christ illumining consciousness that keeps away from it anything that is of discord, you will have much greater success. You will have much greater ability to do that which is constructive, and in the fulfillment of the great divine plan, will bring it to pass very much more quickly, and at the same time keep it protected against its misuse by destructive forces. There isn't anything that takes the place of the Ascended Master's Fiery Christ illumined consciousness, and if you believe me this hour, the blessings you receive will bear witness to the truth. I speak, thank you so much. That is why we gave you the use of our Ascended Master consciousness. We gave you our use of it, and therefore you can't make a mistake if you will keep charging this into your outer self, and charging it into everything you do before you start to do it. Charge it ahead of you. Charge it into the atmosphere about you. Then you will not accept suggestions that are destructive or would impose fear or problems or limitation or failure upon you. This is the most practical use of life in the universe because it produces perfection, and if you want perfection here, you are either going to use it or you won't have perfection. You might say to me, well, what about my call to the mighty I Am Presence? You can call to your beloved mighty I Am Presence, and if you will ask for its fiery Christ illumining consciousness, you won't have any mistakes either, because your mighty I Am Presence has never descended into the mistakes of the human intellect. It has never descended into human feeling. Therefore it is eternal, illumined consciousness, the same as the Ascended Masters. But if you want that illumination, you must say so. If you want fiery Christ illumined consciousness, then you must specify. Once you start on the conscious path of mastery, you become the designer and the decreer and the commander, and the controller of everything in your beings and worlds, everything in the atmosphere about you. And when you have to deal with the people of the outer world in the present state of chaos and discord and destructive activity, beloved ones, you need this like you need air to breathe if you are going to avoid the destructive forces and what they intend against the people of the light. So there are many, many incountable blessings that will come into your outer use and your experience. And you can just as well have your world filled with them as to have it filled with the suggestions of the people of the outer world, or the appearance world's conditions that you feel are inescapable. Those of you who have your loved ones in the national defense, call forth the Ascended Master's fiery Christ illumining consciousness that enfolds each one in whatever is eternal protection, and brings all those blessed ones back home safe. This is unlimited in the blessings that can be called forth to enfold life and assist life everywhere, and not one discordant thing and not one failure can ever be yours. You cannot realize what is within it until you begin to use it. So if you care to use it often enough for us to establish an individualized focus of it within and around you, so long as you make it a habit in using it, well then, we will establish that. But if you do it today and forget it tomorrow, we do not establish the permanent sun presence of this heart flame and its cosmic illumination within and around you unless it's going to become an eternal part of your life. So from this hour, if you want our fiery Christ illumining consciousness to control your life and fill you and your world with our perfection, which our consciousness is, then give us the opportunity to establish this as an eternal part of your own life streams. It is the raising consciousness that raises all into the eternal purity and victory of the Ascension. You must have this. It's the only power that can raise you into the Ascension. It contains within it the violet consuming flames purifying victory over all in this world, purifying control of substance, energy and consciousness. It contains the perfect balance of love, wisdom, and power which are within the unfed flame. It contains all the qualities and the powers of victory and mastery of the seven mighty Elohim of creation, and all the other cosmic beings who are at all times ready to give to life anywhere and everywhere the fiery Christ blessings of our love. And our consciousness is our illumining love. Our consciousness is our illumining power. Our consciousness is our illumining, purifying force that consumes the human creation that is surging everywhere in the outer world. And if you do not consume it and insulate yourselves against it, then you are going to have to take its result in your own beings and worlds. And you do not need to do it if you know of our ascended Master Fiery Christ consciousness. If it's truth you need to know, call our Fiery Christ Ascended Master Truth. If it's peace that you want, call our Fiery Christ illumining peace within your energy of your feeling world. But don't longer go on feeling that you have to fight through a jungle of hypnotic consciousness in both the intellect and the feeling that has been generated by the hordes of evil, and that is the mass hypnotism by the destructive forces of nations and the world and of mankind everywhere. If you are going to be free from those things, you've got to use the Ascended Master's Fiery Christ all-freeing consciousness if you want to be free. If you want to be victorious, use our Ascended Master Fiery Christ victorious consciousness, and if you will do this, you will give us an opportunity to give you greater assistance. But it can only come if you will use it, so all I can do is offer it and offer it and offer it. And sometimes when love offers so much, mankind goes to sleep and does not realize what love can give. But if you should charge yourselves with the Ascended Master's Fiery Christ love of the Ascended Master's Fiery Christ consciousness of the great, great silence, you would find many, many, many blessings bringing peace into your world that words will never convey. Only as you experience the fulfillment of the call and let that light come into you will you realize just how powerful it is, will you realize what a blessing it is. And you will realize that there is the Master Presence, the Master Power Flame, the indestructible, unconquerable presence of the Ascended Master's octave of life, the Ascended Master's life, the Ascended Master's powers of manifestation, and the Ascended Master's freedom from human creation. You'll never be free from human creation unless you use the Ascended Master's Fiery Christ illumining consciousness of purifying freedom, the freeing consciousness of the Fiery Christ illumination. And so, blessed ones, I could talk to you for eternity, and we would never exhaust what is within it, because it is the heart flame of the limitless perfection of the universe. It is indestructible authority, power, and control of manifestation, and it is almighty victory over the human creation mankind has generated in this world. So I can but offer it to you. And when I said, the things I have done, all men shall do, and greater things than these shall ye do, it is because if those will reach up to whom we bring this knowledge and use it, you too will produce the manifestations and control conditions in this world by our power from our Ascended Master octave that, I assure you, all mankind put together can never defy nor oppose for any reason. I give you a secret second to none. It is a scepter of boundless power, invincibly victorious forever. But when mankind just goes on using what the intellect of those of the outer world has said is the authority, we cannot intrude until the individual wants us. So when you want us, when you want our Fiery Christ illumining consciousness, you must ask for it. You must call it into yourselves. You must use it in your affairs, and if you care to have us establish the sun presence of its almighty victory in and around you, you are the authority. And when you call, we will answer. But when you call, be sure you are going to maintain it so you can be through with the limitations, and the experiment of using human intellectual consciousness and human discordant feeling to accomplish things in this physical world. Until you accomplish a thing harmoniously, it's never permanently done, and this is the only way you can accomplish it harmoniously. So when you fill yourselves with and call forth into your outer activities our Ascended Master Fiery Christ illumining intelligence, illumining consciousness, illumining truth, illumining power, illumining peace, illumining control, illumining force around you to forever repel human creation. you will find its mastery will prove itself. And you, the master in the temple, must illumine the temple by your own conscious command and fill it with what produces perfection for you for eternity. And nothing but the ascended master's consciousness, the fiery Christ illumining consciousness, can ever produce perfection anywhere in this world or any other the rest of eternity. So I commend you to the wide open door to the mightiest blessings in the universe if you will take the outer self in hand, and command it to remember to use this which we have offered, that your world may manifest our perfection and keep you at peace while yet unascended. And you can charge this same force into the people of the nation, and then throughout the world. And the illumining consciousness of the ascended master's octave will blaze its sacred fire presence, and its sacred fire presence consumes everything unlike itself. I commend you to your invincible, eternal, indestructible victory over all human consciousness, which is human feeling and human intellectual concepts. If you charge your brain structure and your minds with the ascended master's illumining concepts of what is necessary to correct conditions down here, you will find the illumination will come, and it will be the most practical thing for you to use until your ascension is complete. And then you will use it for eternity. So you are simply practicing the use of the presence that you are going to have to use permanently after the ascension takes place, so why not get used to it now? If you will, you'll never regret it. Thank you, blessed ones. And now I enfold you again in my violet consuming flames luminous presence, and fiery Christ illumining consciousness to show you what you need the most to keep you reminded of it until you reach up and use it, and set the habit for eternity. And I commend you to your victory. Thank you with all my love. August 21st, 1966 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1254. My loved ones of the light, you who have loved me through the years, I come today to give you an explanation of how the ascended masters answer your calls, and how certain you are to receive the answer to everything that is a constructive call. When your call comes to us individually into the ascended master's octave, there is the flash of light from your outer self, because the desire in you for our assistance comes out of your own heart's flame, and that produces a flash of light into the ascended master's octave. When we are aware that you require assistance, we immediately send back a light ray to enfold the flash of flame that you have poured forth into our octave. As the light ray, or sacred fire, comes from the ascended master's octave or the ascended master assisting, as it blazes back in, through, and around your physical bodies, it holds control of the atmosphere about you. It clears the vibratory action for the time being, and enables your beloved I am presence and higher mental body to pour forth through the outer self the help that you require, which is the answer to your call. Now the sacred fire of our love, which we pour forth in and around you to answer your call, is one with your own heart's flame. It is one with the ascended master's sacred fire concentration in the ascended master's octave in our temples of the sacred fire. So when your call comes to us individually, immediately from our own heart's love, there comes the projection of the light ray in and around your physical bodies. This pours forth through the outer self at one with your own life stream. Therefore it gives the assistance, the protection, and the control of the outer self completely into your higher mental body. Then we stand aside the human creation by which the outer self might be surrounded, and hold it controlled until the higher mental body accomplishes what it desires and releases the fulfillment of your call. Now I wish to assure you that the vibratory action of the sacred fire of our love which we send back to you the moment your call comes to us, I wish you to understand that the light ray or the sacred fire which we project at that time is more powerful than anything in the physical atmosphere of this world, because it is our concentration and focus of the sacred fire in the ascended master's octave. So some of the actual sacred fire from our ascended master octave flashes down instantly in and around you, but your higher mental body, blazing its fulfillment of your call, is one with that sacred fire. And it accomplishes what is necessary to fulfill your call while we hold the sacred fire in the atmosphere around you, controlling everything in manifestation until the fulfillment of your call is accomplished. I wish to give you some assurance of what takes place many times in accidents when individuals make a sudden call, and the atmosphere around the individual is charged instantly with the sacred fire. The sacred fire is not only the authority, it is the actual concentration of the sacred fire from the ascended master's octave, because every ascended master's name is the frequency of the sacred fire from that master's temple of the sacred fire in the ascended master's octave. Now this is the reason I said to those who were my disciples when I was on earth, Lo, I am with you always, because in our ability to project the sacred fire from the Ascended Master's octave into anybody or anything in the physical world, there is a cosmic stratum, so to speak, of the sacred fire's concentration in cosmic action. Now that is in the atmosphere of Earth, the upper atmosphere. It is through this that we very often project a tunnel of that sacred fire, or sometimes the cosmic light substance in and around an individual to hold safety within and around that one in his or her journey through certain dangerous conditions in the outer world. We assist mankind always through the projection of the sacred fire and the cosmic light rays which our love is, as we pour our feeling in and around you to answer your call. Our feeling is always the projection of some activity of the sacred fire, and it is a concentration of that. Now if you call to us for assistance when sometimes turmoil is whirling in the atmosphere about you, just try this often and have its blessing. When the discord of human feeling in the atmosphere about you from other individuals disturbs your own feeling, that vibration has become one with your life, and that is why you are disturbed, because someone else's disturbed life has entered in and become one with you through your own feeling. Therefore, in order to protect yourselves and give you the greatest power to assist others, whenever you think of us, ask us to surround you suddenly with our sacred fire feeling of whatever power we know controls the conditions around you so your higher mental body may act by filling you with its heart flame of the sacred fire. Everything you will deal with in the Ascended Master's octave will be some activity of the sacred fire and the cosmic light, all of which are the great love of our life streams and of the Ascended Master's octave. But our principal service in assisting mankind is to blaze around the individual the light rays, or a concentration of the sacred fire that consumes the connection between the discord of the outer world and the energy of your own feeling world. This is our way of disconnecting the energy of anything that is destructive from your emotional bodies. That's your feeling world. So after we have cut that away, then your higher mental body takes command, and blazing its violet flame through you, it fills you with that which is the fulfillment of your call. So every time you call to us, your own beloved higher mental body is the one that uses the sacred fire of your own life stream to fill you with itself. That is the fulfillment of the call. If you will understand this and hold the picture, you can gain such a momentum, beloved ones, of the power of the sacred fire to control conditions in the physical world that it will utterly amaze you at the speed and the ease with which you are able to control conditions that heretofore have disturbed you. When individuals call to us, we flash the flame or the light ray, but we do not come personally to every individual who calls to us. That's ridiculous. We can project a replica of ourselves in the cosmic light substance of the Ascended Master's octave, and send it to enfold the individual or the condition, and sometimes that becomes visible to those who are receiving the help. We can create, if need be, as many physical bodies as there are people on this earth. When we wish to give assistance to masses of people, we can create a replica of ourselves of cosmic light substance, and charging into that the sacred fire power of our love, we charge it with whatever is necessary as we send it to a distance to control any condition wherever it goes. Now there is no difference between the way we create the replica of ourselves than there is when you make a phonograph record, or a tape recording of something. That is your consciousness of life. It is your energy, your vibration of what was in your spoken word, your thought and your feeling when you place that within the substance of the record or the tape recording. We project the help that mankind requires on these mighty light rays that come from the Ascended Master's octave, and from our temples of the sacred fire. We can project as many of those as there are human beings on this earth. We can project any consciousness of our perfection, any concentration of the sacred fire, and any amount of substance from the Ascended Master's octave. That is the substance of light. This is the pure electronic substance of the great universal light that fills interstellar space everywhere. It fills the Ascended Master's octave. And we can concentrate that into anything we desire and send it to any distance to carry the power of our sacred fire of our consciousness, and of our love to any part of the manifested universe, and to do what we want to do at a distance. Now this can carry our consciousness, our instruction, our worded expression, our thoughts, and our feeling into the atmosphere around an individual. And we can place that within the likeness of ourselves and then send it forth just like you would send a messenger to a locality, or a condition, or to enfold an individual, and hold about that one the sacred fire's purifying love until it perfects whatever is needed to help the individual do that which is constructive, or to raise that one out of connection with the destructive forces around. If people would only understand this and use it, my dear ones, there isn't a thing you couldn't have if you'll begin to call the luminous presence of the ascended host in and around yourselves. You don't hesitate to put on a warm coat in the wintertime when you are cold. When you need it, you put it on. When you need our ascended master feeling to keep yourselves disconnected from the discordant feeling in the atmosphere about you, you can just as well ask our luminous presence to enfold you and disconnect you from all human feeling just as easily as you can put on a warm coat in the wintertime and disconnect yourselves from the cold that surrounds you. So if you will accept this today, if I can help you to set the habit, if you will take the training, it will enable us to help many others whenever you make the call, because this help can go to any distance whatsoever. It can also go to your loved ones who have already passed out of the body and are in the octave of light. We can send help there to them just the same as we can send it to you. And our help is coming all the time, beloved ones. The great cosmic beings and the angelic host who abide over hospitals and are constantly pouring forth to those who are rendering service to mankind. If you could see from the inner level the continual flow of those light rays of our substance, the continual flow of the sacred fire of our love into certain definite places within and around your hospitals and means of assistance to mankind, you would see the sun presence and focus of that above the building. And from that would pour forth down into the building whatever can be accepted and used by the doctors or the nurses or the patients within the building. This abides as a supply channel to mankind who call to us for assistance. We pour this into you just like the sunlight pours through a window, the glass of a window. We can pour it directly in and around you if people would only accept it. They have a flash of an experience. They accept it once, and then they forget it. They seem only to remember us when they are in distress that they can't handle themselves. But oh! If you would only use this. If you would only use the luminous presence of any ascended master on your forehead so that the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim would have complete dominion through your attention, you would not be caught in the destructive activities of the outer world that have enslaved you and destroyed you in the past, and will do it again unless you reach up and accept the power we offer. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Just remain so. Now, when we offered the luminous presence of our assistance to mankind in the beginning of this I Am activity, it was with the hope that each one would accept that and abide within it, be aware of it, feel it, and use it to hold possession and control of the energy of your feeling so the outer world could not connect with it. If you care to enfold yourselves in our luminous presence, and ask that our feeling of the sacred fire around you never allows discord to approach or connect with your life streams, we could charge that luminous presence with exactly that action that would fulfill your call. We have offered so much. We have poured so much love. We have consumed so much of mankind's filth. But precious hearts, unless the people will reach up and do something for themselves, the great cosmic law does not permit us to go on indefinitely and just do everything without the individual making any conscious effort to help himself or herself. There isn't a condition in this world that our sacred fire can't burn up. There isn't a condition in this world that we can't fill with the ascended master's cosmic light substance charged with such terrific light that no discord can even come near, and no one that is discordant could look into it. This is the most powerful protection you can have. It can control physical violence. It can control your attention. It can enfold you in our world's atmosphere of our love and our power of that love that has produced perfection in the ascended master's octave. And that power of our love and our luminous presence can just as easily produce it in and around you as it has produced it in the ascended master's octave. Now there are uncountable billions of answers to mankind's calls that have come into physical manifestation to bless mankind throughout the centuries. The ascended host have done this in every age and sent forth help without limit. But mankind, if it is to be free, must learn to abide in our world of the sacred fire. and the individual who will feel our sacred fire presence enfolding the physical body and our sacred fire presence filling the atmosphere around the physical body and establish this permanently, will feel the Ascended Master's almighty control of the energy wherever you abide, and the control of the conditions by which you are surrounded. Now when you hold the picture of the luminous presence of any Ascended Master on your own forehead, or you hold it on the foreheads of others, this is a powerful protection against the domination by destructive forces through suggestion to anyone's mind or feeling. As you give acceptance, and recognize the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim surrounding the luminous presence of any Ascended Master, or any one of the Elohim, you protect your own mentality from the connection with forces that seek to dominate you. Everything that goes forth from you will go forth through the sacred fire, and therefore it will consume anything that was wrong. In case you were sending forth consciousness that was destructive, that sacred fire would consume it so no wrong could go forth to hurt anyone else. If you hold it there for the control of your own attention, then whatever consciousness is in the life streams of those that you contact in the outer world would not be able to connect with your mind, or dominate you or give any suggestions to you that were destructive. So it is a protection of your own mind, your intellect, against suggestions by those of the outer world who are not constructive. It is a protection of your emotional body against the feeling, by radiation of discord or impurity from other life streams by which you are surrounded, or which sometimes you just pass by. It is a protection to you against sending forth anything that would cause discord to someone else. So it has many blessings, all of which carry only perfection to all life. Whether it be within you as you send it forth to others or whether it comes from others to you, it is the great all-controlling presence of the sacred fire, and whatever passes through that, will, I assure you, be purified and produce only perfection. So this is provided by the great law of manifestation, the law of embodiment in this world. It is provided for the protection of the mind, the feeling, the physical body, and the events of life by which the individual is surrounded. And it is a protection against the connection with anything in the physical world that is destructive. Therefore we ask you to use it for your own blessing and freedom. We've offered this a long time, but people do not understand how it takes place, how powerful it is. And unfortunately, as soon as discordant experiences are overcome, the attention goes somewhere else and the individual stops letting the habit hold control. So this is provided by the great cosmic law of our love and our assistance to the people of this world, and when you are surrounded sometimes in the outer world by people who pour forth hate and anger, and destruction to some other part of life, if I were you, I would dwell within it. I would be sealed within it. I would live within it, and I would use its sacred fire power to protect everything in your being and world, if I were you. This is entirely separate from your tube of light. The tube of light that is established around the physical body is held there, and the substance gathered and concentrated by the higher mental body. That is your house in which you dwell as long as you remain unascended. That is a condensation of the cosmic light substance that is for your protection, and is also so you may use the concentrated action of the violet consuming flame within and around the physical body for purification. But the luminous presence of any Ascended Master can pour forth in and around outside your tube of light. And it can also pour forth down within, and go through the brain structure and carry into your consciousness our consciousness of what we know will protect you or illumine you, or help you to accomplish that which is constructive. Because everything that comes from your higher mental body is one with us. But when your higher mental body calls to us for assistance, when you have made the call for help, our sacred fire simply flows down and around that, cuts all connection in the atmosphere around you, until the higher mental body releases from within the fulfillment of your call. I simply come to explain this to you, and I hope you will feel the love with which I give it, because I am hoping, by my love, to draw forth from within you enough desire from your own heart's flames to let the light of your own life streams reach up and become one with this, and draw its power into the physical world to protect and perfect yourselves, and enfold yourselves in a momentum, that you may go forth and assist others. So if you care to, I offer it. Thank you, precious ones. And when you understand that in the Ascended Master's octave there are all these beings, the angelic host and the cosmic beings and the Ascended Masters, awaiting an opening by which we may send down in, through, and around an individual the master flame from the Ascended Master's octave to help the outer self fulfill the great divine plan, to keep it disconnected from the destructive forces of the outer world, and to enable it to be master over conditions by which you are surrounded. We offer it in the hope that you will reach up and accept your mastery, which we offer continually through the use of the sacred fire of our life streams. And that is why I made that statement, I give my life for the world. This is exactly what I meant. We have offered it all through the ages, but mankind does not understand enough about the sacred fire to know its reality, its power, and its mighty presence within the individual. Now I am going to call your attention to something this was some years ago, and I would think 25 or 30 years ago, to prove that there is a flame within your own heart. The Messenger has this newspaper article, the record of this experience of a lady in Italy who was in a hospital. She had very great devotion, and at night when she slept, the doctors and the nurses both, and some observing scientists, observed a blue flame over the heart about a little over an inch long. And that stayed there when she was in a deep sleep, and they observed that again and again for 3 months. Now everyone has that heart flame. That is what you hear the Messenger speak of when she asks the mighty Arcturus to expand the unfed flame in the heart until it becomes one with the sevenfold flame without. I ask you the same thing, to expand the unfed flame in your hearts. But feel yourselves enfolded in our heart's flame, for I can project a replica of myself made of the cosmic light substance and the sacred fire to enfold you. And you can feel that, and as you go on with it, it can become visible and tangible about you. I wish to call your attention again to the Master Lanto. When on his pathway to victory, he understood that there was a light within the heart, he began to concentrate on it, and he made a vow to his presence, and he said, if ever I get that through my flesh, it shall never be shut off in all eternity. And to this minute, wherever he goes, that light from within his heart comes through his tangible garments and is luminous and visible to everybody and everything to whom he comes. Now these are the magnificent activities of the sacred fire and the cosmic light, that the great law of the universe has provided for mankind to expand and express mastery and control of physical conditions in the physical world. And I just offer you this information to help armor you with the power to protect yourselves and give assistance to others, that they may awaken and reach up and use the same power. And when anyone in the unascended state says that isn't true, or, I don't believe it, say, you were not there. You're no authority. And you can stop the doubt, the fear, and the frightful destruction that the sinister force has created by hypnotic domination of the life streams of mankind. Therefore, what I offer you is eternal, and it is an eternal part of me. It is my life. I can give no more. It will do anything for you that it has done for me. And it is the gift of love, and my love offers it, that love may use it, so love may conquer the world and dissolve and consume the hatred mankind has generated and the destruction that has followed because it has been allowed existence. If you care to stop the existence of the human creation of mankind, you will have to use the sacred fire from your own beloved mighty I Am Presence and the Ascended Master's octave. So if you want it, it is yours as freely as the air you breathe. But you must use it, and as you use it, you should train the outer self to give it to others as freely as we give it to you. And who of you can tell me when you pass someone by on the street that might be in great distress, and the sacred fire of my luminous presence is around you, and you call for help to that life stream? Who of you can tell me how much help I can give? These are the master powers of the universe. This is the perfection and the way of life, the light, the way, and the truth. These are the magnificent miracles of the sacred fire's blessing to life, and this is God's universe, the universe of the mighty I Am Presence and the ascended host. So you are not at the mercy of the destructive forces of the outer world if you will insulate yourselves in the luminous presence of an ascended master. And remember to use the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim. Remember to use the unfed flame in your own hearts to go forth and release the desire of your mighty I Am Presence to produce perfection out here that fulfills the divine plan, reveals it, gives its blessings to the rest of life, and is the magnet to draw the rest of mankind up and into the realm of light, until the individual makes conscious effort enough to come into the Ascended Master's octave in the attainment of the Ascension. This is why I left the example of the Ascension. And that etheric record shall stay there until all life on this earth is raised into the Ascended Master's octave for eternity. And if I may be privileged to help raise you, I am quite sure it will be a joyous experience. There is no strain or struggle about it. There is no reason everyone can't have it. And it is the master control of all manifestation. Therefore, the angelic host ever guard those who reach up to use this master power of the sacred fire's love to life. And when you call forth the luminous presence of an ascended being to bless all life that you contact, you can't know anything but the joy of our mastery. The mighty Saint Germain will give you his boundless blessings as you ask to be enfolded in his luminous presence, or his miracle mantle of the violet consuming flame. The blessed Godfrey can do the same thing. Every ascended master can do it. And the beloved Mary, her love is so great, and it is such healing power those who need healing and want healing can have it. And she has given it without limit down through the ages. And I think it's time now that the mass of mankind, at least those who understand this law, should understand what the service of the ascended masters has been down through the centuries in the giving of the sacred fire love from our octave to help mankind be free from the frightful conditions that have been generated in this world. So love is ever trying to awaken mankind and lift one life stream after another out of the clutches of the hordes of darkness, and out of the control of destructive forces. Whether they be within the individual's desire world or whether they be in the world around the outer self matters not. There is only one power that will free life, substance, energy, and consciousness from mankind's distress and destruction, and it is the sacred fire of the love from the heart flame of the mighty I Am Presence and the heart flames of the seven mighty Elohim, and the heart flames of the ascended masters and the angelic host and the great cosmic beings who have poured love to this world throughout the ages. When you behold one of the seven mighty Elohim, as that being opens his heart and floods its flame into manifestation to create perfection, you must of necessity know that that is the master presence of perfection for eternity and the freedom that mankind requires in this world. Blessed ones, I trust one have awakened you and may continue to keep you awake in the use of the sacred fire love from the ascended masters. May I awaken you and remind you to use the sacred fire presence, the luminous presence of myself or any one of the ascended host, the luminous presence of the angelic host, and the luminous presence of the great cosmic beings who have created this world. What more can we give? May love call its own and raise those you love into the conscious awareness of this which they may use for their loved ones, and you, the Master. Presence of the sacred fire love of the ascended Master's octave, can be enfolded in our Master power to disconnect yourselves from distress in this world. And holding the harmony and calling to your beloved I Am Presence to blaze its perfection and hold command of the outer self, it can take you forward to give assistance to your loved ones and to others that only the sacred fire can bestow. And then you will know what it means to dwell within the secret place of the Most High. When your love goes to your beloved I Am Presence, and to us, and you ask us to hold you within our heart's flames of victory over all in this world and keep you disconnected from human creation, you will give us an opportunity to enfold you in the miracle mantle of love's mastery. And as you feel it control conditions, you will realize it is no imaginary thing. You may search the universe over throughout infinite space, and wherever perfection, harmony, love, beauty, and power are manifested, the sacred fire love is there and is the source that produces the manifestation. So this hour I trust one may leave with you, with your permission, the feeling of my own heart's flame and the love of my luminous presence. May it take you into its heart and make you the victory of the love I want you to become. And as that love goes forth to raise the rest of mankind, it shall ever grow greater around you as a sun presence, and that sun presence, part of the great central sun magnet, is ever raising you nearer to your ascension. And when you become ascended, you too will want people to use your luminous presence of the sacred fire to again lift life out of the distress that has been caused in this world. Our love is master throughout creation. It is eternity. It is perfection. It is forever blazing the victory of ever greater manifestation and ever greater illumining consciousness until the human is gone forever, and love has claimed its own, and raised you back, this time, into the heart of love. And as your eternal home, you enter in and use the master powers of creation and never experience discord again. May I welcome you into that realm of eternal perfection and clothe you in the power of my love to accomplish it as soon as possible. Thank you with all my heart. January 8, 1967 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1305. Beloved of the heart of the world, I trust one may give you assistance this afternoon, and raise in, through, and around you the luminous presence which I have offered. And as it is raised from the structure of the earth itself, and enfolding your physical bodies, and then again expanding until it enfolds your entire life streams, I may give assistance to you, not only to the control of your present conditions, but continue the raising until the victory of your ascension is accomplished. When I offered long ago the use of my luminous presence, I wish you to realize that the moment you hold the picture within your mind of my luminous presence from the Ascended Master's octave, coming down and around you to enfold you, see it also go into the structure of the earth. And then watch the sacred fire of my heart's love. 295. Expand through you, expand through the structure of earth, expand into the atmosphere of the earth, expand above you and into your own life stream. This I have offered long, long ago, because in the experience that was mine, when the great cosmic law released the activity of sacred fire love to purify conditions in this world, and make individual life streams master over the destructive creations mankind has generated. I drew forth from the great central sun various activities of perfection without limit. This is the great, magnificent blessing of the sacred fire love of the universe, and it contains all of everything, every quality, every power, all that could ever be required, not only to purify this earth, illumine it and raise it, but to purify everything everywhere, that my luminous presence is called into action, into manifestation anywhere in this system of worlds. I wish you to feel that when you call forth the luminous presence of any ascended master, we send that forth in and around the condition or the individual for whom you call. Therefore, the life stream enfolded in the luminous presence of any ascended master begins to absorb the perfection from the sacred fire, which is the ascended master's almighty life stream in the ascended master's octave. Your unascended bodies and your life streams can absorb that just like you absorb heat from a radiator when you are cold, and you go near a radiator or a stove, something that is warm. You go there, you absorb the radiation of that heat into yourselves, until you have become the same comfort and vibratory action of the radiation from whatever the source of heat is from which you accept the radiation. The heat from that radiator enters into you, and it changes every quality in you, doesn't it, from discord into comfort? Well, our luminous presence does exactly the same thing. The luminous presence of any ascended master or any of the angelic host or any of the cosmic beings, when held around the outer self of an individual, enables the physical body and the life stream to absorb the same ascended master qualities in the sacred fire of our love that we have in our ascended master octave. If you will form the habit of clothing yourselves in the ascended master's luminous presence, the sacred fire presence of any ascended masters to whom you feel devotion at the time or upon which your attention is held, if you will still the outer and be quiet a few moments, and then feel the luminous presence of an ascended master, one or more of the angelic host, come in and around you, enfold you in our luminous presence, and then you be still until you feel yourselves filled with the sacred fire which our love is. And it is indestructible, eternal purity. It is eternal healing. It is eternal harmony, and it is also invincible protection. Therefore, when there are problems to be solved or handled in the physical octave, instead of getting into the turmoil of the physical handling of those conditions, before you start, if you will just still the outer and go someplace by yourself a moment, if it's just a few moments, and be still. And ask first of all to your beloved I am presence, and then one or more of the ascended host or the angelic host to right there as you sit quietly, enfold the physical body in the sacred fire luminous presence of our ascended master's bodies. Our ascended master's heart flames victory over this world, and our heart flames power. Fill yourselves with our sacred fire power, so it charges you with that which you need to use in order to accomplish what you intend in the outer world to fulfill the divine plan. Now this is just as mechanical as anything can possibly be in this world or any other. And this is why we have offered you our luminous presence, our sacred fire love, our indestructible victory, and our eternal, indestructible purity. We have offered you our sacred fire freedom from the turmoil, the distress, the limitations, and the problems that have been your daily experience or you have accumulated. Whether you have accumulated them or opened the door and let them in matters not. If you are going to handle them, you are going to handle them with some activity from the ascended master's octave if you are going to be master over them. But you must also give this same opportunity to your mighty I Am Presence first, even before you begin to visualize our presence or call to us. Hold the luminous presence, the picture of the electronic body as you see it in the chart, and the causal body just like its blazing sun presence came down in and around yourself. Then be still a few minutes and ask its presence to fill you with its own heart's flame, and everything of the sacred fire that it knows you need at that time to do what needs to be done to handle physical conditions. After you have given your mighty I Am Presence this opportunity first, then call to any one or more of the ascended host to enfold your physical body in the sacred fire presence of any one of the ascended masters or the angelic host. You can do this same thing with the mighty Archangel Michael. You can do it with the 7 mighty Elohim. But mankind does not accept, does not use this which we give. When anything is disturbing in the physical, stop a moment and go by yourself, and ask the presence to fill you with its sacred fire self, and surround you by its causal body, in which is the accumulated energy that has been constructively used in the past. And that becomes your atmosphere, and it stills the turmoil around you. And then, asking for us to enfold you in our sacred fire presence, it can be a blazing sun around you. It can enfold your physical body, and it can charge in and around your causal body and out into your electronic circle sacred fire from our ascended master octave. That is power unlimited. It is the power that heals mankind all the time. Mankind's discord doesn't heal the physical bodies that are in distress in this world. Everything that is healing is some activity of the sacred fire from the ascended master's octave or from the heart flame of the mighty I Am Presence. Mankind's discord in this world does not heal the bodies of the people. And whatever substance you use from the powers of nature, or forces of the elements, is some activity of the sacred fire that has enabled that life to manifest and the plant to grow. The plant life that grows is the life, the sacred fire from the physical sun, and from the great cosmic beings who design and called forth the divine plan of perfection from the plant life of this world. Therefore, anyone who will continually remember and acknowledge that everything that is manifesting, that which is constructive in this world, is some sacred fire of some part of life that is the gift and the release of the love from that life. Now therefore, no matter what your turmoil is in the physical octave, if you will just train yourself to do this. And when you speak an ascended master's name, remember, the vibration of every ascended master's name is a vibratory frequency that is higher than any vibrations in the physical world. Therefore it is master of and controller of every vibration in this world. If people would only turn away from the discord, even for just a few minutes, and go by yourselves and ask to be filled with our sacred fire that is master over the situation, over any condition. And ask, not only acknowledge and call forth the sacred fire into the condition, but fill yourselves with it first. Ask your beloved I Am Presence to fill the outer self with the sacred fire of its own heart, then the 7 mighty Elohim fill it and surround it with the sacred fire of their own hearts, and then an assisting master to enfold you. And then when you turn to handle physical conditions by physical means, you will always find some activity of the sacred fire will come to your assistance to help you solve the problem in the physical octave. And if you will always enfold everybody and everything you meet in our sacred fire presence, our luminous presence, if you will only do this around everybody and everything in the physical world, you will constantly be filling your own atmosphere wherever you move, as well as the substance and the structure of earth, the substance in other people's bodies, with our ascended master purity and perfection from our ascended master octave, which is the love of our life streams. And you must have the love from our life streams in order to overcome the hatred mankind has generated and charged into the atmosphere of earth, through one war after another and through daily activity of discord. It doesn't make any difference whether you think the other individual is worthy of it, or whether you are concerned or not. Just go on and call forth from the Ascended Master's octave the luminous presence of the sacred fire presence of everything from the Ascended Master's octave, the luminous presence of the sacred fire presence of everything from the Ascended Master's octave that makes you master over all the discord in this world. But you must keep yourselves filled with this sacred fire purifying power and love from your own mighty I Am presence first, and then enfolding the physical body in it. and feeling our heart's flame fill and surround you with whatever power from the Ascended Master octave is necessary to control physical conditions. You will find then when you call forth some action and the assisting Master into the condition to turn it into a miracle of perfection. You are already a powerhouse and charged with enough of the sacred fire to hold control of the condition until the divine plan is fulfilled, or the discord is dissolved and consumed. It is, my dear ones, sometimes when we have all this power, we are the love, we are the light, we are the sacred fire, and we are giving constantly. And this is the thing the world needs, and the only thing that will solve the problems in this world or consume mankind's human creation. And then mankind won't stop long enough to open the way and let us fill the outer self with our sacred fire Ascended Master presence, to give you more power than this world has the power, or the sacred fire's purifying love that is our mastery over your world. And when we give it to you, stop long enough to fill yourselves with it, and then go about the physical assistance that you want to give to others, or to the solving of your problems. Now in your daily activities, when turmoil and discord are whirling in conditions of the outer world with which you are in contact, or which you have to handle, and you become disturbed, leave whatever the condition is and go by yourself somewhere, only if it's just 2 or 3 minutes. And just be still, and ask your beloved I Am Presence to fill you with its sacred fire self. Then call to an Ascended Master or a cosmic being or the angelic host to fill you with and clothe you with the sacred fire self of an ascended being. And then it won't be more than a few seconds until you begin to feel our current, and then let it flow, until it fills the outer self with our power for you to accomplish in the physical world. And when you have become quiet and filled with the sacred fire presence from both your mighty I Am Presence and the ascended host or the angelic host, then you return to the handling of your physical conditions. The peace with which we can fill you and enfold you will release the light into the conditions that will enable the right solution to take place. If you will only do this and live, move, and have your being in the sacred fire presence of your own mighty I Am Presence and the Ascended Masters, you would never have such a thing as an accident. You would never have anything that could be discordant in your experience. And I think it's a very simple, happy, easy way to avoid distress. Thank you so much. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. When you come in from the cold in the outer world, you come into your homes and you want to become comfortable, you go to where the heat is, and you make conscious effort to absorb that heat. You let the heat come into you. And this is exactly the same thing. When the outer world disturbs you or unloads its problems upon you, turn away from them for a few moments, and go to the place where you can be quiet for a few moments, and ask your mighty I Am Presence to fill you with its sacred fire self. And then ask any one or more of the ascended host to fill you and enfold you in our sacred fire self, and our sacred fire world of mastery over anything in this world, and settle the turmoil within and around you before you try to handle the situation physically. If you will do this, if you will form the habit of doing this and you carry around you our heart's flame of the sacred fire's purifying love, as you become this and you do not allow mankind's discord to disturb you, you become a blessing to help all the rest of life be still enough until harmony can be established so help can come to solve everyone's problems. But you must settle your own first. Then you become the powerhouse. You become the sacred fire's master presence. And once you recognize that you, someday, must be all of that sacred fire presence, and let it fill yourselves now, then when you let it fill your world or you ask the activities of the violet consuming flame or the unfed flame or the 7 mighty Elohim to build, to create in your world the perfection that fulfills the great divine plan. You are the radiating heart center then from whence that sacred fire love goes into the outer world and builds the perfection that comes back, and blesses you. But everything must begin with yourself inside of yourself. So until you fill yourselves with your sacred fire presence, which is your higher mental body and the constructively used energy that is around the electronic body, which is in the causal body, your mighty I Am Presence, your electronic presence, through those light rays, is constantly pouring forth this sacred fire love and purity and perfection into manifestation everywhere. It is giving it all the time into the great cosmic activities of both the system and this earth and to the powers of nature. That goes on all the time. If you would just still this outer and ask that presence to fill you with its sacred fire self, the higher mental body, which is a white fire body, can blaze its own heart's flame in and around the physical structure. It can clothe you in its miracle mantle of love's mastery, a visible, tangible garment, or its enfolding heart's flame and hold that about you until every activity of the physical flesh has absorbed the sacred fire and its qualities and its powers, which you can use then to handle conditions in the physical world in which you move. It isn't just that we give you our heart's love, purity, and peace just to still you for a few moments. When you absorb our sacred fire presence, you absorb our sacred fire powers. We give you our powers with which to accomplish things in the physical world. Then your mighty I Am presence releases its own fulfillment of the divine plan of your service to the rest of life, the fulfillment of whatever is required to take you forward to the victory of your ascension. Our sacred fire consciousness, our sacred fire presence, our sacred fire victory, our sacred fire love, our sacred fire purity and freedom and protection all comes from the great central sun and the ascended master's octave. And it all comes from the electronic body of each one's own life stream. As the higher mental body draws that into itself and projects it down by radiation into the outer self for use, that when you are filled with that, you feel harmonious and rested and capable of doing what is necessary. But when the outer world exhausts you and uses up everything that the higher mental body has placed in the outer self for your service, and you are depleted, if you don't stop and ask your presence to fill you with more of its sacred fire presence. If you do not stop and accept our ascended master sacred fire presence within and around you, if you won't fill yourselves with our powers and victory of accomplishment, how can you be master over the conditions by which you are surrounded? So no matter what is wrong in the physical world, if the individual will go by himself or herself only for a few minutes, it doesn't take many times, more than 1 or 2 minutes, or 5 minutes to be just still and let the sacred fire fill you with its presence. With whatever you are going to need to handle the situation. Now if in schools of the outer world, or any schools that are directed by people who understand this law, would train the children from childhood, from babyhood, to visualize the luminous presence of myself, or any ascended master. Around each child visualize that filling and surrounding the outer self, and then filling and surrounding everyone else in the classroom or in the school, just for a few moments before the day's work begins. You could hold the child could hold harmony and constructive activity in outer world channels, that would produce absolute miracles of perfection and happiness and protection, and always make you victorious. Or make the child victorious over conditions in the outer world. If mankind will not listen and will not stop long enough, and keep awake long enough to let us fill the outer self with the sacred fire presence that frees the outer self from all of its distress and limitation, if mankind will not do it, how are we going to help? The outer world has gone to sleep in the filth of its own discord, and there is nothing ever going to burn it up except the sacred fire. Where do you think you would be today, your physical bodies, if the ascended Master Saint Germain had not brought this work forth 30 years ago and given you the use of the violet consuming flame? Where do you think your physical bodies would be today? If people will not let us in, how can we set them free? If you are cold, and you won't go where it's warm, how can you get warmed up? If you are hungry and won't eat the food, how can you survive? Don't you see how stubborn mankind is? Don't you see how inexcusable selfishness is, and don't you see it was never God designed? It was never God created. And even though mankind has made mistakes, we have not condemned individuals. All we have done is offer more sacred fire love, sacred fire presence, sacred fire power by which the human creation can be dissolved, the individual filled with that which is the perfection of life, and go forward to the fulfillment of the divine plan. And is there any excuse for mankind not using what we offer? So if we may offer again to you the use of our luminous presence as well as our ascended master consciousness. We offer you the use of our ascended master consciousness. We are now offering you the use of our ascended master presence, which is sacred fire and substance and love, and power, all the powers of our perfection from our ascended master octave for you to use in and through, and around yourselves in the physical world to produce perfection or to consume what is wrong or to fulfill the divine plan, that not only blesses you, but blesses all, and in your journey through this world, raises you daily, day after day, nearer your ascension. Because the use of the sacred love of the sacred fire and its powers of perfection are the only way and means by which the ascension is attained. When I used that statement, I am the resurrection and the life, when I went through the most severe trials, and that resurrection and the life was the expansion of the sacred fire of my own heart's flame, and when I used it, I manifested its perfection. The same condition exists today. The law has not changed. The gift is as free as the air you breathe, but we can't use it for you. Won't you form the habit of using the luminous presence around yourself, around everybody and everything under this radiation? But more than just around you, fill yourselves with our luminous presence. You fill yourselves with a heat from a radiator if you are cold. Why can't you fill yourselves with our feeling, our comfort, our power to accomplish, our illumination, our ideas, and our feeling to produce perfection in this world, the same as we produce it in the world above? I am pleading because your nation needs you tonight. Thank you so much. And here I am, ready to fill your nation with my luminous presence to save your nation. So will you join me and enfold every human being within your nation in my sacred fire luminous presence to shut off destructive activities that otherwise will destroy you? Thank you so much. So now we are asking you to use your own blessed mighty I am presence, sacred fire presence, and the ascended masters, and cosmic beings, and great angelic hosts' sacred fire presence, to move into outer physical conditions that which will save the nation from the destruction that otherwise would dissolve, and consume all the blessings that have been created within your borders, and that have blessed you so greatly. If you will use our sacred fire presence to fill your nation, fill every human being in this nation with my ascended Jesus Christ sacred fire presence, and I will be there to produce the perfection that saves the nation. Thank you so much. Even those who think they do not like me, I can burn up their dislike by my sacred fire presence. Thank you so much, and won't you be seated, please? The beloved Archangel Michael and others of the angels and archangels, and cherubim and seraphim, all activities of the angelic host, there are uncountable legions of the sacred fire that can come to the assistance of this nation, or any nation, if the people will call for the ascended master's sacred fire presence to fill every human being within the nation. Enfold every human being within the nation, enfold the nation, possess and control the nation, and rule the nation, and fill the nation, and dissolve and consume everything that is not the ascended master's almighty perfection for that nation, and that its survival may go forth and raise all into the ascension. There are uncountable legions of all activities of the angelic host, all of whom direct the sacred fire, and they can come in unlimited numbers, millions of times more than the number of mankind embodied in this world. These powers and beings are in the universe, but mankind must at least accept its freedom and the love we offer, or it must stay in its degradation and destruction and suffering until it does. The law does not change. No one breaks the law. Individuals break themselves by disobedience to it, but they do not need to disobey, not once more, if they care to experiment with filling the outer self with the sacred fire presence of the mighty I Am, and the ascended master's sacred fire presence. Filling and surrounding the outer self with whatever sacred fire power of purifying love is necessary to overcome anything human in this world or any other. Our gift is eternal. Our gift is almighty. It is ever present. It is invincible. It's the master perfection of the universe, and is forever available for those who understand this law or will make the call to God as they understand it. So if I may leave with you the love of my heart and the sacred fire presence of my love, my luminous presence of my love, to fill you and enfold you with whatever sacred fire presence keeps out of you everything that is of human feeling and human creation, and human discord mankind has generated. If I may offer this to you, if you will accept it, I will do everything to use it and amplify it and accomplish that for your nation and the world that only sacred fire love can attain, or manifest for any reason whatsoever. If you care to live with us and let us live in you through our own sacred fire presence of our love in you, and our powers of love surrounding you, your own, beloved I Am presence, can blaze all of its sacred fire powers and fulfill its own divine plan through you to do in the outer world, that which makes you master over all conditions wherever you abide. So we offer it once again, and we hope this time that you will use it until there are no veils between. And if you establish this habit, we can establish it inside of you and around you as an eternal part of your own life flame, your own life streams. And that much from the Ascended Master's octave already ascended will be the raising power that helps you to gain the ascension when the final moment arrives to come into our octave for eternity. So if we may enfold you in our miracle mantle of our sacred fire presence of our love and our victory over this world, we offer you our power to cut you free from discord, and our power to raise you into the final victory of the ascension. Wherever you go, our sacred fire presence will be pouring its love into the life around you to help that life awaken, and be free in the victory of the ascension also. To this end will we offer and wait and watch, and there will not be one call that will come to us that we will not answer instantly, and hold this about you for eternity if you so desire it. So we offer it, and as time goes on, your momentum will be proof enough of the truth I have told you. And there will be no veils between, for when you call, we will appear. Thank you so much. Now may our miracle mantle of love's mastery be very tangible around you, and our sacred fire presence of our own heart's purifying love be very powerful within you. And as you go forward and let its momentum ever expand, your beloved I Am presence will handle all things harmoniously and permanently through you, until the outer world is once again purified and set into divine order. And mankind awakened from the shadows of that which has tortured life so long. Your torture can stop the moment you want to live within our sacred fire presence, so we offer it once again, and hope we may forever abide with you. Thank you with all our love. May 4, 1967, Chicago, Illinois. Record CD 1324. Beloved ones of the light, I trust as we enfold you in our love tonight, you will realize how very tangible, how powerful and how victorious you may become as you accept and use this which we offer constantly. Because when we have offered you the use of our ascended master consciousness, which is both the activity of our minds and the activity of the feeling of the ascended masters, I want you to realize, it is the complete control and mastery of all destructive forces in this world forever. It's the energy in the emotional bodies of the people, the feeling world of mankind, that is the sinister force that has imposed discord upon the life streams of those who have been caught in destructive activities. The energy of the emotional body must be purified, and when we have offered you the use of our ascended master consciousness, 318, which is the thoughts and the pictures in our minds of eternal perfection forever expanding, then we have offered you the feeling of our consciousness, which is our feeling of absolute, indestructible purity and harmony, our feeling of absolute control of everything in manifestation. This is what we wish you to understand thoroughly. Fill yourselves with it, acknowledge it, use it, and wherever you go, you will find it will control destructive forces, it will keep you harmonious, and will be your invincible protection. People do not understand yet the power that is in the energy of the emotional body of the outer physical self. Therefore, when we have offered you the use of our ascended master consciousness, in other words, we offer you the use of our minds, our mental powers, our mental faculties, we have offered you the use of our feeling world, which is our love. And our feeling world is eternal purity. Nobody can impose discord upon that. We have offered you our miracle mantle of love's mastery, which is the use of our consciousness, both of the mind and the feeling, to use in outer physical world conditions to prevent the destructive forces connecting with your life streams or your affairs, or your loved ones or your nation or anything that is constructive in the world. Then when we offered you our diamond shining fiery Christ blue lightning armor of indestructible protection forever expanding, these things are real, beloved ones. They are not just ideas or just thoughts or imagination of either the messenger nor of the beings who have given you the dictations. These are the great, eternal realities of life and of life's perfection. Mankind can't give them to you in the outer world, because mankind is caught in the whirlwind of destructive forces, and destructive feeling creates darkness. Destructive pictures create destruction and darkness. Everything that is of human distress in this world is some form of darkness, and everything we offer you is not only the actual manifestation of light in and around you, everything we offer is the power of the great central sun's light that lights this whole system of worlds, and offers you the use of the Ascended Master's consciousness of that light and the Ascended Master's feeling of that light, and the Ascended Master's love of that light, and therefore the Ascended Master's loving control of all in manifestation. If people would only fill themselves with this, they wouldn't have problems. They could be free from the limitations under which they have struggled for many embodiments, if people would only fill themselves with this which we offer. You have no trouble, I am quite sure, in the outer physical experience world, of filling yourselves with food when you're hungry. That isn't any particular hard task, is it? Then when the world is hungry for our love, it should not be a task to fill yourselves with our love that brings light into the darkness and consumes the darkness. Because our feeling of our love can illumine your pathway just as certainly and much more powerfully than if you had a flashlight in your hand, and you threw the ray of light before you wherever you moved. So when you think of us, when you think of what we have accomplished, when you think of what we offer, will you please remember that our love is illumination, our love is light, our love is peace. Our love is the master power of control without limit of physical conditions. And as the messenger has told you many times, the use of an ascended master's name, the vibratory action of every ascended master's name is the vibration from the great central sun, and the ascended master's octave that is the master control of every vibration in this world. Therefore when the outer world is planning more and more destruction, and the powers of nature are coming to the point where they aren't going to tolerate much more for your protection and the protection of your loved ones, and the protection of everything that is constructive, we beg you. We plead with you, and we shall continue to and remind you to please use our all-illumining, invincible, sacred fire love as protection around everything that is constructive. Whether it be in yourselves or your worst so-called enemy, it matters not. Whatever is constructive in any part of life, we want you to feel your obligation to enfold that which is constructive anywhere in the universe in our ascended master feeling of indestructible, eternal purity and indestructible perfection of that love that is the only source that gives perfection. Now when it comes to the problems in your own world or the problems of the outer world, please don't try to battle those problems with your own feeling. Don't allow your feeling to battle anything that is of discord in the outer world, because just as certainly as you try to battle something that you think is wrong out here, the moment you observe it, you have a picture of it, and if you have allowed yourselves to create a rate of vibration within yourselves to battle that, you have created within your own energy of your feeling within your own life, you have created that moment the very thing out here that you dislike. I must bring this to your attention. We have offered its explanation in many, many ways, but we must make it unmistakably plain, and we will charge you with our feeling to prevent your creating any discord within yourselves. If you will but accept our ascended master feeling that human conditions in this world cannot change and cannot create within you if you are filled with our ascended master feeling. It is much more important than you intellectually understand this moment. If you will charge everything in your feeling and world with your mighty I am presence first, always, and then the ascended master's all-illumining feeling of the complete control of manifestation in the physical octave. Just as certainly as you ask to be filled with that will we fill you with it. If you ask to be enfolded in it, our miracle mantle of that flame and substance can be sent to you on an instant. When you sometimes are in very grave danger, just the moment your thought comes to us, that light comes back instantly, faster than you can think. I think that is a help that love can give that is invincible and must be drawn into the physical octave for the protection of everything that is constructive in anybody. So if we may have your acceptance of this and your understanding of it, and if you will, in every problem you have to handle, if you will still yourselves first and ask your presence and us to fill you with the ascended master's feeling about the problem. Our feeling about the problem is the dissolving and consuming of everything that is discordant within it, and it is the master control of manifestation. It is the invincible perfection of life, and we give it to you as free as the air you breathe. And this is part of the ascension flame for which you have decreed tonight. We hope you will use the ascended master's feeling to protect yourselves against the hypnotic beast that is everywhere in the outer world trying to wreck anybody and everybody that is in embodiment in this world. And all we can do is ask and offer and love. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now if you care to charge this into the feeling world of everything that lives in this world, wherever our feeling goes, it is eternal purity. You could even purify the animal creation of this world if you will charge into it our ascended master feeling, because our feeling is eternal purity. No activity of mankind's human creation can impose into our feeling anything of impurity or discord or limitation. So our feeling is forever expanding the perfection from the ascended master's octave that is invincible against human creation, in this world. And that is why I said, in my ministry to the earth to mankind I said, ask the Father what you will in my name, and he will give it to you. Your beloved I am presence is the Father to which I referred. Ask your beloved I am presence what you will in my name. And my name is the vibratory action of my feeling, my name is the vibratory action of my love, my name is the vibratory action of light, so blazing no human thing can behold what is held in it. And this I offer you for your protection against the physical danger by which you are surrounded all the time in the outer world. When I have made those statements down through the ages, and we have offered and offered and offered, and the people have had the answers to their calls uncountable billions of times, there isn't a call that has come to me that was constructive that hasn't been answered. And there isn't a call that can come, so long as it be constructive, that won't be answered. I promised. I have the power to fulfill my promise. My promise is the great divine law's perfect divine plan of perfect manifestation. And when people understand what hate has created in the world, I would think they would want to turn away from it, and understand what the illumining love of the Ascended Master's feeling is to life and can do for life, and will give to life and will manifest in the life of this world to shut off mankind's distress. I would think, when you see what mankind's hate has imposed upon this world and upon the powers of nature and forces of the elements, certainly anyone who will turn away from the discord of outer world conditions and simply fill everything with the Ascended Master's consciousness, Ascended Master feeling of such indestructible purity, and purifying sacred fire love that will not let human creation exist another instant anywhere, anyone who will do that will find complete mastery and control of physical conditions by which you are surrounded, which you think now are controlled by human beings' discord. Now the discord of mankind, the selfishness, the doubt, the fear, the discord of outer world creations, mankind's frightful filth of the centuries, you will find helpless before the Ascended Master's feeling, sacred fire feeling, because we happen to know what the sacred fire is and can do. We are its blazing presence, and we can project it into every outer physical condition to make that condition become purified and become harmonious, and fulfill the divine plan. So no matter what's wrong in this world, when you have the scepter of power, the master authority of the master control of all manifestation by your call to the mighty I am presence, and the ascended host for the Ascended Master consciousness, and the Ascended Master feeling that is master over everything in this world, if you want mastery over it, you are going to have to use it. All we can do is offer it. We can remind you. We can show you, but you must use it. And if you are going to use it, you must fill yourselves with it first. And then as it enfolds you through your calls, you will find the protection you need is present with you wherever you go. I'm not talking in riddles tonight at all, but if you want protection against destructive activities of the powers of nature that mankind has imposed upon the powers of nature down through the centuries, if you want protection against those destructive activities, then you are either going to be enfolded in and filled with our sacred fire's purifying love's feeling, or you won't have it. Because there is no mastery over the destructive conditions in this world by fighting them, and as long as you fight or rebel against a thing and set up resistance against it, it is inside of yourselves just as well as outside. If it is something outside that disturbs you, the moment you observe it, you have photographed it within yourselves. The moment your feeling rebels against it, that feeling is one with the disturbed feeling in the rest of the world. And you open yourselves wide to every destructive condition in the physical world, every destructive activity of mankind the moment you begin to fight destructive conditions by which you are surrounded, or which sometimes are imposed upon you. If you will train the outer self, when disturbance appears, and go in standy to your presence and the ascended host, and call for the sacred fire's indestructible, purifying love to blaze the light that is master over everything and everywhere annihilates human creation, it only takes an instant. Then the energy of the outer self of your life is fastened to the sacred fire. Then your presence pours its sacred fire purity into the condition. The Ascended Masters pour their sacred fire into the condition, and you remain insulated. You remain cut free from the contact with the destructive conditions of the outer world. So I hope, when you think of our Ascended Master diamond shining miracle mantle of love's mastery that the messenger has called to your attention repeatedly, and that which it has been shown you and given to you as the Ascended Master's fiery Christ blue lightning armor of indestructible eternal protection, if you will use these phrases and then ask your presence and the Ascended Masters to fill you with our Ascended Master feeling of what we know that means to you, and we know how it can act in the physical world to annihilate evil everywhere. You can armor yourselves by setting This habit in power that is indescribable, invincible, and eternal mastery over all in this world. And there is no other way to master the destructive forces except by using the sacred fire and the power from the Ascended Master's octave, which is Ascended Master feeling. And that feeling has got to come into individuals' life streams in the emotional bodies in this world in order to master the destructive feeling in the world around you, because with these riots and violence and war you have destructive feeling being generated every day. More and more the people are becoming more and more disturbed in the outer, and if you are to be protected, you must live within, be surrounded by, connected with, filled with, and controlled by our Ascended Master consciousness, our Ascended Master feeling. Our Ascended Master miracle mantle and armor of eternal protection, and our Ascended Master feeling's control of physical conditions. When you call our sacred fire feeling of the control of every physical condition in the physical world, you will never have a failure. You can't fail, because we can't fail. So if we can remind you of this, we can give it to you. But you must accept it and use it. And more than that, you must become filled with it and become it, that wherever you go, the Sun presence of the Ascended Master's control of manifestation moves within and around you, and the destructive forces, no matter where they come from, cannot touch you. Because they cannot enter into our feeling of love which surrounds you. And our feeling of love is light. We have said this in many, many ways, and we will continue to say it until you're free, whether you believe us now or whether you accept it now or whether you use it now or not. If this world and all upon it is to be purified and set free from mankind's frightful distress, there is only one dissolver of distress in the universe, and that's our Ascended Master feeling, which is the sacred fire's purifying love. And when you can't love conditions in the outer world that are fighting you, you can certainly love life enough to turn to your beloved I Am Presence and the Ascended Host, and let us and your presence pour the sacred fire into a condition that consumes what is wrong within it, and releases that energy to be purified and charged with the Ascended Master's control and manifestation that fulfills the divine plan. This is the Ascension flame, because it enables life to ascend out of the clutches and the control of destructive conditions harmoniously and permanently, and with a force that no human creation can oppose nor conquer. You can be the unconquerable feeling of the Ascended Master's victory over everything destructive in this world if you will use this, and set the habit, and then go on your way like the wind. And if destructive forces try to get your attention, do as your beloved Saint Germain told you in the beginning. Say bid your adversary farewell, and go on your way, the master of life by that which is our mastery everywhere throughout creation. When you see and know things are wrong in the physical world, you can call for the world flood of every activity of the Ascended Master's purifying love, and the Ascended Master's feeling of whatever is necessary to purify the world and all upon it. And you can't ask for the purification and freedom of every life stream on this earth without receiving back to yourselves the love and the gratitude of the mighty I Am Presence and the higher mental body of every life stream, because as you make the call for the consuming of the human, you open the way for each life stream to fulfill its own divine plan. And it hasn't anything to give you but its love. You can't fail to have the love of every higher mental body of every individual on this earth if you will call for the annihilation of all human creation by the Ascended Master's sacred fire feeling that consumes the human and forbids its existence anywhere. So I trust we may have your cooperation, not just for your individual accomplishment of the Ascension, not just for your individual peace and protection, but that the nation and the world may not be allowed to go into any more distress than has already been created in this world. Thank you so much. I enfold you again tonight in my Ascended Jesus Christ miracle mantle of my Ascension flame, if you care to accept it. Thank you so much. It will raise anything and everything out of every vibratory action of destruction if people will but call it into the life, the energy and substance of the physical manifested world, out of the powers of nature and forces of the elements. The blessed violet consuming flame that your beloved Saint Germain has taught you to use and given you is the Ascension flame. The unfed flame is the Ascension flame, for it's the perfect balance of love, wisdom, and power which is divine justice to life. And the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim in your forehead, if you will but use these in outer physical world conditions, you will find they are the Ascension flame, for they are the sacred fire that raises all consciousness out of the wrong concepts mankind has generated. they raise all feeling out of the clutches of destructive forces. And in that way, when you take the energy away from them, they are helpless, and they are consumed on the instant by the sacred fire. So blessed ones, try to live in our world while you yet remain unascended, and fill your nation the same way with whatever ascended master feeling in the people is the sacred fire's purity, that won't let the hordes of evil any longer control anybody or anything within this nation or the world. And if you care to set the nation free and love the world as much as we do, you cannot have anything as a result but our perfection, because we do not give anything that is of discord nor limitation. If you will use our consciousness and our feeling, if you will use our power of sacred fire control, you can and will go forward to constructive accomplishment and bring here that which belongs to the permanent golden age. Because the permanent golden age referred to is the ascended master's octave of perfection. And that is why the world must be filled with it if humanity is to accomplish the ascension in the centuries to come. I assure you, those who are to embody here will accomplish the ascension or they will not come here in the future. So let there be the awakening of mankind to the reality that is master of the world. And from this hour, all you have to do if you want this is to call to your beloved I Am presence, and to us to fill your outer self with our ascended master consciousness, our ascended master feeling, our ascended master control of physical manifestation. And see for yourselves whether I tell you the truth or not. And the fiery Christ truth will consume everything that is wrong in manifestation if people will draw it into the physical octave, because it is the great central sun's heart flame, and it is power unlimited. And if we may pour it through you until enough light comes into this nation to keep it from being desecrated any longer, you cannot receive anything but greater blessing as a result of your assistance to us when we want to raise the nation out of the clutches of everything that would desecrate and destroy anything and everything that is constructive on the earth. So blessed ones, tonight may my own heart's flame speak to you its almighty command that controls physical manifestation everywhere by the ascended Jesus Christ feeling and invincible consciousness of the sacred fire's control of anything and everything you contact. And perfection must be the result, and that perfection, invincible. May you go forward and use this power which is the master power of manifestation, and see for yourselves, as you gain the momentum, just how you can move forward through conditions of destruction and yet never be touched by that which destroys the rest of mankind. And then call for whatever illumining sacred fire consciousness shocks mankind awake and out of the clutches and the control of destructive forces, until those forces are consumed from the universe for eternity. So tonight, if you care to accept it, I will enfold you in my ascended Jesus Christ miracle mantle of the ascension flame that keeps you untouched by human feeling, until your glorifying presence has filled you with its master self and taken you into the victory of perfection for eternity. May you go forward and use this every day in everything you do until you can give it to others as we have given it to you, and the nation and the world is raised into the sunshine of the ascended master's feeling. And the door of eternity closed against the shadows of distress and destruction and desecration. Mankind has generated, and the cosmic law itself issues the cosmic fiat for the complete annihilation of everything of mankind's human creation here in this world for eternity. I enfold you in my ascended Jesus Christ ascension flame, my master feeling of indestructible peace, and you will be at peace for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. June 26, 1967, Chicago, Illinois. Record CD 1342. Beloved ones of God's heart, I trust tonight I will enable you to make every possible effort in outer world activities to hold the harmony as much as possible, that we may render the greatest service that the nation and the world require at this time. We want to give you who have faced this light, and called the cosmic law into action for the purification of the earth. We want to give you as much of the sacred fire love's blazing power, in outer world conditions as is possible at this time to consume destructive conditions wherever you abide. So if you will form the habit, when you call forth my luminous presence to enfold your own physical bodies, your entire life streams, your loved ones, and everything you do in the physical world, with the diamond shining sacred fire love. 338. Of my power to bring peace to the earth, it will enable me to draw certain activities of the cosmic light substance in, through, and around you all. This becomes an insulation, an armor of protection about you. And when you hold the picture of my luminous presence as if it were all made of blazing, diamond shining substance, crystal diamond shining substance with light so blazing with my sacred fire love that wherever that light goes, whether it be through the light rays, or the flesh of flame from my heart, everywhere it goes, it consumes evil. Just the same as you would take a hose and wash away leaves or something on the sidewalk ahead of you, and you had full control of that and swept the pathway ahead of you clear of obstruction, just so can I, when you hold the picture within your minds. And the picture of my diamond shining presence enfolding others in the world around you, or enfolding a condition which you want to see perfected, or enfolding your loved ones whom you want to protect, if you will only see this come down and around each one. And then pour forth its diamond shining sacred fire purifying love in, through, and around the individual or the condition, we can consume in a moment conditions that have weighed you down with problems and limitations and distress for many years or months or sometimes lifetimes. If you are willing to render this service that we may prevent this nation being desecrated any further, we can set each one of your life streams free from everything that has been a limitation of the past or is a problem of the present, or would be a limitation of the future if you will help us. Let us pour forth through you this sacred fire purifying diamond shining power of our love into outer world physical conditions in this nation, so we may consume, as much as possible, that threatens only to desecrate everything. We can free you completely if you care to render this service. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now do this, please, for everybody, not just those which you love and those whom you think are doing right. Please let us have the opportunity to flood forth the diamond shining sacred fire love and power from our ascended master octave into every condition that is wrong, that we may consume it and prevent it desecrating life any further. This must come if mankind is to be released from the frightful accumulation that has been generated through the centuries, and is being generated hourly by the constant defiance of people in the outer world against decency and honesty and honor and God. Once you give a vow to life with all you are and have for the freedom and purity and perfection of some part of manifestation, until it is completely perfected and raised into the ascended master's octave, you never stop. And when I gave my vow to life that when I was lifted up I would draw all mankind unto me, I meant it. I still mean it, and I will continue to mean it until the earth and all upon it have been purified by that diamond shining sacred fire power, and love which I am. So if I may have each of you as an open channel through which I may pour continually to the outer world the sacred fire that consumes mankind's frightful creation of discord, it must, of necessity, blessed ones, as it pours forth through you and around you, it must of necessity perfect you and your world. And please remember, we can only do for mankind what we must do through mankind. This is what the masses of the people do not understand, and yet the mighty Saint Germain has reminded you all of it since the beginning of this I am instruction. So if you will let us pour forth through you our diamond shining purity and power and sacred fire love, that is the divine plan fulfilled and invincible forever, as it flows through you and consumes the human creation in the atmosphere about you or in any special condition. It must of necessity pour forth through you and consume your own problems, consume your limitations and your distress. And you will give us an opportunity to release greater powers into your use and your direction and your own mighty I am presence, greater powers to use in outer world physical conditions to protect what is constructive, and expand it so it will hold its victory against the hordes of destruction mankind is constantly generating through war. So when I said, "Lo, I am with you always," the moment you desire my diamond shining presence of purifying sacred fire love, that instant a flame of that love comes in, through, and around you from my heart. And in my heart's flame, I assure you, I am present. In that heart flame, I am with you always. Then as you draw this into outer physical conditions, the great cosmic law can act to consume more of mankind's accumulation of destruction in the atmosphere of Earth that prevents the powers of nature protecting that which is constructive, because mankind constantly imposes upon the powers of nature more and more filth and destruction through war, through hate, and through frightful rebellion against that which is constructive. And the beloved goddess of justice, in that power which is her service to the earth of purifying everything and establishing divine law, order and balance, she is at all times trying to help those under this radiation come to the point. Through your outer world service in purification of outer world conditions, she is trying to bring balance within your own beings and worlds, in your affairs, and everything that affects your destiny. That is why, until mankind understands that there must come purity and balance and peace, there will never be a cessation of war until purity and balance and peace are released into the physical world through the activities of the sacred fire. Now the messenger has constantly kept at you to give your decrees to keep all under this radiation and all for whom you have called out of debt, and you can never have peace until you are out of debt. The world can't have peace until it pays its debt back to the source of life that gives life into this world. So when people are indifferent as to whether they keep a balance in their own worlds or not, there is not peace and never will be peace until purity and balance of love, wisdom, and power make the balance back to life that is continually giving all. This entire hypnotic sinister force that has imposed upon the world this continual acceptance of debt is the most devilish thing of human creation, and when people are hypnotized by it, there is no freedom, there is no peace, there is not purity. Now I have come to explain this tonight and bring power enough to help each of you rise out of the clutches and the claws of the destructive conditions of the outer world that would like to keep you enslaved to debt and destruction and unbalance. If there is not enough sacred fire purifying love to burn up the forces that have thrown the world out of balance, and thrown mankind's feeling world out of balance by debauch and filth and hate, and since I am, and I have the power to consume all the hate of the world, I will use it. If there are those who want to stand with me in unascended mankind and be the open door by which those destructive forces can be consumed by the sacred fire, and nothing else will consume them permanently or harmoniously. Thank you so much. Now the more mankind stays in debt, the more distorted become the bodies of the people, and the more distorted become the minds of the people because of the disturbance in the emotional body. I am trying to prevent this, and if those who understand this law will give me the open door by just calling, all I ask you to do is to call and hold the picture of my diamond shining presence in such blazing light to come down, and around every human being and every condition that is destructive. Everything that needs purification. If you will only hold that and call to your beloved I am presence, and to me, and to all the ascended host and cosmic beings, to release all the sacred fire purifying love enough to bring peace to the earth, peace can come. The mighty Elohim of peace has all the power from the great central sun necessary to set the whole world at peace for eternity. But mankind must understand that when people who are embodied in this world, who are privileged to embody in this world, owe back to life the mighty I am presence and the ascended host and the great central sun whose life sustains the world, mankind must pay its debt back to life. As long as it does not pay its debt back to life, it stays in its destruction. So I ask that I just may have more open doors, more pathways to blaze the central sun's sacred fire heart's flame indestructible purity, that peace may come and mankind's suffering cease. Therefore, those of you who understand this law, if you will give obedience, your blessings will be boundless and eternal, and my sacred fire presence, my luminous presence, my sacred fire love and peace can keep you invincible no matter what else manifests in the world. And one day, when you understand what my sacred fire love means to life, you will never miss an opportunity to call it into this physical world, until all here has become purified and raised into the Ascended Master's octave for eternity. This is the fulfillment of the Ascended Master's divine plan, invincible for eternity. It is the prevention of all wrong. It is the prevention of the sinister force any longer desecrating mankind, the powers of nature or the forces of the elements, or interfering with the destiny of this nation as the heart of the world. I am not the Prince of Peace without great cause. I did not come uselessly to consume mankind's hate, and I am still in the universe with the same power necessary to release the world from hate. And I will continue, if there are those in unascended mankind who choose and care to stand with me, until the entire mass of mankind is purified, that it may go forward and expand the light and attain the ascension. The ascension cannot be attained except by the expansion of the light, the expansion of the sacred fire purifying love from the heart of creation, from the heart of every human body, from the heart of the mighty I am presence and higher mental body of each life stream. From the heart of the physical sun, from the hearts of the ascended host, until this world is filled with the sacred fire's purifying love that has annihilated mankind's frightful evil completely and unconditionally for eternity. Thank you so much. Now if you will just remember to enfold everybody and everything, individually and collectively, no matter what anybody is doing, right or otherwise. If I may have your desire, and the picture in your mind of my sacred fire's purifying love to be drawn into the physical world by the power of the great central sun, magnet which your mighty I Am presence is, and your desire to free mankind is. Then we can purify the conditions that are here, and raise the nation into enough purity to keep the Third World War from being focused into outer physical conditions, and desecrating everything good that you have in the world today. So if you will help me bring peace, the nation will benefit, and you will be able to see God's way of government controlling all within your borders, and educating mankind to something that is permanent perfection. This is the divine way to fulfill the great divine plan and keep it invincible for eternity. It is the great divine way to prevent mankind's suffering being allowed to go on any longer. And it is the divine way of re-establishing balance, and giving back to the great central sun the perfection which the great central sun gave you and gave mankind and gave the world in the beginning. That there might be beauty and perfection and purity into which mankind could embody and draw forth the master powers of life to attain the ascension. There must be the balance back to life, and the sacred fire's purifying love is the power, the way, the means, the authority, the power, the law, and the victory that can bring it into the physical world and accomplish that which mankind cannot accomplish in any other way. There are two things which the human beings of this world can do just by holding the picture and making the call, and having the desire in the feeling world to serve the perfection of life. There are two ways. You can call forth everywhere into outer physical conditions our cosmic light substance, so diamond shining as if it covered the world with a snowstorm of dazzling, sparkling cosmic light substance of indestructible purity. And the other is the use of the diamond shining presence of myself and every ascended master and cosmic being, the angelic host and the legions of the sacred fire's indestructible purity, all of whom are ready to flood it into this world as soon as those unascended understand and make the call, and want to make the balance back to life, and want to set the world free from the frightful conditions mankind has imposed upon life, the powers of nature, and the humanity of this world. So blessed ones, I did not idly say, Lo, I am with you always. I did not idly say, Ask the Father what ye will in my name, and he will give it to you. I still stand back of that promise, and anyone who will make the call will be answered by the fulfillment of the promise. So when your loved ones are dying in the filth of hate, I ask for your assistance to enfold everyone in your national defense, every human being in those channels, in my diamond-shining sacred fire presence of such indestructible purity, and purifying love that they cannot longer be made to go on and destroy and desecrate that which they do not want to do. And it will give the innocent victims of the hate of mankind release and relief, and enable us to raise them into some kind of purity. So blessed ones, if you will understand what I have said, and I say again, when you use that statement, I am, the resurrection and the life, it means that you are calling forth the life from within human beings of this world, and reminding that life that it owes back to the great central sun to all the ascended masters and cosmic beings, it goes back to the beloved mighty I Am presence of each life stream, it owes everything of this world back into the heart of the light and the love and the peace and the purity that gave it existence in this world. I am, the resurrection of the life of that consciousness in mankind that shall yet awaken and obey the law, because the love of the ascended host is the light and the purity and the sacred fire that burns up the hate that creates the shadows and creates the filth that destroys, and destroys and destroys, and produces only pain. How can there be peace with filth and destruction? So beloved ones, life is not left without assistance. The great cosmic law has provided magnificent, wonderful, miracle love to life. And the diamond-shining sacred fire purifying love which I am and which every ascended master is, and which the angelic host are is forever infinite, overwhelming oceans of the mightiest power in creation to wipe out mankind's frightful insults and desecration to life. So if you will join us, if you care to call forth our diamond-shining presence, I can assure you, the sacred fire's purifying love can dissolve and consume everything on this earth of mankind's evil. And we hope to do it as quickly as possible. Thank you so much. And I say to those who are atheists throughout the world, why should they hate me? I never sent discord to them. And something that happened 2,000 years ago, why should the generations of today be taught hate to that which never gave anything but love and light and purity? Therefore, the world needs the diamond-shining presence of the sacred fire's purifying love to illumine the brain structure and the minds of men, and to purify and illumine the feeling world, that the fiery Christ truth of the cosmic law may shock mankind awake. And the great central sun's heart flame release its desire through the outer self to turn away from the suffering and accept the love, and the peace which only the divine can give. There is no peace from that which is not divine. So peace can only come when the sacred fire's purifying love is sent into this world by the ascended masters, and cosmic beings who are the divine mastery of every bit of energy mankind has used and generated in this world, and is still using to create destruction and suffering to life. So blessed ones, if you will just flood it forth through yourselves and hold the picture. Ask us to pour it around every human being on the earth, around every condition, around the powers of nature and the forces of the elements. Just let us anchor it in the physical octave. If you will only make the call and hold the picture and send it forth in the physical octave, we can do and we will do if mankind will agree. Thank you so much. I will not hold you longer, but there are so few of the I am students compared to the masses of mankind, and so if you will give us every opening possible, we will answer beyond your fondest dreams. And whatever effort you make to bring this into outer physical conditions of the physical world, you will be filled with and blessed by all the blessings that the sacred fire's purifying love from my heart, and the hearts of the ascended host and cosmic beings can pour forth in, through, and around you. And I assure you, it can and will dissolve and consume your problems, your distress, your limitations, your lack. Anything and everything that is of human creation can be dissolved harmoniously and permanently, and our divine plan fulfilled, invincible forever, take the place of that which heretofore has but limited you in your pathway to the ascension. So I enfold you and all the world and all upon it in the great central sun's heart flame of such indestructible, purifying sacred fire love that we shall plant it into the physical structure of earth, through those who still tread the pathway of this world yet unascended. And our sacred fire power, diamond shining power of cosmic control, can flash into physical conditions that which keeps you invincible against mankind's discord wherever you abide while you yet remain unascended, and until your service is rendered to bring peace to the earth for eternity. So I will enfold you in my diamond shining miracle mantle of my sacred fire's love and peace and purity. And it is more real and more tangible than your own physical garments, because it is the sacred fire of life of which your own, beloved I am presence and higher mental bodies are a part. We are one, and this is my blessing and gift to your life streams as it takes its journey through this world to help you attain the ascension, for I am here to help mankind ascend. And as you call this forth into outer world conditions, mankind can be raised out of the substance of discord and destruction that has only created pain and distress and destruction everywhere. I am, the light of the world. I am, the sacred fire's purifying love, and I am, the sacred fire's peace that can free life from distress for eternity. And I shall serve until that peace has raised this world into my world for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. August 17, 1967 Shasta Springs, California Record CD 1351. Beloved of the light, in the great cosmic law's activity of the sacred fire, its cosmic love, and its eternal peace which it is our privilege to draw forth from the great central sun and concentrate into outer activities. We are privileged indeed to amplify without limit every bit of energy that comes to us from unascended mankind in a call for our life, and our sacred fire purifying love and way of life to come into this physical world, and establish here that which is the divine way to live life. And in your use of the sacred fire control from the ascended master's octave which we have offered you by which you can control physical conditions in your use of that, my loved ones, you become the master presence of the control of your world. And thus you allow us to release our 355. Sacred fire love from the ascended master's octave into you, into your world, into your loved ones, into all that you contact. Whenever you call forth our ascended master sacred fire control to govern conditions in the physical world that are destructive and by which mankind must understand, the master hand of life is coming into the physical octave to control those conditions of discord, which are not the fulfillment of the divine plan, in your use of our sacred fire control of physical conditions. When you make that call, we can send forth immediately into the condition a concentration of a light ray or the sacred fire to control that which is destructive, prevent its expansion, and then expand the light through it to consume what is wrong. that comes forth from our temples of the sacred fire, just the same as you use a searchlight in the heavens to locate an airplane, or any activity that you care to make visible in the night hours to the people of Earth. Just as you see great searchlights play across the heavens in their search of whatever is there, so can we use these great activities of the sacred fire from the great central sun, and project them into various activities of the physical world until they have consumed the discord mankind has generated. But when you call forth because your love for the nation or your love for your loved ones needs the release of our sacred fire, to correct conditions in the physical world, whenever you send forth a call of love for our sacred fire to come and assist some other part of life, because you allow the love and the light of your own life stream to expand, it enables us to anchor within and around you the expansion of the light of your own life stream by the light from the Ascended Master's octave. Therefore, when you give forth the sacred fire control from the Ascended Master's octave into physical conditions, you automatically open the way for us to pour in, through, and around you our sacred fire love to help control within you the energy of your feeling world, the energy in your mind, the energy in the outer self, to be filled with and manifest our perfection. So you cannot pour love to the rest of life by calling for our assistance to that life without automatically filling your own beings and worlds with our love, which we give for you to use to help your loved ones. And therefore, automatically, that enables us to pour more love to help you. So you cannot lose. And there is nothing in the universe will bring you such blessings from the Ascended Master's octave as your continual use of our luminous presence or our sacred fire control, or the love and mercy of forgiveness which our sacred fire brings into the feeling of the rest of life. Now, whether that life be in human beings or in animals or in the powers of nature or forces of the elements matters not. If mankind would only let each life stream expand its own heart's sacred fire love into all outer world conditions by the use of our sacred fire control, each life stream could set itself free much more quickly. If it be willing to use our sacred fire control to help some other part of life be free from distress. So when you think of the use of our sacred fire control, try to remember our sacred fire control is our love to the world to consume the discord mankind has created, and to replace it by our world of perfection. Therefore, little by little, as the sacred fire comes from the Ascended Master's octave, it must become eternally established in the physical structure of the earth itself, in order to purify and rebalance the powers of nature and forces of the elements which produce food for mankind, and bring the blessings of the Ascended Master's octave into this world by which mankind can embody here and gain mastery. So no matter what it is of good that you want, no matter what power it takes to correct conditions in the physical world that are wrong, please remember, everything must begin with some part of life's love that draws into this world the sacred fire of our control in order to free life from the control that human discord has imposed upon some other part of life. And this, I assure you, the more you use it, the more will it fill you with its peace, because you cannot have peace without our sacred fire love's control of the energy in your life. That is why the greater life always enfolds the lesser life. And therefore it's the greater love that enfolds the lesser love, that it may become greater. So every time you call our sacred fire control into the physical conditions of the outer world, try to remember that that sacred fire is our life's love. And your willingness to bring it here is your life's love, and it can only bring you greater blessing and greater mastery into yourselves, because you enable us to place in this world our greater perfection until the world becomes our Ascended Master octave of perfection for eternity. This is a great divine plan of life. It is ever giving of itself. It knows no discord, and therefore its sacred fire is absolute in its control of physical conditions. So when you call forth the violet consuming flame into outer world conditions to purify them, try to remind the intellect to remember, the violet consuming flame is the sacred fire love from the great central sun of invincible, eternal purity, and wherever it goes, it consumes everything that causes distress, and clears the way to establish in this world the Ascended Master's perfection of life and fulfill the great divine plan. When you think of the unfed flame, it is love, wisdom, and power that gives of itself the perfect balance by which perfection can manifest, because without perfect balance you cannot manifest perfection. No one ever did and no one ever will, because balance is perfection. And when you call forth our Ascended Master sacred fire control, that is perfect balance. It is perfection. It is the release into this physical world of that which is our eternal perfection and our way of life. When you call forth the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim, the heart flames of the seven mighty Elohim within the physical structure of your own physical bodies, ask your beloved I am presence and the seven mighty Elohim to fill you with their own heart's flame, and make you the victory of their sacred fire love's control inside of you. And you will know peace that nothing else can give. The seven mighty Elohim's sevenfold flame within your physical structure is the sacred fire peace of eternity. It is sacred fire control of manifestation. But when people forget the presence of the sacred fire love of life, they shut the door to its action within, and we must wait and stand aside until, of each one's own free will, the door is open to let love come in and abide and hold peace until perfection can be created, established, protected, expanded, and manifests for eternity. So beloved ones, if you, too, can become the mighty sacred fire controlled by eternal peace of every condition in which you move, you will find coming within yourselves an illumination to the mind. And the peace which you call forth into outer physical conditions will automatically fill you in your world with our peace. So anyone and everyone who calls our sacred fire control into physical conditions is establishing peace wherever mankind will open the way, and let it come in and give our perfection into outer physical manifestation, and show mankind the divine way to live life. There is only one way, beloved ones. Discord never did and never will establish perfection. Impurity can't. And our sacred fire control is the only way life contains to produce manifestation in the physical octave, or anywhere in infinity, to establish the fulfillment of the great divine plan, that raises the life streams that embody here into the mastery of the ascended master's octave. So no matter what you have to accomplish in the physical world, if you will charge everything, before you start to do anything, with the ascended master's sacred fire control that loves to create perfection, loves to sustain it, loves to protect it, and loves to expand it, if you give us the opening, I assure you, we will answer your calls to bless you beyond your fondest dreams. And when you are ready to bless the rest of life as we are ready to bless you, you cannot lack for any good thing, and there cannot be in your world any longer the conditions of human creation. So in the hour of the world's greatest need, which is now, as you think of world problems, as you think of world conditions in which other people abide, which need purifying and perfecting, just call forth the beloved I am presence, in the great central sun and the ascended master's great cosmic sacred fire control of the atmosphere of this world, of the powers of nature, the forces of the elements, and of all mankind, all life everywhere. Keep calling and calling and calling our ascended master cosmic sacred fire from the great central sun to come in and control physical conditions that mankind cannot control and the sinister force won't. So blessed ones, from tonight I bless you as you cannot understand until you come into our octave forever, for your willingness at this time to give us your attention, to give us your energy, to give us your consciousness, that we may flood forth into outer physical world conditions the sacred fire of our love's control of manifestation. And it must of necessity bless you, help to control all in your beings and worlds, and must of necessity become peace within and around you. So you can, in a far more powerful way than you understand tonight, you can be the outpouring of our peace to the earth, our love to the earth, our control of manifestation, and from tonight, our victory and power unlimited. If you need power to overcome conditions of the outer world, call forth our sacred fire power control, and see for yourselves what miracles and manifestations can come into your physical experience. And one after another, as you find your calls answered, will you come to a place where your momentum in outer manifestation not only becomes your protection, but becomes your unlimited power of accomplishment. And it is this that we need in the physical world to help protect the life streams that are trying to hold to the constructive way of life at this time. And your very radiation will be courage and strength and power to those life streams to hold to that which is constructive. So your blessings are far, far greater than you understand. And in being willing to give that blessing to other life streams, you automatically must become enfolded in those blessings from our octave, and you, while yet unascended, can go forth in much greater peace, and in the security of our protecting sacred fire, and hold control of conditions in the outer world that the rest of mankind cannot hold at this time. So you are of very great use to us. You are a very great blessing to your nation, and I do not say this to just make you feel comfortable. I say this because the world has so few people within it who will hold the purity and the harmony long enough to let us create the momentum in and around them to help set them free. Blessed ones, we are willing to amplify back to you without limit every call you make to set the rest of life free. And as you are willing to go forward and continue that call, and keep demanding the Ascended Master's sacred fire control of everything in the physical world, you give us one opening after another wherein we can establish a permanent flow of the sacred fire purity and power from our octave into the physical world, to at least hold certain portions of the earth free from the control of destructive forces. So we are going to use this in the most powerful way possible. And Sunday, as the outpouring goes forth through, I am, come. I assure you, we will release through you, through the audience while the attention of the people is upon myself and the cosmic law and the activities of the sacred fire, and the mighty Saint Germain's violet flame freedom to the earth while the attention of the people is upon that. We will use every power of the sacred fire to send forth into this nation, and into the world everything possible at this time to help hold protection for everything that is constructive, until the masses of the people turn away from the hordes of evil who seek only to destroy them. Blessed, blessed, blessed ones, you precious I am students, we love you beyond words. And may our love to you flood your love to your loved ones and to the rest of life everywhere you go, that there may be only miracles and victories of our perfection in and around you as long as you remain unascended. And may your invincible protection be eternal, ever expanding, and the Master Presence wherever you abide. I commend you unto the fullness of everything that peace is. And as you are willing to use our life and our sacred fire control in the physical octave to bring purity and peace to the rest of life, you must of necessity be sealed in our Ascended Master purity and peace, and there is victory and protection and freedom and power for eternity. May you feel it, and may you call and call and call, until your own momentum is a blazing sun presence around you, visible to everything that lives and invincible into which no discord can ever come. And you will find our sacred fire control is peace. I am, the Prince of Peace, and wherever I am all mankind's attention is upon me, my heart's flame of peace shall expand and enter into life, and raise all into the same perfection of the Ascended Master's octave that is the sacred fire's love of eternity. I commend you to its everlasting peace. Thank you with all my heart. September 17, 1967 Shasta Springs, California Record CD 1367. Beloved of my heart, beloved of the light, beloved of the peace of eternity, we thank you forever for everything you have given in this conclave for the purity and freedom protection to the nation and the world. Tonight I trust one may offer you everything that is possible to be used at this time through you, to draw into outer physical conditions the activities from the Ascended Master's consciousness, the Ascended Master's octave, and the Ascended Master's feeling. To blaze in and around you our manifestations from the Ascended Master's octave to help hold protection in and around you, and to help give you victory in everything over the conditions of evil and discord that are in the outer world at the present time. When we have asked you to use our Ascended Master consciousness, when I have asked you to. 368. Call for my Ascended Jesus Christ victory or my Ascended Jesus Christ mind or feeling, or power of whatever you need in the physical world. Try to remember that in our Ascended Master octave, there is no such thing as a possibility of failure. And no such thing as a ceasing of the perfection from our octave. The world has portrayed me as crucified, and the very pictures and focus of that activity in the outer that mankind continues to use is largely responsible for a great deal of the conditions under which mankind struggles this hour. We want you to close the door against that and keep accepting our Ascended Master octave of invincible, victorious perfection and power, unlimited, absolutely impossible of failure, and eternally, invincibly protected. Therefore, whatever you need to have done in the physical octave to change conditions in the outer world and put our perfection in their place, try to remind your intellect first that you are calling forth the Ascended Master's invincible, eternal victory of perfection from our great life of the universe and our great sacred fire love. This world must have our sacred fire love in order to overcome the hate. Unless there is sacred fire to consume hate, it would continue to act. And since we are that sacred fire's indestructible, eternal purity and love, there must come conscious recognition from unascended beings, and call to us for the release from our octave of whatever is necessary to purify this world. And so we are depending upon you to give every possible assistance whenever you call. Mankind must be trained to use the consciousness above the physical world if there is going to be mastery over the conditions human beings have generated here. So in the activities of the sacred fire of our purity, our love, and our peace, there is power unlimited, beloved ones. I want you to feel tonight that when you call for my ascended Jesus Christ consciousness or my ascended Jesus Christ control, or my ascended Jesus Christ feeling to go into any condition and produce indestructible victory for you, there is unlimited sacred fire power that can flash on an instant and move into physical conditions, shut off what is destructive, and right then establish the sacred fire's presence and control of whatever is needed from our octave to hold protection for that which is constructive, and rule the conditions in outer world activities. And this must come, because the outer world is chaos. And our world is invincible, eternal, divine order, balance and indestructible so far as mankind is concerned. Therefore we offer you the mightiest power of the Ascended Master's octave in every activity of the sacred fire, the cosmic light, and our love and peace of eternity. And all we do is ask you to use it and keep acknowledging it, draw it into every condition in the physical world, and let us have the open door by which we can control conditions and prevent what the destructive hordes of evil intend. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. When you are aware of destructive conditions in the outer world, call for the Ascended Master's sacred fire invincible victory to go into the condition and consume everything else. Then go on your way. Just call the Ascended Master's sacred fire victory. It contains everything that you need in any situation to shut off destructive forces, consume the evil mankind has generated, and replace it by the divine plan fulfilled and the freedom that brings peace to the earth. But everything that you must handle in the physical world can be positively controlled and purified and turned into the Ascended Master's sacred fire victory, if you will make the call. And that is the fullness of everything. It is the invincible protection of all that is constructive, it is cosmic power unlimited, and it is the master control of manifestation in this world. When you think of our Ascended Master's sacred fire victory, you can also use Ascended Master's sacred fire control. Because the physical conditions in this world that are sustained by mankind's discordant feeling and mistakes and impurity past and present, are all subject to the consuming of every activity of the sacred fire necessary to control them, to dispose of them, and to replace them by our perfection of eternity. So when I offered you my Ascended Master consciousness, it is that we may bring this into everything that you do in the physical world. And this is why I knew that this was the action of the cosmic law. And I knew I could give it to you all when I said, I am in ye, ye are in me, we are all together in the Father. I knew what that sacred fire would do because I had seen it. I have used it and I have all down through the ages. And now the momentum I have of that in the ascended state is the invincible cosmic victory over everything in manifestation in this world. So it matters not what there is in the outer that seems to be overwhelming. Nothing in this world and all put together can overwhelm the sacred fire victory of the Ascended Master's octave. And that is power unlimited, and power the sinister force cannot control. This is why we are pleading with you to use it. And from tonight, if you will have miracles unlimited and victory invincible, and as you go forward, you will be protected by the sacred fire power from our Ascended Master octave. And you certainly need it in the outer world tonight. Thank you. And when conditions come to your attention, even though you are not in them, even just coming to your attention from outside sources, don't miss the opportunity to just, in a flash, say, Beloved I am presence and all the ascended host, overcome that. Annihilate it by the Ascended Master's sacred fire victory. Or you can say, the Ascended Jesus Christ sacred fire victory. And as you speak my name, there shall go into that condition the sacred fire and vibratory action of my life, and the power in the Ascended Master's octave that can flash into that like a streak of lightning and consume everything that is not my perfection. And if you will use this and gain a momentum of it, there will be such a power added to yours by those who govern the destiny of your nation and the world that you can scarcely understand what it is. Because our desire and our demand of the cosmic law to put an end to mankind's evil throughout the world requires that we release a certain amount of this sacred fire into the physical octave around those whom we can use as a focus of its outpouring into physical conditions. To consume the conditions that are wrong. And therefore, as we make you a focus of it, because you have called for it, it makes you absolutely invincible, and it will help you to overcome everything in the physical world harmoniously. I assure you, there will not be fight in you, nor conditions around you, when you ask to have them controlled and corrected by the Ascended Master's sacred fire victory, or the Ascended Master's sacred fire power, or my Ascended Jesus Christ sacred fire mastery over all in this world purity. Love, any quality that you want. But if you acknowledge the Ascended Master's sacred fire victory and sacred fire power unlimited, it can come in and around you, my dear ones, in a flash. And it can go into any condition, near or far, and help to consume everything wrong that mankind has created. So I offer again my Ascended Jesus Christ presence of sacred fire victory everywhere you want it, everywhere it is needed, everywhere that purification must take place. When I made my vow to life, I knew it could be fulfilled. And that is why I made the promise to those around me, when I said, "The things I do, all men shall do, and greater things than these shall ye do." And since I am in the ascended state, the power gathered through the centuries, by constant service to the people of this world is invincible, unlimited, and victorious in cosmic control. Now when you need to control conditions in the physical world, do the same thing. Call for the Ascended Master's sacred fire control that stops violence. We are going to offer you tremendous concentration of this in order to consume and prevent much of the violence that is within your nation, and trying to destroy everything that is constructive. So when it comes to your attention, don't miss an opportunity to just make one call, and with a flash, open the way for that blazing presence and control from our octave, by your call, to come into the physical world and be established. For when you call this to come into outer world and control conditions, I assure you, we are going to control them because this world belongs to the sacred fire's love and control, and not to mankind's discordant creation, I assure you. It was the sacred fire love and control that drew the substance of this world together, and poured the energy in it to make it a world and draw forth the powers of nature upon it to feed mankind, that embodiment might take place here. And mankind draw the master powers of life into outer use by which the ascension is attained. So the world came from the sacred fire in the beginning, belongs to the sacred fire, and therefore what mankind has generated and imposed upon the nation, all the world must be consumed by the sacred fire victory from the Ascended Master's octave, the sacred fire authority, the sacred fire power, and the sacred fire control. So if you will use it, we will do anything that is your command. Thank you so much. Now the sacred fire can't do anything that is wrong. It can't fail. It is eternal. It is invincible. It is all-controlling, and therefore all-powerful over all manifestation. It is that portion of life that great presence in the great central sun. It is the master control of all manifestation everywhere throughout infinite space. Therefore we ask you to use the invincible, all-victorious power of the Ascended Master's sacred fire control. And then you won't need to try to do things from the physical side that either exhaust you or help make you fail or prevent your helping those who are trying to hold to what is right at this time. All you have to do is pour this into everything that you contact. Fill yourselves with it, first of all, when you first awaken. Let your first thought go to your presence, and to us to fill you with our Ascended Master's sacred fire victorious control of everything inside of you, through you, and around you, and then to everything to which you direct your attention. And it is just like a sun presence of our heart's flame comes in and around you, goes to wherever you direct it, and stays there until that human creation is consumed. Or until the manifestation is produced that fulfills the divine plan, and allows permanent manifestation to come into this world from the Ascended Master's octave. That's the only way you can change this world, purify it, and replace mankind's creation by the Ascended Master's perfection of eternity. This is just as practical as anything you can ever do to go out somewhere and bring something into this room and produce perfection with it. It is as mechanical and as practical as anything can possibly be, and it is the divine plan fulfilled. It is mastery unlimited. It is invincible protection, and it is our love supreme that wants you set free. We must draw it here in order to overcome mankind's hate and viciousness and destruction of war and filth and hypnotic control of life. This Ascended Master Sacred Fire victory from the Ascended Master's octave can blaze into this world the fiery Christ blue lightning, annihilation of hypnotic control in one mighty flash of blue lightning that can blast from all life the hypnotic domination of the destructive forces that seek only to desecrate and destroy anything and everything for no reason at all. I want this to be so clear in your minds tonight. I want you to feel so close to us. I want you to use it so continuously in the physical octave that it keeps you invincible against the discord and the strain and the struggle, and the failure of the people of the outer world. Then we can help many people you contact who are constructive and trying to do what is right but do not know this law. This is the way you can help unlimited quantities of people in a city or a locality or anywhere throughout the nation. And if everyone who doesn't want the war to continue would call forth our Ascended Master's Sacred Fire indestructible victory of sacred fire control of everything that is war, you would give us the opening by which the flame could flash, and mankind could not keep on at war. Thank you so much. Now how can mankind stop war when they keep constantly at each other's throats with frightful destructive momentum, intent, feeling, and criminal destruction everywhere? How can peace come when the masses of the people don't want to do anything but send forth hate that produces war? Therefore there must come into the physical octave our sacred fire victory, our Ascended Master's sacred fire victory that annihilates war everywhere. And if you call this forth in cosmic oceans, and that's greater than the world, cosmic oceans are infinitely greater than the size of this planet, and there can come cosmic manifestations into this world that will overwhelm, I assure you, in the atmosphere of Earth, mankind's frightful creation of evil, and shut off its expanding hate. I am pleading tonight, and this is the only way you can bring peace, by calling the Ascended Master's sacred fire invincible victory that consumes everything that is not peace. So when you have the opportunity and people do not agree, don't say a word. Go by yourself, call this into action, and ask me to cover over everything, individuals and conditions, by whatever Ascended Master's sacred fire victory and power invincible consumes that human and will not let it live in anybody. Then you can take out of destructive conditions that which wants to destroy anything and everything that is constructive. So you have a scepter of unlimited power, and don't fail to use it. You have a feeling tonight of your ability to conquer conditions if you will use this, because I am charging my heart's love and my feeling of the victory which it is and which I am, and which I use to control the waves. I am giving that feeling tonight, for it is the invincible Ascended Master victory that controls the powers of nature and forces of the elements. And this will bless you greatly if you will set it into action to control everything in the powers of nature and forces of the elements, some of which are within yourselves, and consume everything of human creation. You can have relief. So can the nation and the world, because our love is that victory, and our love is that cosmic power, and our love is that cosmic concentration. And our sacred fire Ascended Master victory is the control of all manifestation that dissolves and consumes human creation, and replaces it by our eternal perfection in the Ascended Master's octave. And my dear ones, you can use this on supply. There isn't anything that it won't conquer in this world. When you need supply, when you need assistance, when you need help, keep calling for the Ascended Master's sacred fire invincible victory to blaze into that, and be all you'll ever require to produce the perfection that is invincible accomplishment and fulfillment of the divine plan. I can't stress this too much for you, and if you'll only use it, you'll give us the open door to pour into your nation a great deal more help than if you don't use it. Everywhere there seems to be violence, call forth overwhelming cosmic oceans of my Ascended Jesus Christ sacred fire victory that blazes the annihilation of everything that is of violence, blazes into it, and compels it to cease to be. You have no idea what a blessing you can be, not only to shut off destructive creation by individuals who are at this time only serving destructive activities, but you can purify to some degree those who are determined to destroy at this time. And more than that, you take out of the world the manifestations mankind has created, and replace them by our manifestations of eternal perfection and the fulfillment of the divine plan. Now this same thing is true in your supply. When there seem to be conditions wherein supply is cut off, my dear ones, if you will only charge into that my ascended Jesus Christ sacred fire invincible victory of such boundless supply, as we have in the ascended Master's octave, that it won't let you lack for any good thing. So long as you use it constructively, you can have it. And I want you to be free from lack and limitation, if you will use this which we offer from the ascended Master's octave, because we have infinitely more in our octave than you have of supply in this world. All mankind put together hasn't a fragment of what we have in the ascended Master's octave, all of which we can lower in an instant if you make the call. Precious ones, thank you. All I can do is offer and remind you and bring into this world everywhere the call goes forth the fulfillment of my promise. And therefore, if you will help me to fulfill my promise, how can you lose? Thank you so much. And now, since hate that has generated the discord mankind has created in this world is what has opposed the perfection of life, hate must be consumed by the sacred fire. And so since it takes the sacred fire love of my life stream to fulfill the vow I gave to life to raise all into the same great perfection of the ascended Master's octave to which I have attained, then I am that love. I am enough love to consume all the hate in the world tonight. I want you to feel it, I want to fill you with it. I want to clothe you in its protection of eternity. I want to make you the sacred fire victory of its power, that you may go forth and free your loved ones and all you contact from everything that hate has created in this world. It can be done, or I would not ask it. It has been done infinitely in this universe, not only in this world but in other worlds. It is going on all the time. Wherever discord seems to be, ascended Master sacred fire love must come into the condition and compel it to cease existence. And that is the law of forgiveness and mercy, and it must come by conscious command from unascended beings who have been part of the creation of the discord. Therefore, whenever discord comes to your attention, regardless of who is responsible for it, pay no attention. But call whatever cosmic oceans of the ascended Jesus Christ, all the ascended Master's sacred fire victory in full manifestation come into every physical condition and consume everything that is of hate. And let us see what we can do between now and Thanksgiving Day. I hope we can accomplish what we desire if possible. Applause. I am willing to pour love without limit, power invincible, and indestructible victory in, through, and around every one of you, every time you make this call. So hold the picture of my luminous presence in the white fire, the sacred fire's invincible victory of eternal, indestructible perfection. And wherever you hold that picture, see the sacred fire blaze and consume everything unlike itself, and you will have cause to be grateful. You will have cause to render your gratitude at Thanksgiving time to your presence and the ascended host. You will have cause to send your love and gratitude to every activity of the sacred fire in this universe if you will let us have as much opportunity as possible to consume what we want to consume before Thanksgiving. So from tonight we can hold very, very near to you as you use this in every condition of the outer world until its momentum is such as to repel the hordes of destruction, until they are consumed by the action of the cosmic law. So I enfold you, beloved of my heart, beloved of the light, beloved of the ascended host. We enfold you tonight in the mightiest sacred fire victory that love can give and protection that is indestructible power. May you go forward, use it, use it, use it, and let miracles unbelievable fill your world, enfold your loved ones. Send it forth to those who need your assistance, and let us the cosmic law take charge and do that which the great cosmic law demands be done in the fulfillment of the great divine plan, until enough of mankind's hatred is consumed by our answer to your calls. Until the cosmic cycle closes and all that is of impurity is removed from this world for eternity. But until then, use everything we offer in every physical condition that comes to your attention, and you will have cause to be grateful for the rest of eternity. And as you go forward and use this in outer world conditions, you become our heart's flame in your own outer activities of the power to produce perfection, and use many of the master powers of your own life stream while yet unascended to control conditions that, at present, you cannot control. So the more you give this into outer world conditions, the more powers from your mighty I Am presence come into your outer physical use. And in every case, this time they will be eternal and set you free. Our love is boundless in the gifts that it brings, eternal in its ever-expanding presence, and all-controlling in its mighty cosmic victory over everything wherever you abide. It is security in every way, and it is the healing of the nations and the freedom of the earth from distress for eternity. May you become our Ascended Master heart flame of the sacred fire's Ascended Master victory in the mightiest release of the manifestations from our octave that are needed in the world at this time. To forever control conditions and prevent what the hordes of evil intend before they can desecrate life any longer. We are here to raise life into our heart's perfection, and our love is the only thing that can do it. Tonight we offer it without limit. It is yours for the using, and as you give it, there shall always come more into you and your world, until the ever-expanding perfection of the sacred fire's invincible victory has made you the perfection of itself, forever expanding for eternity. Let there be the open door tonight. And go forward and try to use this in every outer condition, and let us have as much opportunity as possible to consume the discord that wants to destroy everything by outer world violence. So this is the end of violence everywhere. We are offering our love to put an end to everything that is of suffering. Our love can stop it. And if you will use it, we will do everything to enable you to use the master powers from the Ascended Master's octave, at least for the benefit of your fellow man, until the great cosmic law cleanses the earth for eternity and peace, which is the sacred fire's control of all manifestation, comes into outer physical conditions, this time, by mankind's cooperation with the Ascended Master's octave, and the great divine plan comes here to control for eternity. I commend you to the freedom and the peace and the love that our sacred fire is and can give. And it is yours for all eternity without limit, and can only produce blessings and victory and peace for eternity. That is why I am the Prince of Peace, because my love is peace, and my love shall consume everything that is not peace. And if you will bear with me and assist me to that, then your peace must be eternal. And your loved ones and all you love will become that peace also. So I leave it with all the love at my command, to serve you and clothe you and strengthen you and make you victorious, that the world may know peace for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. V. May 23, 1968, Chicago, Illinois. Record CD 1432. Beloved ones of America and the world, tonight, I come again to give you everything that love can give, and to stand by you until love has claimed its own back into the perfection from whence you came, and to which you must return. And now in the use of our Ascended Master Presence, our Ascended Master Consciousness, our Ascended Master Feeling, and all the powers of the Ascended Master's life which we have offered you for use in the physical world, it is that you may recognize and realize and hold the picture clearly in your mind, that every time you think of us, you think of blazing white light. And our presence within that, and then outside of that, the violet consuming flame, or fiery Christ blue lightning purifying love, or the gold of eternal peace, or the love of eternal mercy and love to life. 389. Please try to remember that when you call to us, you are calling to the light and some activity of the light to come into the manifested conditions of this world and to consume everything that is not that light, for when you need light, it is because the darkness has accumulated in or around a condition and will not let you do what is right to fulfill the divine plan, or keep you at peace or enable you to attain your victory over destructive forces. So no matter what you want in this world of greater perfection, it depends on light, not darkness. And therefore when we offered you the use of our Ascended Master Consciousness, we offered you the light of our life. And the light of our life is our love. And our love is our eternal purity, and love and light and purity are the invincible power of the universe to produce perfection, to sustain perfection, to protect perfection, and to produce the miracle manifestations that ever raise all life into greater and greater purity and freedom and victory. To produce manifestation that is beautiful and powerful, and raises all into happiness for eternity. And you cannot have anything that is satisfactory without the light. So long ago when I offered the use of my luminous presence, my sacred fire presence, I offered you the love and the light and the power by which I attained the ascension. And therefore, if the conditions of this nation or this world are to be raised out of the destruction of the hordes of evil, they must be raised out by the power of our light and the power of our love and the power of our purity, which is always victory. I knew what I could do when I said I would never cease until all in this world were raised to the same great perfection to which I have attained. And by the use of my ascended master consciousness, any human being unascended can attain it if they'll use it. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Try to remember, anything and everything that is of discord in manifestation, anywhere you go, it is something that is shutting out the light and the purity of our love. So if it is to be changed or consumed or replaced by perfection, it must have the cosmic light of infinite space concentrated into the physical condition that is not luminous enough to produce perfection. And when we have offered you that statement, the light of God never fails, it means, the purity of God never fails, and, the love of God never fails. And the infinite, limitless light that fills interstellar space is that love that produces perfect manifestation, sustains it, makes it immortal to forever expand its love and blessing to the rest of life. And therefore, there is nothing in this world that is of discord that cannot be dissolved and consumed by the cosmic limitless light that cannot fail, because none of mankind or all mankind's human creation put together cannot take it out of infinite space. You can't take light out of the universe, you can't take the sun out of the heavens, and nobody can take our love out of this world. Thank you so much. So when I offered peace to the world and I said, my peace I give unto you, not as the world gives it unto you, I said that because what mankind calls peace has beginning and end, and the peace of my love of the light of my life has no end. It is immortal, it is limitless, it is all master and all controlling over everything in this world and every other. So blessed ones, the world today doesn't need anything except the light of our purifying love, and wherever that is called into physical conditions, I assure you, if you will use my ascended Jesus Christ consciousness, I will consume what is not of the light everywhere. Thank you so much. I came to take away a certain proportion of mankind's hatred and filth and destruction. At the time of the crucifixion I came and took away a certain proportion of mankind's darkness and hate, and when I came to put light in its place, to put purity in its place, and to put love in its place that is eternal light. My love is eternal luminosity. My life is eternally luminous, the light of my light and my love are eternal illumination. And that is why I said I would draw all mankind unto me, because the light is more powerful than the darkness. Darkness has beginning and end, light is immortal perfection forever expanding. Therefore the peace which our love offers to the world is the peace of eternal purity, the peace and the victory of eternal light. Therefore it is the peace and victory and momentum of eternal, victorious power which is master over mankind's evil forever. When you use our ascended master consciousness, stop and think this thing through, and realize what opportunity you have to call forth our cosmic light annihilation of everything that is wrong in this world. You can call it here, and we are the power and the manifested sacred fire that produces it. All you have to do is to call and stand steady and hold the picture and we produce the manifestation. We have healed and healed and healed down through the ages. We have purified and purified and purified this world and all upon it century after century after century. And do you know what momentum it takes to do that? Do you know how much momentum we have created and gathered by the use of the cosmic light from the great central sun to render that service to the earth, which has consumed so much evil mankind has generated? Do you realize what that momentum is? Then please hold the picture, when you make the call to us, of the flash of a blazing sun of such indestructible, unconquerable sacred fire power, purity, light, and love, that it wipes out of existence instantly mankind's evil, wherever you call it forth into physical conditions. We are willing to be proved, we'll prove ourselves to anybody if they'll use our ascended master consciousness. So from tonight, beloved ones, you're not without help, you're not without protection, you're not without the purifying love that saves this nation and the world. You are not without God power to consume and prevent any amount of evil mankind has created. And if you were to call forth whatever cosmic concentration of the sacred fire and cosmic light, all that is necessary to wipe out all war on this earth, if the people who do not want to go to war, the mankind that does not want to go to war, would call forth our unconquerable light, our indestructible purity, and our power to control manifestation into every activity of war, war could not be sustained or go on in manifestation. So any time that there comes to your attention the terrible activities of war, call forth all and more than is needed to wipe it out of this world and all life from the universe for eternity. Ask for my ascended Jesus Christ annihilation of it everywhere forever, and see whether I answer you or not. Thank you so much. Now the way and means the great cosmic law has provided by which mankind can be set free abides in the oneness of the light, the life, and the love and the purity of all the ascended masters and cosmic beings, as well as the mighty I Am presence of each life stream. That is all one mass of light that fills interstellar space, and is concentrated in our temples of the sacred fire into any degree whatsoever when it is necessary to change the manifestation upon a planet or upon mankind upon the planet. There is no limit to the amount of the sacred fire's indestructible purity that can be concentrated into this world by the ascended masters or cosmic beings or the legions of light and the sacred fire. The seven mighty Elohim of creation, whose heart flame abides in the brain structure of every human being on the earth, is one with us. Their sacred fire is one with us. All the ascended masters, the cosmic beings, and the great angelic host are one, so far as the sacred fire, the cosmic light, the purity, and the love of creation exist. And the ascended master consciousness is one. And when we have offered you all of that, beloved ones, we have offered you the cosmic momentum of the life and the light and the love, and the purity that created this world and this system of worlds and that has sustained it down through the eons of time. This is what we have offered you for use in the physical world at this time to protect all that is constructive. It has never been offered in the history of the earth before, and would not come now except for the world crisis and its survival in the future. So if you care to use our ascended master momentum of all the sacred fire necessary to purify this earth, it can come about harmoniously, and there is the great command that can go forth and command and compel mankind to stop action of everything destructive. That is part of our ascended master consciousness. Our ascended master consciousness can still every action on this earth, and that is what we have offered you for use. We have offered it to all mankind through the ages. We have poured forth love and purity of life's perfection everywhere through the ages when we have healed and removed conditions mankind could no longer endure. So from this hour, if you will believe me, if you will try me out, if you will call my ascended Jesus Christ cosmic momentum of every activity of the sacred fire necessary to annihilate the hordes of evil, to annihilate all war, you will find the sacred fire is able to do it, and we will direct it. We have said this repeatedly. You cannot handle these conditions on the physical plane just by your own power. Mankind cannot stop the destruction it has generated by continued hate and destruction and criminal insane consciousness. Mankind cannot stop that of itself, but the great cosmic sacred fire can, and the light that fills interstellar space can. The limitless cosmic light of indestructible, eternal purity, and every activity of the sacred fire necessary can be lowered into the physical world to stop every destructive action on the planet. And we are ready and we are willing and we are pouring forth constantly to everybody, and everything on the planet, every possible protection for that which is constructive when the people will give us their attention. We cannot protect that which is destructive. The destructive activities must be consumed and taken away, and then our perfection take the place of what is wrong in order for the freedom to come. So freedom cannot come without our sacred fire purity, freedom cannot come without our sacred fire love, freedom cannot come without our cosmic dazzling light. Therefore I am here tonight to give you everything I have, if you will use it for the freedom of the whole. Thank you so much. When you have individual problems to handle that are discordant or limiting, when you call forth my ascended Jesus Christ power of indestructible purity, and whatever is necessary of the sacred fire to annihilate what is wrong, and replace it by ascended master eternal victory of what is right, you cannot fail. You cannot have discord in your world. You cannot experience limitation, because my love and my life and my light do not contain any of those things. And now, let us call forth, if you will, the ascended master's invincible, all-purifying mind, consciousness, feeling. Mankind needs a purifying mind to take the place of human consciousness, and until the intellect of man is illumined by ascended master purity, it simply goes on designing more and more destruction. Therefore the ascended master's consciousness of indestructible purity is absolutely imperative in the consciousness of the life of this world, if mankind is to be prevented from becoming wholly, criminally insane animals. You might think me severe tonight, but if so, I am pouring a fiery Christ blue lightning purity of eternal truth, that will consume the hypnotic forces that have tied mankind to destruction age after age. And now the end of the cycle cometh. Thank you so much. Now, if you will use our Ascended Master Consciousness in everything you do, it is light that comes into the brain structure. And it is the sacred fire of the seven mighty Elohim that comes into the outer consciousness, comes into the feeling to clear away the human concepts and the discord and the impurity, and let perfection reveal itself within yourselves in your own consciousness, your own mind, your own thoughts, your own feeling, your own pictures of the mind. And more than that, if you will call for the Ascended Master's control of your attention, the sinister force won't have nearly so much opportunity to impose its discord upon you. There are magnificent, wonderful things in this universe upon which you can place your attention and draw them into yourselves, draw them into your world, simply because your attention is there, you hold the picture, you love the light, and ask its love to fill you with its perfection. And there's no struggle, there's no limitation, there's no battle, and there is no evil that can touch you. That's the reason we offered you the use of our Ascended Master Consciousness, so evil is compelled to let you alone. But evil, which is darkness, can only be consumed by that which is light. And the light is the radiation of the love from the sacred fire. And the sacred fire burns up everything unlike itself, because it contains no discord or imperfection of any kind, and whatever change comes about harmoniously. And therefore it is permanent. The beloved Saint Germain told these messengers in the beginning, the very first sentence he ever spoke in this I Am instruction was, until you overcome a thing harmoniously, it's never permanently done, and as long as you fight a thing, it will fight you back. And may I remind you that nobody fights with us. Did it ever occur to you that people cannot fight with the Ascended Masters? The Ascended Masters don't fight among themselves, and they won't fight with mankind. But when the cosmic cycle closes and the hordes of evil must cease to be in the universe, the light of our love and the sacred fire moves in, and everything else ceases to be as easily and as harmoniously as you turn a light on in this room. And there's no more battle than there is in that. So that is why I said, my peace I give unto you, not as the world giveth, because our love, whose radiation is light, is peace for eternity. And when mankind wants it, mankind can come into it, and we will love mankind free if mankind wants to be free through love. Human beings in this world can never be free through fighting. They can never be free through argument. They can never be free through using human intellectual consciousness filled with human concepts. There's only one thing that is the eternal freedom of life, and that is the purifying love that is all illumination. And if it is great enough to produce a scheme of manifestation the size of infinity, certainly it can control the individual who will place the attention there, open the way, and let it flow. That's all we ask. All we ask is your use of our Ascended Master Consciousness instead of mankind's intellectual consciousness. Use our Ascended Master feeling, which contains no discord, instead of mankind's feeling of bhakti and resistance and limitation and obstruction. And where hate seems to be, call every activity of the sacred fire into every condition to consume everything unlike itself, and love will reveal itself to you. Love will show you its blessings, and love will make you master where nothing else in creation ever will. Love is the fulfilling of the law. So when that love comes to your beloved I Am presence, and to us, and you ask us to pour into a condition whatever sacred fire purifying love annihilates everything human, and prevents its existence anywhere, and fulfills the great divine plan, there can be no failure, no limitation, no mistakes, and no problems. So beloved ones, we hold the door open, and this is what I meant when I used that statement. I am the open door that no man can shut, because no one can prevent me pouring the light of my love to this world, and the sacred fire of my life to produce perfection here that raises all into perfection also. Mankind must use some other consciousness beside what has been used in the past if it is to rise out of the conditions of the present. So when we have offered you our Ascended Master Consciousness, we offer you peace for eternity, the purity of our eternal love, and the limitless illumination of the universe over which the hordes of darkness can never rule. May you know the invincible freedom of the sacred fire love of our eternal purity. The cosmic illumination in power unlimited can be called into every outer physical condition that mankind is in today, and as the sun consumes a fog, will the light of the sacred fire's love from the Ascended Master's octave produce purity in this world. And without purity you have no freedom. May the great angelic host, the great legions of the limitless light, the legions of the sacred fire, and the almighty power of the great central sun's sacred fire heart flame blaze and blaze and blaze everywhere in, through, and around you wherever you abide, and go into the structure of earth and do that which only it can do. And if you will give us the opening and you will be the outpouring of this, you can only be blessed for eternity. And if you will let it flow, you become its perfection for eternity, and we give you of ourselves that you may be free. So may our own heart's flame remind you often of the love that stands ready to set you free, the light that forever annihilates the darkness, and the purity that is forever expanding perfection. So blessed ones, if you will be the outpouring of our Ascended Master's sacred fire power and momentum of Ascended Master consciousness, you will give us the open door to pour forth into outer conditions whatever purifies them. And then you will find that which I said in the beginning of this IAM instruction, to call forth the power of the great central sun magnet, the very fact that you pour love and gratitude and blessing and your call to the Ascended Master's octave, as well as your mighty I am presence, first will draw back to you everything that is constructive in the physical octave, if that is what you need to use to fulfill the divine plan of service to all. So when you call this into outer world conditions, the great central sun magnet will touch anything and everything that is constructive here and bring it into your outer use if you require it to fulfill the great divine plan. For the great divine plan does not lack for any good thing, and is power unlimited, invincible victory, eternal freedom, and everlasting purity. May you abide within it, and feel yourselves sealed in the Ascended Master's heart flame of the Ascended Master's momentum of their consciousness of invincible, eternal, all-protecting perfection that fulfills the great divine plan. And limitless legions of the angelic host will abide with you, and the blessed Archangel Michael and others who minister with him, you will find, can direct the sacred fire to the annihilation of mankind's evil everywhere that you call it into outer action. So our Ascended Master consciousness is our victory of the sacred fire's purifying love that brings light everywhere, and peace for eternity. May you abide within it, be enfolded in its miracle mandate of love's mastery, and at least where you abide, prevent wrong everywhere for eternity. I commend you to our Ascended Master way of life and peace and the victory of your ascension for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. November 3, 1968 Chicago, Illinois Record CD 1483. Beloved of our hearts, I wish to explain something this afternoon that I am quite sure will make you feel closer to us, and our presence closer to you. And it is this: when we have offered you the love of our life streams, an actual flame comes forth from our Ascended Master bodies, and we can send that to you just the same as you would turn on the switch of an electric light and allow that light to come into the room. Now our love is illumination, our love is luminosity, and our love is the consuming power of the sacred fire to consume everything that is of imperfection. And since it is eternal, and since it is the sacred fire's power without limit, we offer it to you for your use in every condition you have in the physical world, from the smallest to the greatest, because there is no place where the sacred 406 fire of our life is drawn forth, whether it be your call to us that draws it forth or whether we project it into a nation, or a location. There is no place where it comes that it doesn't produce perfection. And therefore it is without any reaction whatsoever of anything that is not perfection. And more than that, it is eternal. This is the thing I wish to bring to your attention, because when your own life stream needs to be enfolded in our sacred fire love, and our power to protect you or surround you by that which is constructive, and let you accomplish something that fulfills the divine plan, then our love must come within and around you, and it must become a part of your own life streams. Therefore, when you think of the answers to your calls, try to be still a moment and feel the love from the Ascended Master's octave come in and around you and fill you with whatever makes you comfortable, invincible, and victorious over the conditions in the physical world. Now to show you how powerfully that can come, it can produce in and around you a tangible current of electronic force, a current of energy and a feeling just as definitely as the sun when you step outside, or you stand within the sun's rays can fill you with its warmth. And you can feel it enfold you until it raises the feeling in your life into the warmth and the perfection which it is. Now our heart's flame does the same thing to your own life stream. It can enfold you until you feel the peace and the purity and the love which we are. It can enter into your own heart's flame and expand through you our qualities. More than that, it can expand through you our ability to create perfection in this world, sustain it and expand it and protect it. Therefore, when we have offered you the use of our heart's flame of our life, it is that we may fill your life with eternal perfection to which we have attained. Now when it comes to feeling the power of the resurrection, and the power of the ascension to lift your life stream out of the clutches of destructive forces, and ultimately to help you attain the ascension. You cannot have that ascension without the love flame from the hearts of the ascended masters as well as your higher mental body, and your electronic presence enfolding the physical flesh structure and the outer activities of your own life stream. That is why no ascension takes place without the enfolding love and the sacred fire of one or more of the ascended host. Beloved Great Divine Director is constantly helping one life stream after another to ascend, because no life stream ascends without his own heart's flame purifying it, enfolding it, and helping it to rise out of the conditions of the physical world that have been of discord and impurity. The angelic host render this service. And as they pour their heart flames of love in and around unascended mankind, they pour the same mighty flame of love, sacred fire, purity and almighty power into the physical structure of earth, into cities, into localities, into the powers of nature and forces of the elements as well as individuals. If it were not that the great cosmic law demands that the heart flame of the sacred fire come in and around every part of life in this world, you could not raise it. There would not be a raising activity of the life of unascended mankind, because the vibratory action of the physical world is not rapid enough to raise the life stream into the ascended master's octave of eternal perfection. So the great cosmic law of life from the great central sun provides this activity of our heart's flame of love being given to the lesser life, or at least to those that are unascended, in order to be the power to help raise the outer flesh structure into the eternal perfection of the ascended master's octave. Now I gave the use of the great central sun magnet's love in the beginning of this I am instruction, and I explained it as an activity of the great central sun magnet, because the greater life of eternal perfection is forever pouring its own sacred fire love into the lesser life, to help the lesser life rise into something higher and use the master powers of life, the greater powers of life, to produce greater perfection wherever that life stream abides. So this world, since it has offered you the use and blessings of the powers of nature and forces of the elements, should have the blessing of unascended mankind who have embodied here and used the substance of this world throughout the centuries to embody here, and do what the outer self wants to do in outer creative activities. But beloved ones, if you want supply of every good thing, then learn to call forth from your own beloved I am presence, and from the ascended master's octave whatever sacred fire love and its indestructible power is necessary to go into the physical structure of earth and into the powers of nature and forces of the elements, and to expand there the greater love and the greater purity and perfection that raises every activity of life in the physical world into greater and greater perfection. That is why I made the statement that when I was lifted up, I would draw all mankind unto me, because I knew the power of the great central sun magnet is the heart flame's love of all the master powers in the universe, all the master powers that control this whole system of worlds and systems of suns to which this world belongs. So you, once you understand this, can use this power without any limit whatsoever. And I just plead with you to use it, because the world cannot be raised out of discord until there comes the sacred fire of our purifying love that draws the life that is here out of destructive conditions, until those conditions can be consumed. So everyone's obligation to life, and this is part of the eternal divine justice and balance of the universe, every particle of life that has used the blessings of this world owes back to the universe, to the greater life, and it owes back to the powers of nature and forces of the elements. A call for the sacred fire love from the great central sun, and from the ascended master's octave to come into the physical conditions of this world to be the blessing, the purity, the peace, and the harmony that raises the life here into the ascended master's qualities, the ascended master's power, and the ascended master's perfection. Otherwise you would stay here and there would be no expansion of your own life stream's light. There would be no expansion of your love. There would be no expansion of your life stream's power and ability to create perfection if this greater life didn't pour its love to you. And therefore you are expected, under the cosmic law, to pour the love of your life streams, and knowing of our existence, make the call and pour forth our heart flames of love into the ground you tread upon, into the physical things you use, into the atmosphere you breathe. and then into every human being who assists you to accomplish what you want to do when you want to create perfection, or produce something in this world for your own convenience, or that of the rest of mankind. There must come the realization into mankind's consciousness, the illumination that makes the human intellect understand what it owes back to the greater life of the universe that keeps pouring blessings here for its use. So this, if set as a habit, is one of the easiest ways to bring supply and perfection and health and the blessings and powers of life into your outer use if you will but set the habit and call our heart flames purity, indestructible purity and sacred fire love, into everything you contact, whether you think it needs it or not. If you will set the habit of doing this, you won't even have to ask for supply. It will automatically seek you out, because as your life gives its blessing to the rest of the life around you, the life above you automaticalizing the expansion of your own light, and your own heart's love will automatically pour back to you its greater supply of greater blessings. That gives you greater opportunity to create greater perfection in the physical world by the use of the greater focus of the sacred fire. So when mankind struggles in poverty and destruction and limitation and distress, it is so useless. It was never God-designed, never a part of the great cosmic law, never intended for any part of life to experience. But since mankind has created it, and it is not the fulfillment of the great divine plan, then there must come some greater power, intelligence, and activity of the sacred fire's love and purity into the physical conditions and the physical things of this world, in order to free them from the impurity and destruction mankind has placed upon them. And if I can get you to understand this, and you will set the habit of blessing everything you contact with the Ascended Master's sacred fire heart flames love and purity, and power and victory of eternal peace, you will not know discord again. We want you to be free from discord, but you can't be free from discord until you call forth the sacred fire's love that is freedom from discord. And so wherever discord seems to be, it must be replaced by the sacred fire into which discord can never come. This is the healing of the mind, the body, the affairs of mankind. It's the healing of the nations, because I assure you, it doesn't make any difference what mankind thinks about or tries to solve problems in the outer world by human methods. It matters not. Mankind cannot and will not, never did and never will solve the problems of this world permanently except by the use of the sacred fire from above. Now whether that above is your own, beloved mighty I Am Presence, heart flame or the Ascended Master's heart flames or the heart flame of the great central sun matters not, or from our temples of the sacred fire, that sacred fire loves indestructible purity, and power without limit of eternal victory, must be called into this physical octave in order to overcome the destruction mankind has generated. And therefore anybody that wants to be free from the limitations of the human must call the sacred fire of the divine to come within the outer self, around it into every condition of the physical octave, into the people you contact, into the affairs of your government, into the affairs of the world. You must call this sacred fire into physical conditions, because there is no other place except in the sacred fire that perfection exists. And if people will not reach up and use it and accept our love, and send it forth to bless the rest of life, then they stay in their chains until they do. There is the master power of life's perfection in the Ascended Master's octave and in the beloved mighty I Am Presence, and mankind's conditions in the physical world cannot be purified and removed except by the use of the sacred fire. Now if you will charge your intellect with our Ascended Master sacred fire intellect, our Ascended Master sacred fire intelligence and discrimination, illumination and fiery Christ truth, you won't make any mistakes. You will see ahead of time. You will see the right thing to do, and more than that, there will come within that sacred fire the feeling within you to do it right, and to do it at the right time, because there are no mistakes in the sacred fire of our love's indestructible purity, almighty power, and victory over human creation. This is what gave me the power and the strength to go through the crucifixion. It is this sacred fire that gave me the resurrection. It was this sacred fire that filled and controlled the atomic structure of the body and brought forth the victory of the resurrection. It is this sacred fire of the love, not only of my mighty I Am Presence at that time, but the love of the Ascended Masters that raised me into the ascension. And the same law applies to you. So if you want your ascension, whether that be for yourselves individually or your loved ones or your nation or the world, there is only one power that can produce it. and that is the Ascended Masters, your mighty I Am Presence, first, and the Ascended Masters' sacred fire love's indestructible purity and power of indestructible, eternal victory. So you can't know failure. And we just plead and plead and plead with people to use our sacred fire love to stop their distress, and consume their limitations, and take them forward without struggle. And hold peace. And if people will not use it, they will not have peace, because I assure you, our sacred fire heart flame's love is indestructible, ever-expanding peace for eternity. And if you want peace, call to your beloved I Am Presence for its heart flame of indestructible, eternal peace to fill the outer self, and then clothe the outer self in the Ascended Master's heart flame of that indestructible peace. And as the two become one, you will feel the master control of physical conditions that heretofore have tortured you, but in which you do not need longer to stay if you will believe me and accept this. And use it to let it prove itself to you, because our love is trying to come into every physical condition where mankind will let it come. And those who want freedom from mankind's distress must be taught to call this consciously into outer physical conditions. And that is why, from the very beginning of mankind's embodiment in this world, the constant instruction and reminder has been given to the human intellect: call unto me and I will answer thee. Ask and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Knock and it shall be opened unto thee. Thou shalt decree a thing and it shall be established unto thee. And when mankind can't raise itself out of its own distress, then someone who understands the use of the sacred fire's indestructible purity for eternity of our sacred fire love someone, must love life enough to give our sacred fire love into the conditions that are wrong. And that is forgiveness. We give our sacred fire love for the consuming of that which is wrong, that distress may cease to be and peace become eternal to this world. So when I have been called the Prince of Peace, still mankind does not use the love which I am, that is indestructible peace. So when you see the world in distress of constant destruction, call to your beloved I Am Presence, and that of every human being embodied in this world. Then call to the Ascended Masters in the Great Central Sun to release whatever we know will be the sacred fire's indestructible purity, that will no longer allow mankind to go on and misuse the blessings of this world to do nothing but create evil. That evil must be consumed by our sacred fire's indestructible purity, and it doesn't make any difference whether it's the violet consuming flame or the fiery Christ blue lightning purity, or the overwhelming cosmic action of the cosmic light substance that is so bright the human cannot live within it. It matters not which activity of the sacred fire is required. Every activity that consumes what is wrong, and produces what is perfection in its place, must come from the sacred fire of the heart flame of either the mighty I Am Presence, or the Ascended Masters, or the Great Central Sun. So you are not at the mercy of the destructive forces of this world. Your nation is not at the mercy of the destruction mankind had generated. If the people within the nation will call for whatever sacred fire purifies it, and cuts it free from mankind's human creation, you will find our presence with you. And we can come at any instant. Thank you so much. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now the redemption of the world is not far off. It can be here the next instant if enough of mankind will call forth our Ascended Master sacred fire love's indestructible purity, and cosmic authority and power that sweeps it everywhere, and says to that which is of human creation, thou must cease to be. Whether you do that in your own individual life streams, whether you do it in your affairs, your home, your daily activities, matters not. If you will make it a habit to call this forth into every condition that comes to your attention that is wrong, there can come such power inside of you to control the powers of nature, and forces of the elements, that they can never act destructively against you. And this is one reason I come this hour. If you will gain the momentum of this flame around you by constantly using it and calling it into all outer physical conditions, every time you give it to the rest of the world, we can give you more in and around yourselves, until you become clothed in our world. Our sun presence of our sacred fire heart flame that is all power, invincible victory, and indestructible purity. And then you will be not only the peace commanding presence, you will be the peace of everlasting purity and sacred fire love. So blessed ones, we hope you want the world free enough to call this into outer physical conditions. And in being willing to give it to the rest of the world, you must of necessity become free yourselves. That's why when I said, I am the light of the world, it is because our sacred fire heart's flame is luminosity, precious ones, just as much luminosity as those electric light bulbs. Where our heart flame comes, light goes before it and radiates from it into every place where you call it forth. And that light continues to expand. Our heart's love is luminosity because its indestructible purity is illumination to all substance wherever it goes. So you are not at the mercy of destructive, limiting conditions if you learn to use the sacred fire of our love, and ask for its power unlimited to blaze in and around you our indestructible purity. And as you use this in and around yourselves to purify conditions in which you must live and move, we can establish that as an eternal part of this earth, just as certainly as you can plant a garden and continue to raise the things in your garden that you want. But people don't use our love, they don't want our love when they create discord. So from this hour I trust you will want us with you. I hope you will want our purity. When you see the impurity of the outer world, when you see the destruction of the outer world, I hope you will want our peace, our love, our purity, and our perfect way to live life that is free from suffering. We want you to be free, but you can only be free by the use of life's master power of the sacred fire. So from this hour, you must choose what you want in the future. And whatever you want, if it be constructive, then I assure you, don't miss the opportunity to give it to the rest of life, that your own light may expand and light your way. Then you're not caught in the hordes of the shadows. You're not caught in the darkness. You are not caught in the distress and the destruction of mankind's human creation, because our sacred fire love in and around you, if you will call it forth, becomes the sun presence that consumes everything unlike itself, so you're not at the mercy of destructive forces. From tonight I hope you will help us call forth into every physical condition that you contact whatever sacred fire indestructible purity, and the power of our love that we know will set the world free. That's why the messenger Resendi in some of the decrees has called forth for us to release what we know will consume the condition. And we know the sacred fire of our indestructible purity and the power of our love is master over all mankind's discord. So if you will use our power to help free the world, you will automatically be free yourselves. I trust you will go forward and live closer to us, because the more you can use our sacred fire love, the sooner we can come visible and tangible to you in your daily association, as tangible as you are with each other, and there will be no veils between, because there will be no discord around you. So we do give you eternal peace, eternal victory, eternal freedom, and the eternal power of the sacred fire's master control of all manifestation. But learn to give it to the rest of life everywhere you go, like the sun gives light to the earth. And as that light goes forth and gives its life and its blessing and its purity and its peace, you cannot know distress any longer, because you become that which you give, and your world becomes our world of the sacred fire's heart flame of everlasting peace, indestructible purity, and the love that produces perfection everywhere for eternity. We invite you to live in our world and bring the perfection of our world into this world, that distress may cease to be, and mankind understand that the purpose of life in this world is to attain the ascension. Until the sacred fire is drawn forth here that loves the world into the perfection of our world for eternity. And this is the fulfillment of the great divine plan. May the angelic host who blaze that sacred fire power without any limit whatsoever become visible to every one of you in this room this moment, and become visible to every human being on this earth, until there is no part of life in this world that doesn't know the angelic host exists, and doesn't know the service that our love has rendered throughout the ages. And now if you will become one with our love and render your service, you must of necessity become free yourselves. And then you will join, in the ascended Master's state, our legions of the angelic host, and you will find only the perfection of our love of the sacred fire is ever worth living for, even for an instant. Nothing else is worth a moment of your time or your energy or your effort. You can just as well live in our world of the heart flame of our love in indestructible purity. You can just as well live in this while you remain yet unascended as you can live in the discord of mankind in the world around you if you don't shut it out. So your homes, your business, your bodies, your world, your finance, everything in your beings and worlds can be filled with our sacred fire heart's flame of love, our power of indestructible purity. And then the victory of perfection automatically pours forth from you to the rest of life, and wherever you go, You raise it into greater perfection until you come to us for eternity. So we clothe you in the master presence of our own heart's love. It is without limit. It is all master over all in this world, and it is the ultimate of the divine plan fulfilled, and is perfection expanding for eternity, and you are invincible within it forever. We invite you into our world of the sacred fire's perfection of eternity. May you dwell with us long before your ascension and help us to draw into this world the same perfection of our love, until the world itself has become our octave for eternity. And then when you understand what we do, when we clothe you in our miracle mantle of love's mastery, it is this power to keep distress away from you forever, and let you accomplish anything that is constructive and hold you victorious forever. Thank you with all my heart.